I admit, in terms of raw power, you have me bested. My own strength doesn't even begin to compare. However, you still don't have a chance of defeating me. Not a chance in hell.
Yo. What's good? I'm here. I'm back. Back again. Numbers is back. Tell a friend. Feels good to be back. So good to be back. Oh, shoot. Okay. Woo, Nelly. Alrighty. Okay, we're good. I think we're good now. Alright. Good. Good. Excellent. Let's see here. Hold on a sec. What's up, Crimson? All right. What's up, Carlos? What's up, Liam? What's up, Noah? What's up, Tortoise? What's up, Hideki? What's up, Crimson? What's up, Cryptic? And I think that's about it for now. Cool. Oh. Alright, of course. There you go. Alrighty. It's been a while. I know. I'm sorry, guys. You know how it'd be like with me. Slow freaking process as usual, but it is what it is. Also, I'm as usual. Tradition around here has me getting pizza and a bunch of other snacks. So apologies if I be munching live. But y'all know me. Y'all already used to it at this point. Just popped in, had to check in with you since it's been a bit. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I decided to do the poll because why not? I already did it prior, so I'm actually curious what anyone has to say. I was considering, like, not now, but like in my own time, seeing what everyone else's thoughts on the fight was, but I think it's pretty much unanimous as to what people believe in regards to the fight. So I was like, huh, okay. Like, I thought it would be a bit more like, I don't want to say toxic, but a little bit like, I don't know. I thought there would be a bit more pushback, so to speak. But surprisingly not. People are kind of like, nah, like a 80 to 20% agreement type of deal. You know what I'm saying? So it's a bit interesting to say the least. And okay, so if anyone's coming in being like, numbers, where's the matchup? Wait, you stupid! It's supposed to be live. Where's the okay? Look, on their channel that you can Google yourself, it says it'll be live, and at least in my time frame, 2 hours. Okay, so I don't want to hear none of y'all complaining. I know. I'm here for the live matchup. Before, I used to react to it after the facts. But apparently people actually like it that I'm live reacting to it. So I'm like, alright, fine. I'll live react to it like last time. I'm not going to make a poll about it because I'm pretty sure everyone's going to be like, yes. Stop being a whiny little brat, numbers. Just react to it live. I'm like, alright, fine. But in the meantime, while we wait for the actual live presentation, we're going to be reacting to 3 previous matchups that starred Metal Sonic. Because, as y'all know me, I am a certified, genuine, professional PhD, death battle contrarian. And it is my job to absolutely roast the ever-living frick out of their garbage projects. Okay, I'm not going to be that mean, but you know what I mean. Unfortunately, there are death battle fans that think like, oh, Dad, what are you doing, numbers? You're not supposed to give out your opinion. You're supposed to just smile and wave and be like, yeah, it's beautiful. 10 out of 10 content. No, I ain't doing that. I'm going to do my own thing. So, naturally, I also want to give them proper credit where it's due by obviously comparing and contrasting how they used to be like to where they currently at. Because I don't want to be biased. I want to actually give them props for evolving as time progressed. That is why the best way to show how much they have improved in terms of their scaling, research, presentation, etc. is by obviously looking back at their old content. So what better way to do that than by watching their first matchup with the character? All right. How long has it been? Almost 15 minutes. I think that's a good time to start. Let's see. I think we are good. Okay. So the first matchup we'll be watching is Eggman versus Wily from 13 years ago. 13 years ago. Man, that was like 1, 2, 3, 4. A long time ago. Wow. That means 2013. I'm actually curious. Hold on a sec. I'm actually curious. So in terms of, okay, so yeah. So Sonic Generations came out 2011. Lost World. Why am I speaking so loud? I don't even know why I'm speaking so loud. Okay, Lost World came out in 2013. Okay. So in terms of Sonic material, they have up to that. In terms of Mega Man, I actually don't know, but I'm too lazy to find out. Let's go with Mega Man 11. 2018, dang. Okay, Mega Man 10, 2010. Okay. We got some good content for both characters. All right. I was just curious. I just wanted to see what they had, what we had at the time, and what they could use at the time. All right, so let's get the show on the road. I talk too much as usual. I'm gonna be pausing a lot, so if y'all be complaining, just watch the original, for goodness sake. Y'all have no excuse. It's already been 13 years and y'all haven't watched it yet. And you're going to be complaining that I'd be stopping all the time. So, I don't know. So, obviously, I'm going to be critical as usual. But for professional reasons, okay? I'm not going to hate them for the sake of hating. I just genuinely want to see how much they've improved over the years and see whether it holds up nowadays. Probably not, but, give them credit. Alright, let me get everything up and ready. Alright, y'all can see the screen. Hopefully, everything is alright. If not, y'all can tell me. Oh, right. I gotta raise up the volume a bit. Not too loud, of course. Let's go right here. I think right here is fine. I think it should be fine right here. Hopefully. If not, y'all can tell me. Alright. Let's get it on. Let's do this. Again, if it's too quiet, y'all tell me. I'm gonna not have it too loud for my headphones, though.
It's no secret that scientists are, well, crazy as hell. But these two take it way too far.
Yep.
Dr. Ivo Robotnik, a.k.a. the Eggman.
And Dr. Albert Wily, a.k.a.
Dr. Wily.
In this scenario, both doctors will be leading their mechanized armies to see who is the deadliest robot commander.
Yep.
He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win
A death battle. Oh, snap. It's the boy.
Yet strangely athletic, evil mastermind responsible for terrorizing the world of Sonic the Hedgehog in his quest to rule a global empire.
Yep.
His engineering mastery has led to a massive army of unique robots.
Ivo, yeah, sure. 6'1", sure. IQ over 300, sure. PhD on probably fake. Yeah, sure, whatever. Ruler, yeah. Endorses animal cruelty. I mean, for the greater good. You know what I'm saying? It's for the greater good. All right, come on now. I'm just saying.
Warriors using the strangest fuel source, kidnapped animals.
He's PETA's worst nightmare.
Yep.
His army is based around speed and defense, including motobugs, caterpillars, buzz.
Okay, sure. What? Oh, okay. Eggman. Okay. I was thinking of the 101 series. Whoops.
Bombers, egg ponds, and SWAT bots.
But Eggman's got way more than that. His egg fleet is a huge armada of battleships led by the massive Egg Carrier, which supports a huge front-mounted laser cannon.
The Eggman army is spearheaded by his deadliest robot warriors, the Badniks. The Egg Robo is a smart bot crafted in Eggman's own image and designed to carry out tasks Eggman himself would normally do.
What's this guy's deal with eggs?
On its own, Silver Sonic appears slow and bulky.
Yes.
But it is powered by a Chaos
Can fly with rocket shoes, powered by Chaos Emerald, yeah.
making it a much faster and more practical machine.
Then he made another Robo-Hog, Mecha-Sonic, who focuses on...
Slower and tougher than Silver. I mean, that's debatable. I'll let it pass. That's okay. Greater focus on firepower, sure. Can absorb and use Chaos Energy. Yeah, sure. Whatever.
Firepower over speed.
Mecha Sonic can even absorb chaos energy to attain a short-lived super form.
But Eggman wanted more than just Sonic bots. Mecha Knuckles can glide and vomit giant rockets.
And E101 Beta remains one of Eggman's most versatile creations.
Absolutely.
He's a robot with super speed, teleportation, and a reflector shield. He shoots homing missiles and kamehamehas and has one of my favorite
Kamehamehas?
abilities,
What?
The backhand.
The Shadow Androids are fast and durable and typically fight in groups of 3. However, their design is so complex they sometimes glitch in close combat. And speaking of
Well, I mean, kind of, but not really. I don't know. That's kind of questionable. They're not super glitchy. They just are. They're very basic and they're very automated. Is probably the better way to say it. They obviously don't have the same free will or complexities as the real Shadow, but you know they can still hold their. They can hold their hold the fort down. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Cherry Boy? Oh my gosh, here we go with the Cherry Boy. Freaking downplaying Sonic. Oh, great. Here we go again.
Despite being an absolute...
By the way, I'm pretty sure this is pre-Crisis era. So, it's going to be very questionable. But I'm going to see if what they say is going to pass for me nowadays or not. But whatever.
Genius, Dr. Eggman appears to suffer from a peculiar personality disorder that sent him through several different phases.
What?
Let's just hope that scratch and grounder phase doesn't show up today.
But none of Eggman's creations have ever been as
Oh, snap.
or as successful as his ultimate killing machine.
Ultimate killing machine. Oh, snap.
Hyper Metal Sonic.
Metal Sonic was specifically designed to be better than Sonic the Hedgehog in every way, and was a complete success. Metal can move much...
Success in the sense that he completed the thing, but success probably, questionably, arguably not in terms of actually beating and killing Sonic.
faster than Sonic, easily reaching near Mach 5 speed.
Oh, those were the days when we thought that Sonic scaling capped to only like hypersonic level. That's I do remember, I'm pretty sure that's in a website source or some like game related correlation to Sonic CD, but I can't remember. But yeah, I do know what they're referring to. Obviously that's laughable nowadays since we're fully aware of what Sonic scaling is actually like, but it is what it is. I don't know. I'm not going to be too harsh on that, I guess.
Metal's abilities include Sonic's spin dash and homing attack, along with the impenetrable black shield.
He's also got a chest laser, rocket-powered flight, and the maximum overdrive attack, where he overloads his circuits to create a glowy energy field that'll burn through pretty much anything.
And that's not all. Somehow Eggman managed to make Metal Sonic an ever-evolving force. Metal has the uncanny ability to scan and copy data from others.
Oh, snap. Dang. Oh, snap. Yo, Death Battle was on point with that. Oh, man. Yo, if they can acknowledge some of these aspects, ooh, man, the Cell fight is going to be interesting. I'm just saying.
Flawlessly replicating their ability.
Yes.
Damn, Eggman sure stepped up his game.
Obtaining enough power can transform Metal into a number of more impressive forms, all of which increase his abilities immeasurably.
Yes.
The only downside to giving Metal Sonic a super brain is Eggman sometimes has trouble keeping him in line.
But even with his metallic minions waging his war, Dr. Eggman is perfectly willing to step into the battlefield himself.
Yep.
He pilots the Eggmobile, a fast single-man pod with twin-mounted machine guns.
Eggomatic, universal compatibility, two machine guns. Okay.
The Eggmobile's most vital function, however, is its universal compatibility to operate almost all of Eggman's machines.
Like the humongous Death Egg robot with its spiked rocket arms and lasers.
Eggman is vicious and clever. He's an expert at playing his opponents right into his hands. At the same time, though, he can be overly obsessive to the point of overlooking some important factors in an effort to concentrate on a single goal. But while this can be
such as what? I mean, that's a little bit too general. Like, in what regards, though? Like, we're talking like classic era. We're talking about comics. We're talking about shows. What do you mean about like missing like those details? I don't know what they're referring to. I mean, I know he's not perfect despite being an evil genius, but I don't know what they're referring to.
Careless game for Eggman. It also makes him dangerously unpredictable.
Yes.
A nice dream, but dreams are meant to be
Broken.
broken.
Oh, that's it. That's it. Okay, so we're just listing out a few of his badniks, a few of their abilities, and then a little bit of his intelligence, and then that's about it. All right. Clearly, there's not much I can really go over in terms of what they said in terms of his stats or whatever, because they really didn't mention much. So, I mean, if you ever are like, numbers, who is Eggman? I'll be like, just watch this video, I guess. Just a quick 5-minute, less than 5-minute summary of the character. All right, I guess. I don't know. I can't really say much else, so it was okay. A little bit too general and broad, but whatever. Dr. Wily. I already said a while back in past live streams, I'm not a Mega Man expert. I do love Mega Man, though. I started to get into Mega Man, and I kind of am interested in scaling Mega Man more, like, in the depth info, but I'm not all too well educated on it. But I have read the comics a bit, and I have seen, like, most of the classic eras. I'm not sure what they're going to say in regards to classic Mega Man or Wily scaling, but otherwise, I do have a broad idea as to what they can say.
After being continuously outshined by his insensitive colleague, Dr. Light, Dr. Albert W. Wily turned to a life of crime in an attempt to achieve fame and power.
How did he plan to get so famous, you ask? By taking over the world.
Excuse you? He knows ninjutsu. What the frick? I'm trying to remember. What the? Okay, yo, chat. I want y'all to tell me when did he learn ninjutsu? I'm assuming it's like some weird like crossover fun fact or some like cereal box like source. I don't even know where that comes from. I know some of the robot masters he has, you know, obviously has those types of abilities, but he himself, I'm trying to think, when did he actually present at that? That's interesting. I'm curious. If y'all know, tell me. That's interesting.
Whether through his own engineering or impressive hacking, over the years Wily developed a large, diverse robot army built on the ideals of both solid defense and ranged firepower. Mets, Sniper Joes, and Bladers make up the bulk,
With hotheads and elephants, oh my!
Wily is a mastermind in more than just hardware. His Robo-Enza virus is a deadly disease for robots, making
Created by only affects robots, makes robots violent and unreasonable. That's it?
them unstable and violent with no regard for human life.
Oh, okay.
But Wily's weirdest bot is definitely the Yellow Devil, a giant pulsating yellow blob thing that pulls itself apart and uses its own body as a weapon.
Wily's army...
Oh, wait, hold on. What was the latter one? Near indestructible body, but the eye is... Oh, okay.
It pulls itself apart and uses its own body as a weapon.
Wily's army is...
He's like the Majin Buu of Wily's roster of robot masters, I guess.
by his robot masters. Gutsman was a civil engineering machine remade as a powerhouse who can...
Wow, lift 2 tons. That's... I mean, that's okay.
lift over...
I would think that would be... Okay, it's been a hot minute, but I could have sworn it's more... Oh, they did say over. Okay, that's fine.
2 tons.
Metal Man was made specifically for killing things. You can tell because he's got evil red eyes.
He wields
Yeah, sure.
ceramic titanium metal blades, one of the deadliest weapons in video game history, and is made...
In video game, okay. Okay, look. I'm all about hyping characters, but come now, like... Nowadays, is there any, like discussion boards or, like, debates where people be like, hey, yo, Gojo is tough, Goku is the GOAT, and, like, Aizen is powerful, and Doomsday is almighty. But y'all better stand back. Y'all do not want to mess with Metal Man's and his weapons and his blades. Like, oh, snap. Here comes the Metal Man meta. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, come on now. Like, you can hype him up a little better than that. Come on now. We can hype him up, but let's not be too crazy about it.
of lightweight material, make...
You say Metal Overlord is multiversal, but can he be an average ship? I mean, hey, you know what? The average ship is multiversal, too. Have you ever thought of that, dummy? I'm just saying. Anyways.
Him quick-footed.
Slash Man is fast and agile and wields the Slash Claw, a portable alien
Destroys
blade
asteroids.
designed-
Dang! If only they're gonna bring that up to the, you know, AP stats, but I guess not.
Asteroids. Okay.
Magnet Man is a tactical fighter who uses homing magnet missiles and the magnet shield to outmaneuver enemies. And then there's Sheep Man. Originally designed to actually herd sheep, he was reprogrammed by Wily to turn into clouds, get bored easily, and fall apart when hit by rubber baseballs.
What the fuck?
Napalm Man is a walking weapon.
And a robot master after my own heart. He likes blowing shit up so much that he built his own weapons museum.
Yep.
And then blew it up.
Pharaoh Man possesses a large arsenal of mysterious powers.
Pharaoh Man is honestly one of my top favorite robot masters. I'm just saying, like, he looks cool. He may not have like the best cool abilities, but in terms of design, he's pretty cool.
Including fireballs, energy waves, teleportation, a magic shield, and levitation.
And he's also known for being a little punch happy.
But Dr. Wily's ultimate robot master is none other than Base.
I mean, nah, I'm gonna disagree, because like technically we in Mega Man X we learned like, oh, they're being very foreshadowy. They're like, ooh, could it be? But let's not kid ourselves. I'm pretty sure it's already been implied multiple times that yes, Wily created X, or not X, Zero. Sorry. So it's like, if X is the pinnacle ultimate upgrade evolution of the classic Mega Man, then Zero should naturally be the ultimate evolution, the final creation that even surpasses Base. So, nah, I'm gonna just say that's cap in my opinion. I'm gonna just say that's cap. Nope. Although it would be interesting if they did include him into this fight technically, but I guess because of the lore aspect where he's just a good guy and not actually under Wily's control or authority, that he's not technically included in this fight, but it would have been an interesting inclusion.
A direct imitation of his nemesis, Mega Man.
He even has a robo-dog helper called Trouble.
Base is powered by Basenium, an extremely potent and unique energy source.
Basenium? You just made that up.
I wish I did.
Well, he wields the Base Buster, an arm cannon that has both rapid fire and charge shot settings.
He is programmed to be able to copy any action he has seen. If he gets a hold of another's weapon, he can use it to the same effectiveness as the original owner.
He can also fuse with Trouble using the super...
I do like to point out they do sort of distinguish the two between copying a weapon ability and just copying anything mimicry type of ability.
adapter, creating Super Base.
Base is extremely powerful,
Super Base.
but fairly brash and arrogant.
I do. Okay, you know what? Okay, Base is also up there. I kind of forget. I was thinking like traditional robot masters. I'm not sure if Base counts, but if he does, then yeah, Base is definitely up there. Especially Super Base. He looks so cool, bro. He looks so cool.
He seeks
I
to
like the
prove
purple.
He is the strongest robot warrior there is, and will even disobey Dr. Wily's orders if he thinks they impede his goal. Though he will not kill his creator, he has occasionally attacked him.
That's when Wily
Well, but that's because Wily's a dumb idiot, man. Sometimes he's like, you loser, you're supposed to defeat him. Now I'm gonna kick you out in the curve, and then I'm gonna destroy the universe and stuff. And then it's like, hey, master, you're not supposed to do this. Like, shut up, I can do what I want. And then he's like, no, I gotta beat you up. So it knocked some sense into you, and it's like, oh, okay, my bad. All right, come back to my side. He's like, all right, bet. Nah. Sometimes Wily's just an idiot, in my opinion.
out his personal fighting vehicle,
The Wily machine has gone through several variations,
even a dinosaur.
though Wily's favorite appears to be machine number 8.
Good old 8
Yes.
launch missiles,
I
and has
guess.
a triple-barreled laser cannon and a boomerang buzzsaw,
It also houses Wily's personal transportation, the Wily capsule.
which makes the worst sound you've ever heard in your life. Make it stop! Make it stop! Ah!
Wily designs and commands his robots with long-term strategy in mind, and as a result often keeps his team as flexible as possible. Though this means each robot has specific exploitable weaknesses, as a unit, Wily's team is prepared for anything.
I will create chaos, destroy everything, and the best part, the very best part is
Yeah? What's the best part?
finally gotten the best of Dr. Light.
Oh.
Alright, the combatants are said, let's end this debate once and for all.
But first, we've got an advertisement from,
Actually, Boomstick, we don't need to do those anymore.
really?
Absolutely.
Freedom! It's time for an adless death battle!
Yay! No ads. Thank you.
Beginning, unless your advantage, which really helps us support the show so we can make more things fight each other to the death. Thank you, we love you.
Yeah, I can't really say much about their actual overview because they don't really say much. So it's like, well, they got their lore sort of right. So I can't really criticize this fight if there's not much for them to say in regards to their actual ability. So I don't know. I guess this is a great filler for me. But to be fair, they did call out a few things for Metal, so I guess that's worth mentioning. Oh boy.
Attack! Attack!
Wait, why didn't he use the Eggman dialogue or quotes? Bruh. No, not the elephant. Oh, they got that Star Wars. They got that Stormtrooper aim.
No matter. Get a load of this.
Get a load of this. Oh snap. Dang. No, not the elephant. Oh my, bro, that pimp slap. Hey. Oh snap, the shadow androids. Yeah. Oh. Bruh. Yo, you got one-shotted. Oh no, no, not Mecha. No. I guess Super Mario Brothers Z got canceled. No, not Silver. No. Oh, okay. Woo, Nelly. Oh, yo, it's the GOAT. It's the boy. Oh my gosh, and it's glorious, terrible quality sprite pixels. Oh snap, he copied his ability too. What's up, Space? Okay. Damn! Yo! Oh no! Bro, Silver Sonic was actually throwing hands! Dang! Yo, that android! That shadow android though. Oh, okay. Okay. Finally, a worthy challenge. Man, these text dialogue is very, very outdated, but I appreciate their effort, I guess. Dang, yo, it's Neo making a cameo here. Bruh.
Call in the Egg Fleet.
Oh snap. Oh yeah, I forgot the Egg Fleet. Did they even mention them? I don't think they really did. Now that I think about it. Oh, bruh! Yo, he just one-shots all of them. Oh my gosh. Okay. Nope. Dang.
Sucker. What? It's a dummy.
Oh snap. Bruh. Bro, Metal is literally 1v everyone on Wily's side. Bruh. You telling me Metal can speed blitz all of these robot masters, but he could not react to that little capsule about to hit his face? Does bro have some Gohan glasses eyesight quality? What the frick was that? Oh, come on now.
Not yet.
Dang. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Kneel before your master.
Damn. Okay, yo, that was actually pretty. That was a raw take. Whoever's the actor for that, that was actually pretty cool. Yo, super treble. Oh my gosh, bruh. Oh, he got the Godzilla roll. Bruh! Wow. Well, there goes the fight. Dang.
Well, that world's fucked. Our bad.
So, I suppose technically Wily won because he used the Robo-Enza, which ultimately meant the end for Eggman.
No. Oh, hold on. Had less adaptable troops. I mean, yeah, I guess so, because they are like a one-trick pony type of thing. So I guess that makes sense. Ranged infantry trumped Eggman's mixed ones. Yeah, sure. Robomaster worked better as a team than individually. Yeah, planned ahead and planted a just-in-case dummy. Yeah, I mean that's typical Wily tactics.
But then he died too. And then
Limited infantry variety, sure. Individual bandits. Bandits were, yeah, to be a team. I know, no. Well, okay. If he means like teamwork though, like, you know, work individually and, you know, as a group, then sure. But, they work as an army more than anything. Focus on personal victory, neglecting minion control. Yeah.
it's technically Eggman's robot, so
Then the winner is,
Metal Sonic? Metal Sonic.
Well, there you go. How about that, guys? All the way back 13 years ago, unironically, Metal Sonic 1v'd everyone. Both Eggman side and freaking Wily side. That's crazy, bruh. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Overall, it was okay. It was okay. I'm trying to think. Let's put some Metal Sonic theme in here. Speedway. Yeah, brother. A little quiet though. It was okay. Oh snap! Speaking of memes, bruh, I forgot to include that. I'm such an idiot. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I cannot continue on to the next one without the most important aspect of this stream. Hold on, guys, sorry. The fight itself was okay. I mean, I can't really critique it because it's like, they didn't say much. So it's like, I guess it's not a good fight because they literally did not say anything in regards to the actual abilities of the cast. But then it's like, well, but if it's just what they said, then they did okay. Like, there wasn't necessarily anything wrong with what they said, but it's hard for me to be like objectively mean about it, you know. I guess this works. That's fine. There you go. Yay! Woo! I was wondering why this live stream felt empty. Let me just put it, frick, I don't know where to put it now. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll move the chat box down. Oh, actually, I can just raise it up. And then, there, yeah! Yeah! Let's go! Oh, snap, yeah, brother. Woo! Yay! Yeah! Alright, there you go. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we got the trio, bruh. We got the fighters roster. You got Neo, you got and then you got Cell. There you go, perfect. Yeah, honestly, the fight was okay. I thought the animation was also a little very outdated. I think it could have been way better in terms of presentation, but it's okay. I don't know. I'll just give it I'll give it a 5. It was nothing terrible, but it was nothing memorable, you know? So, actually, you know what? Yeah, that's a good comparison. Okay, let's see. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. So this is their 16th fight, and it's a little bit before their pre-crisis, i.e. Goku versus Superman won, which is terrible. I guess to be fair, in terms of animation, it wasn't as terrible compared to the previous fights. Although I do think that out of all of the ones they've done prior, Sonic versus Mario was unironically one of their better animated fights. So, yeah, I guess the animation it makes sense at the time. Zelda versus Peach definitely. Oh yeah, Zelda versus Peach and onward is when their animation budget like really skyrocketed. Like the sequence and set pieces were actually way better. So yeah, I'll give them a pass. I'll just give it a 5. It's not terrible, but it's nothing memorable, so that's all right. All right. Anyways, we at least see that they give some props to Metal Sonic. That's great. That's good to know. Where the frick? Okay, there you go. So we have at least some ideas of what they're gonna say, since they do, you know. At least we know. Ever since 13 years ago, they put him at Mach 5, which is unironically better than like whatever other like speed scaling they had for their past matchups or in relative to those matchups. You know what I'm saying? So it's all right, I guess. All right, let me get the next matchup up, which is Metal Sonic versus Zero. So we got a sequel matchup of Mega Man versus Sonic. So that's going to be interesting, to say the least. Let me also raise up the audio again. Again, if it's a little quiet, I can adjust it. Yes, who's the mother? That's a good question. All right. All right, let's start up. Oh wait, before I do, wait, why is it not working? Oh, it's a. There you go. That's why. Whoops. All right, there you go. All right, so now the sequel matchup is Metal Sonic versus Zero. Oh, I accidentally muted.
All this merch marketing, like these 3 awesome death battle teams.
All right, so in case y'all wondering, anyone who's new here, the matchup, the live premiere will happen in about an hour. So in the meantime, I'm reacting to their past matchups starring Metal Sonic. I just reacted to their Eggman versus Wily, which is, it's okay, it's nice. It felt more like fan quality rather than actual death battle, you know, material presentation, but it's okay. And now we're reacting to this one, and then the next one, if we got time, it's Eggman versus Bowser, because that's the last time we do, the more recent time we see Metal Sonic. So a great way to see how much they're gonna hype up Metal Sonic for against Cell, because we don't really got much matchups for Cell other than other Dragon Ball matchups, but I can do that as another stream. So huzzah! So anyone complaining, where's the live stream reaction? We're waiting, okay? We're waiting for the premiere. Alright, again, if it's the audio's too quiet, just tell me. I raise it back
the
at him.
duty of all who dedicate their lives to the science of robotics. Make the coolest, deadliest machine you possibly can.
Just don't make him too smart.
Yeah.
That never works out for you.
Yep.
Metal Sonic, Dr. Eggman's Hedgehog Destroyer.
And Zero, Dr. Wily's Maverick Hunter. He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons,
Armor
armor,
and
and skills
skills.
to find out who would win a death battle.
Oh, snap. Dang! Yo, that glow up! Y'all saw that glow up animation? Yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see. Meanwhile, I'm gonna get some
Dr.
pizza.
Eggman was a genius with a dream. A dream of a world ruled by his own iron fist. However, there was just one small problem. A speedy blue problem.
Sonic the Hedgehog, the fastest thing alive. No matter how many times Eggman tried taking over the world, this freedom fighter just kept getting in his way.
But like any respectable scientist, Eggman was a problem solver.
Yep.
Thus, he developed the ultimate hedgehog killer, a machine which would not just equal his speedy nemesis, but surpass it.
Oh,
And
snap.
Dr. Tubby called his greatest creation Metal Sonic.
Oh, yeah.
He's even got a sweet chest speaker to blast Slayer all day long.
Speaker? What? No, he's just made of metal.
Oh, that's cool too.
To contend with his cool
All right, let's see.
rival.
Sure, height, built to surpass. Yep. CPU. Yep. Okay. Drives and ATV. Okay, yeah, sure.
Metal Sonic
Nothing
was built to
different,
reach and
nothing
maintain
new yet.
incredible speeds.
And unlike most of his wacky inventions, Eggman actually got this one perfect. Metal Sonic is hella fast.
Metal Sonic is also equipped with tons of tools and tricks specifically to
Oh.
overpower Sonic.
Speaking of which, hold on. This came out 8 years ago. So this is a, let's see, relatively 4-year time skip, 3-year time skip, give or take.
He can fire a plasma pulse laser from
Okay, so now they're okay. So good to know. At least we're using every source imaginable. So I don't want to hear no excuses for this matchup about like, oh well, it's just game only. Oh, numbers you weren't paying attention. It's just comics. No, they just use Sonic the comic source right here in my face. Also, technically, I'm assuming that okay. I need to read the comics to be fair for these versions, but if Sonic and Amy can technically react to the laser, they're technically like near light speed, like relativistic. So I'm just saying, like, if they ain't gonna mention this type of like at combat speeds, I'm gonna be already disappointed. And we haven't even started that much on this video.
his chest. Construct a black shield which seems practically indestructible.
Practically.
And blast through obstacles by going V maximum overdrive.
Oh snap! And they're also using Mega Man crossovers from Archie. Great, this is even better. What could possibly go wrong with this freaking matchup? What could possibly go wrong? Oh boy.
Black Shield? Maximum Overdrive? You're sure he's not into metal? Because those sound like some killer band names to me.
To activate V maximum overdrive, Metal overloads his own circuits to quadruple his speed while simultaneously surrounding himself with
Sorry, I'm chewing. Quadruple his speed. All right, good to know. So in the previous matchup, they just had him at Mach 5. So either A, they're assuming that with the 4 times boost, he peaks at 5 times Mach speed, or he is now 20 times Mach speed. I'm not sure what they're going to say now, since it's been a while since I watched this video, and I did not like it, but let's see what they're going to say. And also they can have Copycat. That's great to know. Copy Knuckles' ability, Rouge's ability, Silver's ESP, and Shadow's Chaos Control. Great. That's awesome to hear.
the destructive energy field.
If all that
At least they're
wasn't
more
enough,
specific.
Metal Sonic can scan his opponents to copy their techniques. He copied the explosive Knuckles Slam
Yep.
from Knuckles, ESP from Silver,
Yep.
the Batguard technique from
Yep.
Rouge, and even copied Shadow the Hedgehog's signature Chaos Control.
He can only copy specific
It's not really his signature, but sure. It's more his thing, whatever. Yeah.
moves at a time, but whatever power he takes is not limited by his physical body.
Wait, hold on. I gotta make sure I hear that correctly.
Shadow the Hedgehog's signature Chaos Control.
He can only copy specific moves at a time, but whatever power he takes.
Specific moves at a time.
Is not limited by his physical body.
Yes. Yes.
This is because Metal Sonic can actually morph and manipulate his form.
Yep.
He totally stole that from T-1000.
Funny mentioning Terminator
Probably.
because you're not too far off. Metal Sonic is so powerful that he's overcome his own programming, overthrown his creator, and attempted a global takeover all on his own.
Yeah. You know, as you do. Yeah, as you do.
And he can do it too. He's shielded attacks from shadows.
All right, hold on. Competed in the Olympics. Yeah. Chaos Spear, sure. Atmosphere re-entry, yeah, sure. Eggman Empire, sure. Overlord form matches Supersonic, yeah, sure. Created a 200 kilotons explosion. Damn! Oh, no, 200 kilotons. I want to say... Oh, right, yeah. I think that... Shoot. I think that's town level? Small town level? I can't remember the specific number. And then 26,000... Or nearly 27,000 miles per hour. So that's roughly... Hold on a second. So... 14, 21, 28. So roughly, if I know by... Yeah, so... I want to say under 40 times Mach speed. All right. All right, well, that's good to know. Well, there you go. Okay, again, in their past matchup, they said his top speed was Mach 5, but now they upgraded him to Mach, like, nearly 40. Damn. Oh, my gosh. That's crazy. I mean, it's still a jump. Realistically, in terms of Sonic scaling, that's wrong, but sure. In terms of just any... update towards their research, that's great to see. Their kiloton explosion, I'm assuming that's in reference to the OVA, but let's be real here, there's way better feats than that. Come on now, bro. Overlord matching Supersonic is a better feat than that 200 kiloton explosion. Like, what are they doing? Come on now.
Deadly chaos spears.
34.9. Okay, 35. All right. I was getting there. Yeah, I was also like, slightly over 30, but yeah, that works. 4 times. Yeah, Mach 8. Yeah. I mean, again, realistically, that's severely downplayed scaling, but in terms of just them researching, I guess that's fine.
And Silver's telekinetic ESP. He's dodged attacks from Knuckles, Amy, and Espio at the same time. And he even competed in the Olympics. You know how tough it is to qualify for that? Like, really tough. Plus, he gives Sonic a run for his money whenever they race.
Metal can match and sometimes even outpace Sonic's speed. Sonic's specific top speed is technically unknown.
It's technically unknown. That's y'all's counter argument. It's literally proven that he can be above light speed. Not just statements, but lore and scaling wise. And even when they're giving proper evidence, they're still like, well, we don't know. We think we do, but we don't know. It's like, oh my gosh. Bruh, come on, man. For a split second, I was almost about to give them credit. I was like, oh snap. Are they actually going to give it light speed? No. I'm like, oh man. You know what? I was almost proud of Death Battle for a second. Man, that's unfortunate.
He boasts that he's faster than light, but he has yet to prove this in canon without the aid of additional equipment.
In canon? Okay. In canon, huh? So, OVA is not canon to the games, first of all. And second of all, what the frick is this? Is this in canon to the games? No. No, it's not. But he has a laser attack that can technically place him at relativistic speeds because of how laser beams function. So he's not boasting, especially when this is a classic era Sonic, who then gets stronger over the years. So you could just naturally say he eventually reached light speed. The frick you mean? He's like, oh, we don't have proof that he can actually be light speed. Shut up. I hate that stupid argument. It's literally in gameplay. Light speed dash moves at light speed along the path. I would assume, and keep in mind, that's his attack. So even if you're like, oh, but that's just travel speed, it doesn't matter. He can use it during short bursts. So either he can via techniques, or he can't at all. There's no in between. I already had to debunk this stupid argument from one of their previous matchups. Either you are light speed via techniques, hacks, or whatever, or you're not. You can say specifically when using this ability, but you had to prove he's 100% is or isn't. And they're just like, oh, well, we don't know, so we're just gonna assume he's not. Oh my gosh. Man, okay, that's already like 2 deduction points right there for me. That is terrible, bro.
The aid of additional equipment. Sonic's highest speed is officially described as hypersonic.
Oh my gosh. Is this how it feels to be cringed? Bro, I feel like not even my astral body, I feel like my conceptual form cringed. Oh my gosh. Wow. Really? Hypersonic. Wait a minute. So you're what? Now, I mean, okay, you know, let's just move on.
And his best record comes from Sonic Unleashed, where he's recorded running up to 3,000 SPD. Assuming this translates to metric meters, given the game's Japanese development, this puts Sonic in the high end of the hypersonic spectrum, clocking his highest recorded speed at a whopping 6,711 miles per hour.
What? What? What?
That's over 8 times the speed of sound. Damn, I wish...
Wait, but then, didn't they also say that... Because I know that technically they say Metal Sonic is supposed to be superior to Sonic, but wouldn't, in every iteration of them facing each other, he has to at least somewhat scale to his speed? So if Metal Sonic's top speed is 35 Mach, wouldn't Sonic and Base naturally also be at 35 Mach? And also, the other problem regarding this argument is that they're using gameplay concessions. Obviously, if a game is running at light speed, the game is probably gonna break itself. And second of all, we only use gameplay limitations as like low balls. We don't use them as like definitive, like high-end scaling. They're more like the fundamentals of what they can do, even within the gameplay structure. Not that they must be at their actual peak. That is absolutely stupid. And also, this is 2017. This is past Lost World. So any scaling feats where Sonic, base or otherwise, is shown moving beyond light speed, moving beyond the concept of time itself, to the point he's even going backwards in time, is still applicable. And yet they peak him at Mach 35. Mach 8, if we're going to be even more terrible at this. That is, wow. 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 At first I'm like, okay, they're spitting facts. But now, the moment they're talking about speed, I'm like, oh, they lost the plot. They just lost the plot already.
Clocking his highest recorded speed at a whopping 6,711 miles per hour.
That's over 8 times the speed of sound. Damn, I wish I was that fast. Could have escaped my ex-wife way before things got serious.
This speed is likely what Dr. Eggman was aiming to beat when designing Metal Sonic. Even then, with his abilities like V Maximum Overdrive, Metal Sonic can increase his speed up to 26,844 miles per hour. That's Mach 35. More than enough to reach escape velocity.
And this bot has a lot of power behind him. In one of his battles with Sonic, their conflict caused enough damage to break off that ginormous stalactite over the city. Look at the size of that thing.
By comparing its size to the nearby buildings and assuming a granite-based composition, we can estimate that the stalactite weighs over 46 million tons. The energy required to cleave a rock that size could be as high as 200,000 tons of TNT.
Wow.
10 times the power of the atomic bomb dropped on Nagasaki.
And if that's not powerful,
So they really are going to use his peak AP scaling to an OVA feat, and not any other instance within the games, or goodness forbid, the comics, but specifically an OVA, which I'm going to just be, like, foreshadowing, guys, wink wink, they're kind of fodder. I mean, they're strong in that verse, but in retrospect, compared to the rest of the iterations of Sonic, they're absolute fodder. That is the worst. That is the worst option they could have come up with in terms of scaling Metal Sonic's AP. Like, come on now. An OVA feat, nothing else from the games, nothing else from the freaking comics. Oh, well, we don't know his speed, it must be unknown. Oh, we don't know how strong they are in super form, we don't know. It's like, oh my gosh.
well enough for you. Metal Sonic has a couple different super forms. There's a Red Titan form, his Neo form, and best of all, Metal Overlord. Again with the band names. By copying the powers of Sonic and his friends, Metal transformed into this flying dragon-looking thingamajig. It can fire missiles, shoot gigantic chunks of crystal, trap opponents, and destroy everything.
Metal Overlord is so impressive, it took the combined might of Super Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles to take him down.
Yeah.
Yeah, he may be metal as hell, but he's not indestructible. Despite being Sonic's superior in almost every way, he's still
That's
to
debatable.
him more often than not.
Metal Sonic is extremely durable, but his internal systems are susceptible to overloading if pushed too far. For example, every time he uses his V Maximum Overdrive attack, he risks permanent damage. Also, even though he's mimicked multiple organic abilities, they're sort of simplified versions. He's never displayed any at their greatest potential.
Still, this is one.
I mean, I was gonna say, is that really considered a weakness? I mean, you could say that as like, I mean, to be fair, I'll give them credit for this. At least they acknowledged that it's not they didn't apply a no limits fallacy. They did not accidentally make a no limits claim. So at least they acknowledge that there is a limit as to how much he could mimic, or to what extent his mimicry could do. So at least I'll give them props to that. I was just a little bit confused as to whether they're referring to it as an actual weakness or more so as a limitation towards his ability. Probably the latter, but I'll give them credit for that. At least I'll be critical when they get something wrong, but I'll be fair when they say something right or something somewhat accurate.
Of the deadliest machines we've ever seen. As long as Metal Sonic's around,
Oh, that's such a
even the
raw
fastest thing
drawing,
alive
bro.
struggles to keep up.
Oh, that's such a raw drawing. Kneel before your master. Oh, such a freaking... Oh, I love this scene, man. Alright, like I said, I don't know anything about Mega Man X scaling by heart, so if they say something wrong, I'm sorry I didn't point it out.
For decades, the robotic war between Dr. Light and Dr. Wily left destruction in its wake. No matter how many machines Wily created in his quest for world domination, Dr. Light's own Mega Man was always there to stop him. But like any successful genius, Dr. Wily was determined to have the final word, even if it came from beyond his grave.
Yep.
Wily put all the smarts he could into creating the best robot he'd ever built. Its name was Zero.
Dr. Wily's plan to create the world's most powerful robot succeeded all too well. Designed for combat and violent by nature, Zero was primed to put Wily back
Yeah,
on
nothing.
top.
Okay.
Just one problem. Because of a glitch, Zero was totally disobedient to Dr. Wily and attacked him.
Yeah,
I mean,
yep.
I don't blame him. If that face was the first thing I saw when I woke up, I'd probably punch it too. Or send it back to the bar whence it came.
How sad, all that hard work wasted over a single programming flaw. Wily was forced to seal Zero away, and he wouldn't be discovered for another 100 years.
But a long nap wasn't enough to calm him down. When he woke up, he wasted everything around him until he was stopped by Commander Sigma, the leader of the peacekeeping Maverick Hunters.
Sigma may have stopped Zero, but then things got complicated.
Yep.
For some reason, Zero's stasis pod also contained a mysterious virus. The virus infected Sigma and, for some reason, swapped Sigma and Zero's morality alignments.
Yep.
So Sigma turned evil and Zero turned good. Just like Robot Freaky Friday.
It's so
Being a good
stupid.
guy now, Zero
That's one of those writing aspects where I'm like, oh, that is terrible. I'm like, they could have written it to feel natural or something, but it's like, whatever, I guess.
joined the Maverick Hunters, making it his mission to eliminate any machine which posed a threat to the world. Because
Of course.
what else are you gonna do with
Hey, yo, hold up. Yo, we don't do that here. Yo, I do not condone those types of, No, I'm just kidding. that was funny as heck, though.
crime with a laser sword?
Yo, those swords are so
Well-equipped
cool.
for the job.
I freaking love
The
those swords.
Z-Buster is Zero's go-to long-range
Yeah, the
weapon.
Z-Saber,
With both
yeah.
rapid fire, charge, and a shot.
I love those Z-Sabers, man.
Tons of deadly spears, hammers, and chains. But his favorite weapon is his trusty energy sword, the Z-Saber.
The Z-Saber is arguably Zero's most essential weapon. With it, he can cut other machines down to size with a wide variety of grounded and airborne strikes. Furthermore, he can enhance his blade by mimicking the power of his enemies. This lets him use the Z-Saber
To an
for
extent,
attacks
at least.
imbued with fire, ice, electricity, and even metal.
But he can copy more than just sword stuff. Zero
Absolutely.
can use the twin dream technique. to
Yeah.
create a clone which mimics his every move.
Yep.
He can summon robot dragonflies to fight alongside him, call down beams of energy
Yeah.
from the sky with Rakoha, and even use Dark Hold to temporarily
The word.
If necessary, Zero can activate Black Zero mode. This form halves his defense in order to double his attack power and quadruple his speed.
Yeah.
He can also transform into the stronger and faster Absolute Zero. Yes, that's what it's called. In this form, he loses access to his Z-Sword and acquired abilities, but he gains razor-sharp claws and the power of flight.
check out those bat wings.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks
Now,
like
with all
Batman,
these cool
like a
powers,
robot
he's
Batman.
Pulled off some crazy shit. He's defeated dozens of Mavericks and even Sigma himself multiple times.
Not to mention
Wait, hold on. Faster than Mega Man. I'm assuming classic or X. Let's throw in. Yeah, sure. Optics Sunflower Laser. I'm guessing that's technically like near light speed type scaling, but I don't know. I'll copy. Yeah, sure.
stopping dozens of other threats to the entire planet, such as when Eurasia, an enormous city floating in space, fell to Earth in a crash course similar to the asteroid which annihilated the dinosaurs.
Damn.
That's okay. Zero took care of it. How? By flying a space shuttle right into it like a badass. And he survived. Suck that, Asteroid City.
Moreover, it's important to remember Zero was specifically built to be far superior to the original Mega Man.
Yeah.
We've analyzed Mega Man before, and learned he could keep up with the Speedy Quickman and catch a 60,000-ton castle.
Wow.
Zero's better than that.
Zero is undoubtedly Dr. Wily's greatest creation, but like the mad scientist's other machines, he has his downfalls. Despite being a machine, Zero is susceptible to exhaustion, and if
What?
he receives too much damage, not even his auto repair systems can return him from the brink.
Also, he sometimes comes down with a bad case of edgy anime protagonist.
What am I fighting for?
What am I fighting for?
And yet, Zero is a fearless guardian who won't rest until his world's safety is secured, even if he has to be reincarnated multiple times to do it.
And kick his own ass.
I don't even need my sword for such an easy fight.
That's it? Damn. What? That's it?
Alright, the combatants are...
I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I know I don't know much about Mega Man scaling, but I thought they would have gone more in depth about what he can do. Why the frick were they able to say more about Metal than Zero? That doesn't seem right at all.
are set. Let's end this debate once
What's
and
up,
for all.
But first, robots can't really enjoy food. But for all the humans out there, do I have news for you? Grandpappy
All right.
Boomstick
Well, I'll
always
just
said that nothing in
hold up.
life is better
I'll just wait for it. But anyways,
than with your own two hands.
I mean, they improve a bit of Metal Sonic scaling, but it's still pretty bad. And then Zero is very vague. It's like, oh well, he's better than Classic, but it's like, okay, well, is that it? Like, what other feats has he done? I mean, and also, does that meteor feat even count? He used a spaceship. He didn't really use his own power. I mean, unless you think his durability feat is proof he could still generate that level of power. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. They could have done a little bit better in regards to that. And also, they really didn't say much about his speed. They really emphasized Metal Sonic speed, but not much of Zero's. So it's like, that's not really nice for Zero here. Like, I don't get what they were doing with Zero scaling, personally. I don't know. That was just kind of, I'm gonna be honest. It's kind of sad that this video, in terms of research, is probably worse than what we got in the other fight. So, I don't know. Well, either way, let's go. Oh, snap. Dang!
Found a Maverick. I'll take care of it.
Bro, is he voiced by, freaking Ichigo? I did not know he was voiced by Ichigo. Johnny, what was his name? I forgot his name. That's his full name. Damn! Yo, that was actually kind of cool. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Just like a training program.
Oh, yo! Oh! Oh, okay.
How did this happen?
What the frick was... Oh. I was like, what was that? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Damn! Taste the rainbow, mother trucker! Yo, 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 he's multi-comboing the thing. Oh, snap. Yo, Neo. He's like, hey, thanks for the material. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. What are you gonna do? Oh, snap. He turned into a vampire. What the frick was that? Oh, snap. What is that? What is that?
This will be over in a nanosecond.
Bro. What? What? Huh?
And boom goes the giant
What?
flying robot monster.
Metal Sonic was a worthy adversary, but Zero was simply better equipped for this battle.
At Mach 35 speeds, Metal seemed like a shoo-in for better speed, right? On paper, maybe. But remember, Mega Man beat Quickman, and Zero was built to surpass Mega Man in every way.
Quickman's top speed was recorded at 224,000 miles per hour, over 8 times faster than Metal Sonic.
Hold on. Hold on a second. Wait, hold on. No. This is not going to get past me. You're telling me that they're okay with Quickman speed being above Lightning just because he says he's faster than Lightning, but Sonic saying, oh, I surpass light speed. Nah, we can't count that because his speed is just unknown. What the? Excuse me? No, that's unacceptable, bro. If we're going to say any statement is allowed for any of these characters, Sonic has to be above light speed because he said so, and because we can prove it via gameplay feats and just lore and overall feats in general, plus scaling. And then you put that onto Metal Sonic because he's above them in their own words, and then you stack the multiplier / transformations on top of that. He should speed blitz frickin' Zero, no question at all, bruh. There's no argument for this, alright? There's no room for discussion. That's absolutely stupid what they did right here.
Scaled to the inferior Mega Man, Zero could certainly handle a machine of Metal Sonic's speed.
Zero's vast arsenal also gave him plenty of options for just about every situation, even when Metal tried screwing with time.
Unlike Metal, Zero actually possessed multiple methods of stopping time, which were more instantaneous and just as effective as Metal Sonic's imperfectly copied Chaos Control.
So,
What? What? What are you talking about? Imperfect? Oh gosh. Why? Why? Okay. So the reason why this is absolute brain dead arguments. Do y'all forget Sonic just looking at Shadow one time? He literally didn't even know he could do that. He was like, "Oh, how did he teleport? What? The Chaos Emerald. Oh shoot, I'm about to fall down to Earth with the capsule and it's gonna explode in my face. I'm gonna die. Oh shoot, here's a fake emerald. A fake emerald. Literally just whip up Chaos Control and just teleport away." Are we, based on Death Battle's logic, it's like, oh well, because of his imperfect mimicry, Sonic's Chaos Control is not the real Chaos Control. Shut up. No. Either Sonic did perform Chaos Control via Chaos Energy, or he did not. It doesn't matter if it was imperfect, or if it was, like, not mastered. He freaking teleported after looking at it once with the fake emerald, and it worked. Mimicry or not, it worked. So if it's just going to be as effective with the fake emerald, it's probably going to be more effective with the real emerald. Especially if Sonic can just do that from this first attempt. So, likewise, if Metal Sonic is better than Sonic, period, his Chaos abilities should be as greater or even superior than Shadow. Because, did y'all Death Battle? Did y'all forget? Oops, you made a oopsies. Because in Sonic Heroes, he literally copied Shadow's data. And then in Rivals 2, he copies it again. And then in Freed Riders, he technically copied more of everyone's data on top of that. Maybe you could just say, oh, that's just extreme geared, skills. That doesn't matter. This is post Lost World. This is post Archie. I forgot. They included the comics. They included the Archie scans. So it's even worse in hindsight. No, Metal Sonic has to have perfect Chaos Control ability. So I don't know what's with this. Oh, well, it's technically stopping time, but not really. It's not actually. It's kind of like, no. He is stopping time verbatim. And technically, Chaos Energy can allow him to perform more abilities beyond the scope of just space-time. And Zero would also need to have the arguments of him able to cancel it out or outscale the ability, which they failed completely. And even then, I already mentioned the speed on top of that, so oh my gosh, I even forgot. Technically, he also scales to Supersonic, who moves beyond the concept of time. So even if we say, oh well, Zero can move in zero time, who cares? Because Metal Overlord scales to Supersonic and Shadow and Silver, who can move not just in zero time, but negative seconds. So, no. Metal Sonic is gonna freaking speed blitz and overpower him before the battle even began. Bruh, no wonder why I had to erase this stupid video from my memory, because it was that terrible. And I'm so glad that now, in hindsight, years later, I could finally explain my frustration with this video. Because it is absolute trash. It is trash. Oh, man. Wow, oh my gosh. And bro, this is literally from the top of my head. If y'all let me think for maybe another 5 minutes, I bet I could think of even more reasons why Metal would just slam Zero. I'm not saying Zero's weak, don't get me wrong. I know Zero or Mega Man X scaling is pretty up there. Do not mistake my intentions. I know Zero's strong. I'm just saying compared to Metal Sonic, it's like It's like trying to compare, I don't even, it's like trying to compare Roshi scaling from Dragon Ball, like early Dragon Ball, to like freaking Kid Buu scaling. Like, bro, what is this matchup? What are we doing here? Like, I don't even know what they're doing at this point. Like, nah. Oh my gosh, that was absolutely terrible.
Zero definitely had the advantage in that field.
The durability difference was pretty clear too. Zero's feat with the Eurasia Space Colony trumps anything Metal's ever endured.
Like
the
what?
The resulting explosion was similar to the asteroid impact which killed the dinosaurs.
Okay.
An event estimated to have equaled 100 trillion tons of TNT.
Which, by the way, it's been a while since I checked, but I could have sworn the impact of the meteor for the dinosaurs was like, I want to say country plus level? I know for a fact it's not like, I know for a fact it's not continent level or beyond that. I could have sworn it's within that country range. I somewhere around that tier level. If you wanted like the simplicity of the number.
But even surviving a tiny fraction of that explosion was far more impressive than the 200 kilotons of TNT.
Oh my gosh. They really did this. Okay, so again, they're using a feat that, to be fair, Zero did need a ship to even cause that explosion, so that wasn't even him. That was more so a durability feat. But even then, regardless of Zero specifically, they are using an OVA feat and not his game scaling feats or his comic scaling feats or even the crossovers, because let me just show you one more time. Where was it? I know they had it somewhere here. They showed it. No, not this one. Where is it? I know they had it, unless I'm brain dead. Where was it? I know they showed it. They showed it somewhere. They had a Archie panel. They showed an Archie panel where he was like freaking fighting Mega Man, bruh. So that technically means that Metal Sonic to some extent was scaling to freaking the scaling and the Archieverse. So it doesn't matter what they have to say about that, because of the fact that we have crossover feats where Metal Sonic should scale relatively to Zero, and then you stack the forms on top of that, which makes it more stronger. And we already saw in the crossover that Super Sonic scales to freaking Super Mega Man. And because Zero does not scale to Super Mega Man, but Metal does because of his Overlord form, he would then outscale him either way. So, oh my gosh. I'm actually getting triggered. It's actually impressive how I'm getting triggered by this garbage. Oh.
Zero had the resulting explosion.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Shut up.
To break that giant rock.
Yeah.
And that was from Metal Sonic and Real Sonic's power combined.
Oh my.
Even ramming Zero at full speed would not have done much. Moving at Mach 35, Metal's 276-pound body would only hit with enough force to destroy a building. To be blunt, not only was Metal Sonic outmatched in speed and durability, but he didn't have the means to truly kill Zero. Whereas Zero's shown time and time again that he could destroy enemies just as tough and bulky as Metal Overlord.
Looks like Metal Sonic was the real Zero in this fight.
The winner is Zero.
All right. My head hurts. That was absolutely terrible. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even want to watch the next matchup. Mainly because we are not gonna have enough time, because I know I'm gonna pause the fight. But and to be fair, I've already watched it how many times? Yeah, 27 minutes. I mean, I could just live react to it and just give my thoughts after the fact. You know what? Yeah, let's just do it. That's fine. Yeah. Let me just get the video set and running. And to be fair, who knows? Maybe there's going to be a delay again. Who knows? And I did promise that I was going to react to all of the matchups that Metal Sonic was shown. And thankfully, they've hopefully have improved. You know what? You're spitting space. You know, you make a good valid point. That's true. Oh, man. Anyways, since we're running out of time, let's just jump into the very last one before the premiere shows up. That's okay. I won't pause it as much because I think this one is very similar to my opinion regarding Eggman versus Wily. It's kind of like it's up in the air when I'm like,
This battle is sponsored by Marvel Snap and Prize.
you know, it's like I could be critical of what they gotta say, but in some regards I actually like do respect what they gotta say. So why not?
Bowser versus Dr. Eggman.
The king of the Koopas and the baddest of badniks. And they're not alone.
He's Wiz and I'm
And to be fair, it's a
And
great
it's
way
our
to
job to
wash
analyze
away
the
their
weapons,
sins
armor,
of
and skills
terrible
to find out who would win
zero
on Death
scaling.
Ah, the Mushroom Kingdom. A peaceful land of kindness, adventure, love.
Ah, boring. Move aside, princess. It's time this place got way more awesome. Here comes King Koopa
Emphasis
himself,
on awesome, I
better
guess.
known as Bowser.
The moment this orphan star child was found by Kamek, it was clear Bowser would command the disparate outcasts of the Mushroom world, the Koopa clan.
Sadly, not everyone's born a toad, and they treat these critters like monsters, fated to a life
alright.
of infinite jump farming for one-ups.
Bowser hates swimming? What?
Bowser wanted a different world, but Princess Peach Toadstool would never allow the
I didn't know
evil
he-
king's day in the
he
sun.
hated
Her light
swimming,
was
apparently.
So bright, Bowser became infatuated with her.
So he turned all the toads into bricks and kidnapped her, putting their princess in another castle, and another, like 40 years of castles,
Yeah.
only to be released if she agrees to marry him and his dad bod.
Yet he was foiled time and
Wait,
time
what the
again
frig
by
was
those
that?
pesky Mario brothers.
dad bod.
However, Bowser is nothing if not persistent.
Yes.
Look at him! Dude's built like a brick house strapped to a saw trap. That spiked shell takes a lot of punishment. Not even the weight of a castle can scratch it, especially when he rolls up like a prehistoric Beyblade.
And the Koopa King
Yeah.
doesn't just breathe fire and control lava. He commands nature itself.
Spitting meteors from outer space, beckoning the earth with a snap, inhaling torrents of wind, straight up calling down lightning. What else has he got?
Oh, just a little
Basically
dabbling
everything.
in dark magic.
Yep.
Hell yeah. Wizard Turtle.
The original NES manual even describes him as a sorcerer king.
Yeah.
Magic is how he turned the toads into bricks, only countered by the princess's heart magic.
But
Yep.
that's not all the magic he's mastered. Telekinesis, creating perfect clones, reanimating his undead skeleton, and worst
Bro,
of
looks so
all,
cool in his drive
ruining
form.
every game of Mario Party.
Oh, no, not Mario Party!
Those coins fair and square.
Bowser spent decades hoarding treasures, coins, magic star rods, warships, clown cars, you name it.
According to Miyamoto, pay Mario's canon mainly yeah, sure. Resist. Yeah, that's
Same
fine. That's
guy
fine.
that
Yeah.
created multiple flying castles fashioned after his own face.
Yeah, he's definitely got an ego on him. He's talked about having a 4-digit IQ, but I've seen this moron put death traps in his own backyard. A man after my own heart.
Despite his clumsiness, Bowser's charisma and leadership brought many to his side. Not enough to defeat Mario, but his army doesn't make it easy on the Red Plumber.
They're
Yep.
the most wicked band of misfits this side of World 8-4. The Koopa Troop.
An army spanning multiple territories across the Mushroom world and beyond.
Goombas, Koopas, the Troopas, and the others make up the infantry. Some with wings, some in shoes, and some even in race cars. They're the red shirts, first in and first out.
Piranha plants, bloopers, and lakitus use their
I like the
surroundings
boot
to
one.
jump on unsuspecting
The one with
prey,
the shoe.
land, sea, or sky.
we'd be here forever jotting down the small fries.
Oh, yeah.
Booze, shy guys, sentient bombs with feet, and
Yep.
more.
It was imperative for Bowser to nurture a unit that
Oh, yeah,
covers
the
their
football
own
troopers.
vulnerabilities.
Yeah.
For example, Kamek and King Boot both have magic, but Blue has battlefield
Yeah,
control
sure.
with illusions and destabilizing dimensions, while Kamek focuses on buffing allies, canceling
Absolutely.
enemy powers, summoning anything he desires.
Or swapping my items to screw up my Mario Party lead. Not again.
Speaking of items, most of the minions can use pretty much any power-up Mario can. The Goombas make frequent use of Tanuki tails,
Yep.
and Bowser can really get into the cat role play. But as the Koopa Troop grew and grew, it started to feel less like an army and more like a family unit.
Oh, you mean like his kids, the Koopalings?
They're adopted.
What's the difference?
Good point. Bowser took them in and even trained them in dark magic.
Though no one's as spoiled.
Why
as
the
his
emphasis
natural
on the dark
baby
magic, bro?
Bowser Jr., captain of the Koopa Troop.
Spoiled is an understatement. Remember his escapades as Shadow Mario? He terrorized Delfino Plaza with literal evil paint. That whole debacle was basically his attempt at elementary school art class.
And I bet Bowser
I mean, yeah,
still has some
technically.
on the fridge. But really, the king is very protective.
It's
of
about
his
to drop
kids.
in about half an hour,
Bowser's in
so
trouble.
don't worry.
He can will himself to transform into a giant kaiju, all to crush whatever bully's talking smack.
Maybe a little overkill. Just one punch from Giant
Yeah.
Bowser out of orbit.
Bro,
Taking
Bowser's
a
punches is so
path in the scale
freaking
of our
raw.
universe, Bowser's punch must have hit with a force of over 125 trillion tons of TNT.
Even without giant-sized Bowser scale tomorrow, who can celestial blah 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 and escape black hole, which yeah, sure. Terratons. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember.
Considering how Yoshi punted poor Raphael the Raven so hard he exploded into a constellation of stars, this isn't even close to Bowser's full strength.
Oh yeah.
Don't bully his kid, especially if he falls into some of Bowser Jr.'s set of black paint. That stuff's scary.
Enough to unleash Bowser's Dark Fury, a form whose very steps
Bruh.
cause widespread natural
One of the most
disasters.
rawest designs for
Seriously,
Bowser.
where's
Period.
Mario
I don't want to
this
hear
guy?
it.
He's like Godzilla, Doctor Strange, and John Cena all in one big turtle.
We're not
John
even to the best
Cena.
part.
What?
Bowser's dark magic became so potent he eventually learned how to warp the very fabric of reality.
Yeah.
Anything the king imagines, he makes happen. He turned all of Yoshi's Island into a storybook. And remember those painted worlds in Mario 64? Yeah, he made those. And the staircase that goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Oh God, does anyone know how to BLJ?
He also stole ultra-powerful items like the Wonder Flower, which can mold reality like Play-Doh, and the Dream Stone, which can be used to wish someone out of existence.
Which, by the way, they're not gonna really use that all up for this matchup. So what's the point of bringing it up? I don't know.
But his most iconic thefts are those big shiny power stars.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Infant power stars, aka Lumas, can become whole galaxies. They also ferried Mario across the universe in
Multiple Mario characters perform similar. Yeah, sure.
3 seconds. That's 489 quadrillion times light speed.
Obviously, the Big Daddy Grand Stars are even crazier. Bowser used one to power his space kingdom, but then guess who showed up to ruin everything? It's a him!
And when the
It's
Grand
a
Star was
him.
freed, it caused a chain reaction that destroyed the entire universe via a massive black hole.
Thanks, Space God, that Rosalina showed up to
When there's multiple big bangs, as daily battles after. Okay.
save the day.
Okay.
Not that Bowser needed saving. He's been swallowed by another black hole and thrown into a star that went supernova.
Imagine if this
Wow,
crazy
he's like
OP
solar
fire
system
turtle had
tier.
to fight himself. Oh wait, he did, and he beat the hell out of him.
Yeah.
His power, it's a wonder he still hasn't conquered the Mushroom Kingdom. Perhaps it's because his visions of grandeur were never really what he sought.
Yeah, nothing.
Surrounding
Yeah, okay,
him
nothing
is a
really
crew
worth
of
noting for his feat.
outcasts and miscreants like
Catalog.
him, ride or dies that can't be swayed against him.
Oh, are you saying he's secretly happy because he's got a big monster family now?
Yes, but also when they actually worked together, they legitimately conquered most of the known universe.
Absolutely.
He's a baddie through and through who will teleport through space and time to show you what's what. Because he's no ordinary Koopa. Make way for the king!
This battle is sponsored by Prize Picks.
Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. And
Oh
it's
gosh,
daily
not
fantasy
the. Yeah,
sports
nah, we ain't gonna. That's not gonna fly with me nowadays. I'm sorry. I didn't have much to say about Bowser just because this is a Metal Sonic stream, so whatever. Related to the characters applied, announced unless found contradictory primary source. Oh yeah, that would have been nice if you brought it up for the Zero fight. Gosh damn it.
Citizens of Earth, lend me your ear.
Wait, certain alternate media, theatrical releases, and crossovers are not applicable. So you're telling me, despite you all saying we're gonna use every weapon, army, arsenal, and skills, you're not gonna use that, but you will for Mario? Yeah, okay, yeah, great. Thanks, Death
Imagine
Battle.
a world of endless possibility where people are free as the
Okay.
wind. Isn't it disgusting?
Yeah.
Now imagine a better world, one with proper guidance and the technology to bring about global peace.
But Wiz, only a brilliant mind can make that happen.
Not just any brilliant mind, he's a genius at heart who knows the dangers within. He's Ivo Robotnik.
Dr. Eggman.
As a mad scientist myself, his story is my inspiration, just as Eggman's was his grandfather, Gerald Robotnik, who sought to create world peace through technology.
Yep.
But then his beloved granddaughter, Maria, was killed by the Guardian Unit of Nations, better known as...
Gun. They're frickin' called G-U-N. Anyway,
That's
Lily
pretty cool, in
grew
my
up a
opinion.
lonely narcissist because all his family talked about was Maria this, Maria that. Boo-hoo.
Neglect and envy tainted Ivo's goals of following Gerald's footsteps. He distanced himself from his grandfather's legacy. Instead of bettering the world, he would conquer it to get the attention he deserved.
No, you mean craved. Desperately craved.
Tomato, tomato.
You just said it the same way twice.
He aimed to establish Eggman Land, a capital of science. And this paradise would have worked just fine if not for that blasted Sonic the Hedgehog.
For years, Eggman's plans literally blew up in his face.
Every
And
time.
He's a very sore loser.
But just like any good experiment, the doctor did more testing, seeking better results.
He's created plenty of knickknacks to terrorize the world with. A laser gun, a cloning ray, mind control cannons, a flying armada, typical evil scientist stuff.
Then there's the big ones. He invented a spatial displacement trap, which, while online, scatters a target's atoms across space. Oh, and then there's the metal virus, which transmutes organic tissue into living metal zombies.
Oh,
it's
snap.
so deadly, it created a plague that nearly wiped out all life on Earth.
Shame Eggman never made himself immune to it. That's a whoopsie.
And when he's not duping you with decoys, he's riding in style with the Eggmobile. It's lightweight for maneuverability, but tough enough to withstand moon-sized explosions and even the center of a black hole.
I mean, it's kinda lame looking, but he can plug it into big bad mechs like the Egg Walker or the Death Egg Robot, whose giant laser once obliterated 77,000 cubic meters of rock in an instant.
That's
like
it?
having an atomic bomb in your pocket all the time. Oh, okay, maybe this guy's pretty cool.
Eggman built machines for a long list of combat situations. Some look like knights, others use extraterrestrial sources like the Wisps, and then there's the orbital bases, like the Death Egg.
The reference is obvious, but Darth Vader's version is like a toy compared to the Death Egg, which can annihilate stars. Woof! A whole
Oh, so they
constellation
are mentioning it.
gone
Okay,
in
okay.
one shot.
That's not to say Eggman doesn't enjoy scrapping with blue hedgehogs himself.
Multiple
Enter
stars, by the way.
Egg Dragoon.
Hell yeah! The rawest of the battle mechs. It's got electric drills. It's got ice missiles. It's got a whole lot of bullets. My God, Wiz. I need it.
And don't forget, Eggman built all of these things himself. Maybe world domination is in his
And as you see, they're still mentioning a bunch of other things that they're not going to use for the fight. Gosh damn it.
grasp yet.
One problem. Eggman's a turbo loner. No hobbies, no friends, no wife, no nothing.
Come on, he has friends.
Oh my gosh,
I
that
mean,
wife
he's a
reference.
feminist.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay,
That
maybe
wife
not.
reference,
What
though.
about Infinite? Sure, they might have joined forces over a mutually sought revenge against Shadow, but it counts. Sort of. Who needs friends when you can build friends?
Obviously, Eggman has a tough time collaborating with others, so he just built his own army instead.
The Eggman Empire.
The Badniks are mass-produced foot soldiers, buzz bombers, crab meats, caterkillers, egg robos, and don't forget those cute little moto bugs. The Badniks may seem simple, but they're led by an elite, multi-talented unit, the hard-boiled heavies. Really leaning into the egg thing, huh?
The army has a wide variety
Dang.
of troops.
Yeah, they're
even
including
the classic
everything.
Comedy duo with Orbot and Cubot. They're Eggman's assistants and immense disappointments. Every genius has their duds.
Hey, at least they're not Scratch and Grounder. But that's why he's made top-notch bots modeled after the Sonic cast, like everyone's favorite Robo-Faker.
Oh, snap! It's our boy!
Metal Sonic has the most horsepower in the Eggman Empire. He has the moves and speed of Sonic and then some.
And Sonic City, Sonic dodges light speed from. Oh, snap! Oh my gosh, we finally got updated lightspeed scaling. Yay! About dang time.
He's had his rebellious phases, but Eggman's reprogrammed Metal to better follow his commands. Additionally, when upgraded to his Neo form, Metal Sonic could copy biological data, including unique powers like Shadow's time stop technique, Chaos Control.
He could even copy Silver's Psychokinesis, and with enough Chaos energy, he powers up into Super Neo Metal Sonic.
Yay!
Everything would change with the appearance of the Phantom Ruby. One of many trump cards at Eggman's disposal, the Phantom Ruby alters reality by manipulating perception.
Basically super OP illusions, but in Infinite's hands, it's a weapon of mass destruction. I don't know how illusions translate to body replicas, changing gravity, or making a fake sun, but go off, King!
And when used on the planet's consciousness, which is a thing, the Ruby granted Eggman the Lightman form.
Yep.
Apparently Super Eggman is canon, though it is pretty complicated to manifest.
But the Phantom Ruby isn't the only souped-up gem Eggman has. He's used the Jeweled Scepter to make the world-shattering Egg Wizard. Then,
Which
on
they're
more
not
than
gonna
occasions,
use at
he's
all
effortlessly
whatsoever.
gathered the super rare, super powerful Chaos Emeralds. You know, the things that power Super Saiyan Hedgehog.
Eggman built and built and built, and eventually he built something that started to build on him. Sage was originally designed as a mere assistant, but through an alien encounter, she was granted actual sentience.
Sage is already super powerful, but now she's also super smart. She thought up millions of battle plans all at once to defeat the massive titans.
And you can barely remember where you put your dune bug.
I know
That's
exactly
funny.
where it is. It's at the police impound. Thank you very much.
Sage
What?
was Eggman's saving grace. He had previously found machines with personality lacking, but Sage's great adequacy in serving her function provided Eggman with something that, for the first time, he'd hate to lose. In essence,
Aw.
a sort of daughter.
So, like any good dad, he gave her the keys to his car, his spaceship, and his orbital death ray. Hell, now she controls the entire army.
And this frankly unheard of trust from Eggman became crucial in defeating the End, a primordial entity so mighty even Supersonic struggled against it.
Their battle
Which
can
they're
only
not
be
gonna bring
described
up
as
at all
peak
for this
fiction,
fight
'cause
either.
charged by 7 Chaos Emeralds, Supersonic's no joke.
The power of one emerald can shift continents. All 7 together can shift the universe.
And kill some
More
pretty
than the
terrifying
universe.
bosses, like Eggman's Time Eater, which ripped apart space-time like tissue paper.
In short, Chaos Emeralds give thoughts power. With them, Eggman's best machines can run indefinitely while matching the greatest powers ever seen. Like when 3 supers battled Solaris, who tried to destroy time itself. Solaris extended
Beyond
its chaos
time
across
itself.
multiple timelines in about 20 seconds.
Oh my
74
gosh.
trillion times light speed.
Oh. They really put a quantity number within a immeasurable time feet. Oh. Ooh.
It's funny though, while Eggman's smarts have sort of defeated Sonic here and there, he's pretty effective when he teams up with the Blue Blur to save the world.
Well, recall how
I'm so
Professor Barrow was
scared
a
how they're
third
gonna
person
scale
before
Metal
using the
Sonic now
granddaughter
for
in
Cell.
In Eggman's case,
Against Cell.
Now that he has Sage, perhaps a similar story is playing out in reverse.
Oh, my head hurts, bro.
Nah, Eggy will always have a harebrained scheme behind his cufflinks.
So watch out, critters and plebeians of the world. He is the Eggman, and he's got the master plan.
Whiz, you gotta help me.
What happened now?
I'm addicted to Marvel Snap.
You mean today?
We'll just skip it to the end.
Time for a death battle.
Oh, man. Yeah, looking back at their research, there's definitely some red flags quite a bit. But the fight itself is pretty cool, which I'm not gonna skip.
I've come to make an announcement. This territory is now the base for my upcoming Eggman Land 2. What a joke. I am Dr. Eggman.
Yeah, this fight is so raw. Like, research aside, their fight itself is pretty raw. Not to mention the soundtrack. Oh, snap. Yeah, this is leagues beyond superior compared to the previous Metal vs. Zero fight.
You call these toys an invasion force? Let's see Toads do better. That's a decoy, idiot. Infinite! This power.
The Infinite, bro. The Infinite cameo was absolutely atrocious, bro. But I will admit it was hilarious. Bro, this... that was terrible, but I can't help but laugh. Hey, it's the boy Metal! Oh my gosh, freaking Tan's time. Oh my gosh. Oh, I freaking love the voice lines.
All according to plan.
You've lost the battle before it has begun.
Excellent work as always,
Well, the freaking voice acting is absolutely amazing, bro.
As you command.
You know what they say, the more the merrier. Showtime.
Yeah, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh. No! Okay, so apparently Neo Metal doesn't scale to a giant freaking Rage Form Fury Bowser. That's actually... Ooh. I was gonna say, that's gonna be very concerning when it comes to Perfect Cell, now you think about it. Okay, okay, okay. Super Neo. Oh, snap. Dang, bro. Neo has no hesitation.
How dare you keep your hands off my...
Okay, so apparently Super Neo does not scale to Fury Bowser with the Star Form Amp, apparently.
The Death Egg! Max power!
Oh my gosh. Oh, I freaking love that shot, bro. That shot was so freaking raw. Okay, now, in hindsight... Okay, I just now realized. Hold on, so... The Death Egg is getting amped by the Emeralds that almost took out Bowser, but Super Neo with the Emeralds could not do the same. I just now realized that, implication in terms of visual scaling.
Sage, fire is again! So long, Doctor.
Oh my gosh, that freaking punch, though. Again, I mean, I'm just saying, visually it's still freaking awesome.
This war was not an easy one to win, which might seem surprising given how the Sonic series is not afraid to show how tough its cast is, while Mario's comes across as more cartoony.
But
I mean,
as
so
it
is
turns
Sonic.
out,
Sonic's
Bowser
sometimes
had everything
cartoony.
he needed to take Chrome Dome down. Strap in. This one's a lot, so we'll break it down into 5 categories.
First up is physical stats. Bowser pretty handedly outmatched any of Eggman's usual mechs, like the Egg Dragoon or the Death Egg Robot.
The Death Egg robot could level cities. Bowser could punch a castle out of orbit.
The Death Egg could destroy stars, but Yoshi could match that level of power.
Okay.
And Bowser
Okay, at least, hold on. At least they're acknowledging within the little text box that they both had incalculable speed, so I'll give them some credit that they can recognize them having inaccessible speeds, at least, give or take. But I would still say Eggman's side has more consistency to go beyond that scope. Mario, unfortunately, I'm not too informed enough to make that same argument. I'm pretty sure they can, but I just wouldn't know from the top of my head, though.
The Death Egg could destroy stars, but Yoshi could match that level of power, and Bowser's strength is certainly above the green dinosaurs. Plus, while both Bowser and Eggman's tech survived black holes, Bowser's was much larger.
I mean, the problem... Well, I mean... The issue with the whole stars thing is, like, he didn't just destroy one or two. It's like, no, he destroyed multiple. It's insane that you can destroy multiple. Like, that would put him, like, beyond the scope of, like, you know, multi-solar system at minimum, give or take. Whereas Bowser's, like, maybe, like, 2 times. So it's like, it's kind of questionable.
So, he may win stats, but...
Yeah, that's why I'm like, it should have been more tied, at least based on what they were presenting, but
This could change with their powers. With so many items and minions, that could make all that a moot point.
Aside from power-up items, both could manipulate minds, create duplicates, and alter space-time. However, Bowser had a significant edge in having access to the majority of his abilities at all times.
Yeah, Eggman can do some crazy stuff, but only across different mechs, fortresses, or space bases. Bowser's all natural. He's got all his best powers built in, and he ain't even a robot.
Meaning he wins the war of attrition. He even
Yeah,
had counters
I mean-
for battle enders like the metal virus and spatial displacement trap. Context matters for those weapons, and both backfired in the past. But more importantly, Bowser could simply reverse the effects with his transmutation magic. Conversely, most of Eggman's robots could get turned into, say, a frog or a block with no reliable way back.
Okay, that's
Bowser
true, yeah,
takes the edge in powers.
But
yeah, power I would definitely
not
give the
for
slight edge to
intelligence.
Bowser,
Come on,
for sure.
You have a 4-digit IQ, Bowser? Really? That's cute. I mean, don't get me wrong. Bowser's not an idiot, usually. Just really, really clumsy. Poor fella.
Meanwhile, Eggman's
But that's
an
not-
engineering genius.
That's
who
not really a
rarely
counter
gets
argument
best
to him not
ranks.
being smart.
Easy dub. Now, let's
That's
go
also
card.
questionable. I
Items
doubt that.
So powerful, they could decide the entire outcome on their own.
The Phantom Ruby was super dangerous, but specifically targets perceptions. Unlike Bowser's
No,
Wonder
that's
Flower,
definitely
which
wrong
makes
for
up
sure.
reality for real. The Ruby affected a whole planet, but the Wonder Flower had the power to alter the universe. Also, the Dreamstone's ability to wish anything out of existence would have no problem cleaning up Super Neo Metal Sonic or Time Eater.
Their most prized possessions was a tougher call. Together, the Chaos Emeralds can break the universe, but so can the Grand Stars. Arguably not as much given the Emerald scaling to Solaris, though Power Stars and Grand Stars are far more plentiful.
What?
Clearly, this is getting fairly abstract, and both had multiple options that could win the day instantly. So the safest bet is to call this category a tie.
Which
Nah,
means
that's
it's finally
definitely...
time to
Nah,
compare their
I'm not giving that a pass
Eggman
either.
seems deadlier at first glance. I mean, look at all those buzzsaws and rockets. Metal Sonic speed and power alone could solo most of the Koopa Troop. But the Eggman Empire lacked something Bowser had in spades. Teamwork and loyalty.
Oh, the teamwork,
Is a
no
notoriously
Excel
terrible
arguments,
team.
yay.
His alliances are practically guaranteed to fall apart.
Hell, in Sonic Generations,
Yeah, but
he
in
could
this
barely
fight, that's
manage
not gonna
working
be...
with
Oh,
himself.
wow.
Eggman's army is designed to be controlled by just him. To Eggman, it's harder to command those with free will, hence his rivalry with the free-natured Sonic.
Yeah, but that's not...
Meanwhile, the Koopa
oh
Troop
my
follows
God.
Bowser because they actually like him. They train really hard to cover each other's
Not all the
weak
time,
points.
Giving
sometimes.
them plenty of advantages as this war progressed, like battlefield control through King Boo's magic and Bowser Jr.'s paint. And since the Koopa Troop doesn't rely that much on technology, Sage's hacking potential had little use.
Also, secret weapon? Kamek is kinda busted. Canceling Metal Sonic's power copying, stealing the Phantom Ruby, and potentially swapping the Chaos Emeralds were huge game changers.
Add on that Bowser and his army can use any Mario power-up item, and they had millions, no, billions of combinations that the Eggman Empire just could not actively plan against. Even with Sage's millions of plans to take down the Titans, she thought them to be unbeatable, which Sonic proved was incorrect.
Just comparing their conquests makes it clear.
Wait,
the
hold on,
Eggman
what?
Empire took over the whole planet, but Bowser's troop conquered most of the universe.
Eggman was no pushover. His wit, power output, and ridiculous machines.
Yeah,
gave
the
Bowser
more I
biggest
keep
fight
hearing
of his
what they had to
life.
say, the
Koopa
more I
King's
can see
ludicrous
why
strength
people has
abilities
issues with this
united
matchup,
forces
or at least their
ultimately prevailed.
conclusions.
Eggman tried to poach the king, and now he's cracked and scrambled.
The winner is Bowser.
Next time on
I mean, thankfully... Oh, there you go. Thankfully, thankfully we are now at the actual premiere, but I can see why people have actual problems with the matchup itself, because it was not that great in terms of actual argumentation. On, I'll be right back, guys. I really need to go to the bathroom before I miss anything, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. What I miss? I don't miss anything, did I? No, I'm sure I'll be fine. Hold on, let me refresh the video in case the premiere got lost or what. Okay, there you go. 2 minutes. Cool. Hold on, let me refresh again. I think the... There you go, cool. There you go, cool. Well, since I got time, I'll be able to react. So I think my problem with the Bowser versus Eggman fight is more so the disingenuous topic, or like the structure of the fight, because again, they always promote it as we'll use all their stats, all their abilities, all their feats, everything. But for some reason, despite the fact that they literally list out what Eggman has shown to use or is capable of doing when using those things, at the end of the fight, they're like, oh yeah, we're not going to really include that as part of our conclusion. It's like, so then why did you bring it up in the first place? It's like, imagine if in my own like video I said, oh yeah, Goku can destroy planets, and then I put him up against, I don't know, freaking Jimmy Neutron or something. And then at the end of the fight, or any of the video, my conclusion is like, oh, well, Goku, I'm not going to include that feat, so Jimmy Neutron wins. It's like, then why did you bring it up in the first place? If you're not going to use it for the analysis, don't bring it up. That's why I'm just confused as to why they brought up Eggman's abilities and feats with other external sources, yet not have it be part of the fight. Them just kind of be like, oh, well, there's multiple alternate scenarios of which it could, like, change. It's like, that's the other issue. It's like, okay, so, for example, I reacted to their Pokemon Battle Royale, where they say a majority percentage of the victor comes to Blastoise. So they still determine a victor based on who wins the most out of each fight. So why did they not use the same logic they used in previous matchups, where it's like, okay, Bowser wins less of the times because of Eggman's abilities with those external sources, so let him win. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, I don't get it. I'll make my my points more later on after this reaction. So, oh boy,
The Cat Android is truly the superior model.
He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills.
I will not pause the video, obviously. So, here's that. But I'm still gonna be critical like the other ones.
Stalking Ginger Town. No one who's seen it has lived to tell the tale. All it left behind was their clothes. Something ate these people's insides, leaving only a shadow behind.
Some kind of creature driven only by the need to feed. Earth's new apex predator, the ultimate life form.
The Namekian Piccolo went to investigate this manslayer and discovered that it was intelligent. Its tail could unravel to absorb its hapless victims and add their energy to its wretched gestalt.
But the nightmare was only just beginning, because for its last trick, somehow this freak of nature knew the Kamehameha.
The mystery of this creature's origin was decades in the making. Years ago, the world was terrorized by the most advanced paramilitary organization in history.
The manga and anime. Okay, great. Thank you.
Rocked by this little kung fu gremlin, Son Goku.
But Red Ribbon's dream of revenge
Wait.
lived on within
Oh
their
shoot,
head
which
scientist,
anime though?
Dr. Giro.
Hiding away in his spooky cave laboratory, Giro would go to work studying the Z-Fighters from afar, learning everything there was to know about them.
And building a series of androids that would destroy his spiky-haired nemesis once and for all.
Yep.
He made a ton of them. Infinite energy androids.
Yes, thank you. They recognize Cell Max is not
and
perfect
even,
Cell.
ginger androids.
However, none of
What?
Giro's creations were capable of matching that drive to improve that Goku and his fellow martial artists possessed.
Luckily, he had one more android left. A cute little booger so complex he'd take years after Giro's death to complete. Its name was Cell.
Born from a single cell, this android possessed the genetic information
Okay,
of
cool.
all the greatest warriors that had battled on Earth,
Yes.
and when fully evolved, would become unstoppable.
And with their
Kermit the
DNA,
Frog- oh,
Cell
shut up.
absorbed all their powers and techniques too.
Common among all of them is the power to manipulate ki, or the energy that exists in all living things, and weaponize it to fire energy blasts, fly at faster than light speeds, move things with telekinesis, and create force fields.
From the humans, Krillin and Tien, Cell knows the multiform technique.
Yep.
Destructo disc.
Okay,
and
good.
The tri-beam.
Yes.
His extra special
Yes.
favorite. Oh, weird. I'm not seeing Chaozu on this list. Sorry, bud.
Is Chaozu human?
Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
Cell can fire the Death Beam, as well as breathe in and travel through the vacuum of space with the alien genes of Frieza and his father.
Yep.
And because he's got Piccolo's DNA, Cell can regenerate humongous damage to his body
Mm-hmm.
at the cost of some ki.
Cell has survived having half his
nope.
body vaporized
Nope,
multiple
that's
times
already
and
wrong.
cannot be destroyed unless the small cluster of cells at the core of his being is eradicated.
Should
Yeah.
that little bugger survive, Cell will always return, even stronger than before because of the Saiyan DNA he got from Goku and Vegeta. Definitely the cream of the genetic crop.
Sure, he can perfectly replicate attacks like the Gallic Gun, Spirit Bomb, and of course Kamehameha,
Yes.
as well as teleport by locking onto a living being's key signature.
But the best part of being a Saiyan is how much crazy stronger they get every time they almost die.
They can even evolve to become orders of magnitude stronger in the midst of battle.
Yes.
Combine that with
Okay, at
Cell's
least they're
speed,
acknowledging those
and
things.
he's effectively the ultimate warrior.
Like a perpetual shonen motion machine.
Driven by a biological imperative, Cell wanted nothing more than to devour Giro's previous androids, 17 and 18, believing it would make him perfect.
Only one problem. The Cell we know was born in the future, and both 17 and 18 had been destroyed. So he murdered Trunks and went back in time. Not our Trunks, future Trunks. Well, not future Trunks, but another future Trunks. It's very complicated.
Yes,
There's
way
like
too
5
complicated.
timelines.
As Cell
Yeah.
defeated and absorbed the androids, he evolved, not only getting stronger, but changing his personality and developing a lust for battle.
Yep.
He became less creepy bug serial killer and more, well, Saiyan. After exploiting that very Saiyan arrogance and warrior's pride, Cell finally became perfect.
And easily dominated Trunks and Vegeta, the latter of whom had decades of battle experience under his belt.
Yep.
Perfect Cell's power was off the charts. He could threaten the whole Earth just by powering up. With a full power Kamehameha, he was even capable of destroying our entire solar system.
Yes.
While the vast majority of our solar system's mass is located in the sun, this still means that Cell's key wave would have to reach 2.8 billion
Okay,
miles
thank
to
gosh.
eradicate every planet.
Yes.
Whiz, maybe he was just exaggerating.
Not
No.
likely. Cell's claim has been backed up in multiple guidebooks and even demonstrated outright in the video games.
Cell's
Yes.
even stronger in
Thank
the
you.
anime
Finally, they're
adaptation.
using actual
Considering
game
the time
references.
Frieza blew up Namek, in the anime, the explosion was literally hundreds of light years wide. And
Thank
lit
you.
up the friggin' galaxy.
Thank
Cell
you.
was far stronger than Frieza was at that point in time.
Hell, the Namekians could sense him all the way from a different galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
They thought he might be a threat to the whole universe.
Yes.
Incredibly
Thank
fast,
you.
capable of blitzing even the strongest Z fighters at the time. Goku flew from Grand Kai's planet to
Oh
heaven
my gosh,
all the way
thank
to
you.
hell, hundreds
Finally.
of billions of light years in half a minute, and that was in his base form.
Yeah, that's cool, but
Thank
how
you.
about the power to squeeze mini cell juniors out of your butt? What? Never heard of that key technique? Call it the Kegel.
Perfect Cell was entirely without peer and, no longer wedded to Giro's petty grudge, decided to prove it with a tournament.
Yep.
The Cell Game!
Yay.
If Goku couldn't even beat him, what hope did anyone else have? Vegeta couldn't even handle a Cell Jr.
Their last hope was Goku's own son, Gohan.
After Cell arrogantly let him power up, Gohan unleashed his rage, pushed the bug monster to his absolute limits, and beat him. Wow, Cell, you really are related to Vegeta, aren't you?
In truth, Cell was a victim of his own success. The same Saiyan genes that made him all-powerful also sowed the seeds of his defeat.
Yeah.
He got so mad he even blew himself up. Maybe he does have some Chaozu in him after all.
Even that wasn't enough
Yeah,
to
sort
totally
of.
put him down, and he came back with the same Super Saiyan power-up that Gohan had just unlocked.
Super perfect Cell. Now with more lightning. In a battle for the ages, Cell put the entire weight of his biological programming against one lone Saiyan and went the distance.
But in the end, it still wasn't enough. No matter how brilliantly Dr. Gero copied the Z-Fighters, he still couldn't quite figure out their knack for going beyond.
What can be destroyed
Beyond
can always
super
be rebuilt.
perfector.
All it takes to recreate the most fearsome warrior in the universe is one single cell.
Alright, well, thankfully they only got
Hey, real
one.
quick, did you know Death Metal
Okay.
launched its own tabletop gaming?
Yeah, thankfully they only got one thing wrong, which is him having uses up his ki to regenerate. That's actually wrong. He has the infinite ki generator after absorbing 17. So maybe before the fact, then sure. But after the fact, no. He has infinite ki. So he can technically regenerate as many times as he wants. Infinite stamina. Technically infinite ki. So you can have an infinite fight, realistically. But that's literally the only thing that they said that they got wrong. Obviously, I didn't want to pause the videos or the live stream, so I'll have to go back to some of the text boxes they had said or put, but from what I heard them saying, that's the most I was able to say as a gripe. But otherwise, thankfully, they got basically all that you can say in a nice, simple summary of the character, which I would know because I literally did a perfect Cell versus matchup as my first power scaling related video. So I would hope after how many years since that video, I would be a certified expert on his scaling. So yeah. Alright, now on to Metal. Let's hope they improve my boy.
And the world and its cuddly forest critters were threatened by the evil and oval Dr. Ivo Eggman Robotnik.
Yep.
And time and again, that same world and those same critters were saved by Sonic the Hedgehog. No matter how many robotic badniks the good doctor threw at his blue spiky nemesis, his schemes were always 6 spin jumps to the glowing weak spot away from getting cracked and scrambled.
But it wouldn't
The
be
games
easy
and
for
IDW
Eggman.
comics. Alright.
If he couldn't defeat the Blue Blur, he would make his own Metal Sonic.
Well, 0 points on creativity for that name, but
Yep.
god damn, he does look metal as hell.
They say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so Eggman built Metal with more than enough blast processing
Sonic,
to
and
Oh,
match his
Sonic.
prototype.
Metal can zoom around at massively hypersonic speeds.
Wow, massively hypersonic.
Planets in seconds.
He's tougher than Eggman's standard equipment, some of which can survive black holes.
Metal
Wow.
can use all of Sonic's power-ups and even replicate his classic spin dash and light speed attack.
But
Yep.
he's got moves of his own.
He can attack with energy blast, fire a chest laser,
Yeah.
surround himself in an electric aura, or an impenetrable force field.
By overloading his circuitry with energy, Metal can activate V maximum overdrive, quadrupling his acceleration and obliterating anything in his path.
Yep.
At the risk of self-destructing.
You'd think all that'd be enough to turn the rodent into roadkill, but
Nope.
it only took one showdown on Stardust Speedway to send Metal to the scrap heap.
Yep.
On paper, Metal should be able to outmatch Sonic in every way, and yet he doesn't. For some reason, Eggman wasn't able to capture that ineffable quality that makes Sonic the fastest thing alive. Metal's defeats at the hands of Sonic and his friends sharpened his AI into a seething hatred of his rival and a burning desire to prove himself superior.
Yeah, well, when you're getting your
sort of.
supersized red ass handed to you by Charmy B, you know something's gone horribly wrong.
Yes.
Metal's defeats gave him an existential crisis. If he was created to surpass Sonic and couldn't even manage that, what was he? Why should he exist?
Never one to admit defeat, Eggman took Metal back to the drawing board and birthed him anew.
This Neo Metal Sonic was, above all, far smarter.
Especially after he copied Eggman's intelligence and took over his empire.
Yep.
And we mean literally copied. If Metal started as Sonic's copycat, why not hunt all of his furry friends down and copy them too?
Yep.
Neo Metal Sonic is equipped with scanners in his optic receptors that can copy a person's biodata.
Yep.
Giving him the ability to recreate all of their abilities in seconds.
Like the Sonic Boom, Knuckles' Hammer Punch, Tails' magical swiveling asshole, and Snake's ability to suck
Yep.
at fishing.
Metal isn't just learning their moves, he can replicate more esoteric powers like Silver Psychokinesis, manufacture Rouge's mechanical bat guards,
Yep.
or alter his very biology to copy Espio's chameleon invisibility.
Yep.
It's worth mentioning that biological data is a real scientific term and can refer to molecular structures like the genome sequence within a living organism's DNA.
Yeah, his copying is so busted, it doesn't really matter that he's a robot made of metal. If you can do
Yes.
it, so can he. Probably helps that he can shapeshift and regenerate his whole body from a puddle.
Likely by copying one of the mightiest beings on the planet,
Chaos.
the god of destruction, Chaos.
Yep.
Not the only chaos he's encountered.
By
Okay.
scanning the ultimate life form, Shadow the Hedgehog, he gained his ability to manipulate some of the most powerful artifacts in the universe.
You mean the Chaos
Oh my
Emerald?
gosh.
Yes, the emeralds contain an infinite wellspring of mystical power and life energy. With them, Metal can perform Shadow's chaos control. He can teleport, warp, and distort space, boost his speed, and stop time.
Yep.
And with either the Chaos Emeralds or Master Emerald, he can transform into Super Neo Metal Sonic.
Completely invulnerable and completely golden, Super Neo Metal Sonic can move at faster than light speeds and has the power to move continents.
The emeralds
Yep.
are inconceivably powerful. They've been used to fuel Eggman's Death Egg, which could obliterate star systems.
On their own, they can even create and destroy whole universes.
Other
Yeah.
super characters like Sonic have battled and defeated beings like the Time Eater, who could destroy multiple dimensions and timelines in seconds.
Yes.
At their peak, 3 super hedgehogs have even fought Solaris, who nearly consumed Sonic's entire multiverse.
So Super Neo Metal Sonic should be just as powerful as any of them. Though he's gotta be quick, because all that power only lasts a short time.
The road to total domination was nearly at an end. After manipulating Sonic and friends and copying their abilities,
Right.
Metal eventually combined their biodata with the mighty Egg Fleet and became
Metal Overlord.
Complete with missiles, giant crystal projectiles, and the strength
Well,
of
technically it's Metal
Super
Madness
Sonic
and
hero
then
all
Metal
by himself.
Overlord.
Overlord is all-time final boss material.
Yeah.
And he knew it. His ego might as well have had
keep
its
up with
own
Sonic.
bar. Metal's drive to surpass
Yeah.
his rival
Okay.
had morphed into the delusional belief that he was the original, and Sonic the loathsome copy.
Yep.
The copy that Metal had finally outclassed. All the heroes Metal had gathered had to team up to take him down.
He may have stolen their abilities, but Metal never possessed the thing that made the Sonic heroes successful.
Yep.
Their friendship and teamwork.
Aw, how cute! Gag. Probably
Yeah.
should have added some of those
Gag.
goddamn rails to the final boss fight, because it is impossible to land on those things. After getting trashed again,
That's funny.
Eggman reprogrammed Metal to purge any bits of rebelliousness from his code.
Metal returned to being the Eggman Army's chief enforcer, always proving invaluable as the Bad Doctor's greatest creation, now completely obedient once again.
I don't know, Wiz. Who knows what's really going on behind those glowing red eyes?
Yep.
Maybe Metal is more cunning than he lets on, and is only biding his time until he can take over again.
Maybe the most powerful thing that Metal copied.
Man, we need
was
better
the ability
quality image for the
to
OVA.
fly.
We really need like a full like raw
Hey,
edit
I'm
of
Jack,
that.
the voice of Boomstick. And if you don't believe me,
But what about now? That's what I thought. Look, the matchup is
Um,
again, and we can't wait for you to see it. But for
again, I don't mind what they're saying in regards to its peak scaling. The problem is they're not emphasizing enough as to what they mean about timelines and dimensions. That's my issue. Not to mention they're kind of simplifying the speed aspects of the super forms and Chaos Emeralds. So, again, I'm assuming based on what they said that they will have Metal win. Otherwise, I mean, it's kind of just like an updated version of what they already said in the Eggman versus Bowser fight. I thought they were going to say more things about the newest scaling, but nah, they really haven't changed all that much in terms of what they said for scaling wise. Although, it's better than Mario vs. Sonic 2, where they only just say they scale hacks wise, but not actual AP and speed wise. Alright, here's the final fight. Let's go!
Alright, the combatants are set, and we've run the data through all possibilities.
Yeah, alright.
Time for a death battle!
Oh, snap! It's now straight up destroying everything.
Dr. Robotnik, your reputation precedes you. Bring me your strongest fighter, or face... Then prepare to kneel before your master.
Oh, snap.
Perfect.
Damn! Oh, snap! Immediately! The multi-form? Okay, okay. Oh, dang! Wow.
Tell me, does a machine like yourself ever experience
Fear. Yeah, great. Reference. Freaking reference right there. Oh, immediately! Oh, wow. I was gonna say, is that Little Big Planet? What the frick? No, I think... Or is it? I don't know. That was... Okay.
Fool, you're dealing with the ultimate life form. I already possess his data. Observe. Chaos? Life form data successfully.
Oh, snap!
It'll take more than that to kill me.
Yo, yo, yo!
I know. Now I know everything about you, insect.
Yo! Oh, snap! Yo! I'm so... Oh, okay. Yo, oh snap, yo! Yo, he's actually damaging him? What?
Don't you dare.
Damn! Oh snap, in his actual arena. Yo! Yo, that is so freaking raw, though.
I am not just the greatest warrior in the universe. I am all of them. If you are all of them,
Oh.
then so am I. I'll never lose to a machine like...
Damn! Oh! Yo! Oh, that was so cool. Damn. Yo, that time stop.
So, now Metal's got all the powers of the Chaos Emeralds and the Z Fighters? Well, that world's fucked. Our bad.
Cell may have been one of the greatest threats in Dragon Ball Z, but
Yeah.
Eggman's greatest creation ultimately proved too much for him. Let's break this down into 4 categories.
Okay,
Strength,
okay.
speed, abilities, and adaptation.
Cool.
First up, who was the strongest? Well, it's no surprise that any version of Cell was gonna be way more powerful than base Metal. Or even just using the manga, blowing up a solar system is far beyond the level of power output Metal can match.
Oh my gosh, again with the OVA.
With them, the power gap entirely reversed. Not only could Metal match Cell's solar system busting or scaling from Frieza, but he could surpass it with the universe-destroying power of the Emerald.
Obviously,
Hang
yes.
on, Wiz. Those Namekians said that Cell was strong enough to threaten a universe of its own.
That's nothing.
But they didn't specify how, and there's nothing suggesting he can destroy it in one go, especially since it's only brought up theoretically and without any time frame.
Even being generous and assuming he could just blow it up,
Yes.
final bosses like Time Eater and Solaris can destroy
Yes,
the wider
thank you.
multiverse.
Yes,
and
thank
Super
you.
Neo Metal would scale to them. Metal Sonic takes the edge in strength.
with
And
Sonic
Super Force
characters being
specifically.
known for their
Okay,
speed,
thank you.
You might think that was an easy win for Metal.
At his max speed in his super form, he should be comparable to entities like the Time Eater, who in Shadow Generations can destroy entire universes in seconds by using the radius of the
Oh my,
observable
what?
universe,
You stop
which is
quantifying those
traveled
things.
at about 180 quadrillion times
Oh
faster
my
than light.
gosh.
Certainly impressive, but let's compare that to Goku's flight from heaven to hell shortly after the Cell games, which covered roughly a universe in distance at approximately 180 quadrillion times faster than light.
Hey, just like Time Eater. The difference, though, was that Goku was in his base form.
They're
way slower
actually
than
gonna give him the
Super
edge and
Saiyan 2
speed.
Gohan or Super Perfect Cell.
Factoring in Super Saiyan multipliers,
Oh,
Super Perfect Cell could
and
move
it's
upwards
lowball,
of
too.
100 times faster than that, and so 100 times faster than Metal Sonic. Somehow, Cell takes the edge in speed. You know, the thing Metal was designed for.
Wasn't expecting that. Let's see if any of their abilities could tip the scales.
They shared many of the same powers, like telekinesis, force fields, and energy projectiles.
Yes.
Of note, though, Cell's regeneration was clearly superior, able to fully heal from a single cluster of microscopic cells.
On top of that, Cell's Saiyan genes would let him grow in power every time he almost died, and his Cell Juniors gave him the numbers advantage.
And considering Super Neo Metal had a time limit, Cell would have a big advantage in a battle of attrition.
But with Chaos Control, that became a lot tougher.
Yes.
Cell and his juniors had no way to deal with Metal boosting his speed or stopping time, something that countered Cell's speed advantage and left him open.
Yeah.
And with Silver's psychokinesis, or the Emerald spatial distortion, Metal could seriously impair Cell's healing.
So it helped that Cell could fall back on his martial arts abilities in a pinch.
Despite effectively being a newborn, Cell's genetic instincts allowed him to best Earth's most skilled warriors back to back to back.
Yes.
Metal may have copied Eggman's brains, but he definitely isn't as good of a fighter. The Sonic
What?
heroes haven't trained like the Z fighters, and
Um,
Metal's been beaten by all of them a bunch of times. So all that in mind, abilities is roughly a wash.
Which leaves us with the one thing they're both
no,
known for,
come on,
their
man. They
capability
messed
to
up on that
evolve
part.
and become more powerful in response to their opponents, aka
Adaptation.
Their adaptation.
Yes.
And frankly,
Some
that's
Mahoraga type of logic.
he breaks. Because at the end of the day, Metal can copy Cell, but Cell can't absorb Metal.
Cell's ability to physically absorb an opponent is primarily viable against foes he can match or overpower.
Even if he took Metal by surprise, he can't absorb fully inorganic robots like Android 16.
Cell was only able to absorb Androids 17 and 18 because they were primarily organic.
They're actually more like cyborgs and are only called androids in the English translation.
Yes.
Metal, on the other hand, can copy a target's biodata through only a few seconds of direct eyesight, something he could easily accomplish during a time stop.
And using it on Cell means he wouldn't just get Cell's powers,
Yes.
but the powers of all of the Z Warriors too.
Remember, Metal's copying applies to abilities that fundamentally affect his own biology, like Espio's invincibility or Chaos's liquid body. Nothing Cell has would be off limits, especially given all
Basically.
of Cell's powers were genetically encoded in the first place.
Yep.
Quite literally biodata.
Cell's Saiyan power?
Yeah, it's literally he's
Cell's
modif-
regeneration? Copied. Cell's key techniques? Believe it or not,
Yes.
copied.
Chaos Emeralds are described as being able to produce life energy, similar to Ki. So there's a precedent for him being able to replicate Cell's power set. And at this point, there's nothing stopping Metal from, say, stopping time and using a Kamehameha to vaporize
Yeah.
him at a cellular level. Just like Gohan did.
Cell might be able to do anything the Z Fighters know how to do, but that's not gonna help him, because Metal can do anything Cell knows how to do.
Oh my
Strange,
gosh,
isn't
that
it?
reference
Doesn't
again.
have any options to retaliate that Metal wouldn't also possess, including any of his previous advantages. Metal's copy ability is just that overpowered.
Yes.
Oh, I guess now I get why they called it Sonic CD.
Why's that?
Cell died. Wiz, you get it? CD? Wiz, where you go? Come on back. Next time on Death
Oh, what's the next matchup? I feel like I should know this. Baku. Oh, okay. Really? Why?
Subscribe and join us
Really?
to see more Death Battle.
Why?
Thanks for watching.
I thought that was just a meme fight. What? People actually recommended that fight. Bakugo versus Reze is an actual fight that... Okay. Sure? I don't know how to feel about that, but alright. Okay. I really don't know how to feel about that, I'm gonna be honest. What do y'all think about the new matchup? I feel like that's kind of a wasted space. Like, I thought that was a meme fight. Like, seriously, why? Okay, so what do I think? I mean, the fight itself, that was awesome. I already knew. Devil already cooks every time when it comes to those fights. Let me drop the audio a bit for the music. Okay. I mean, yeah, the animation itself was great. The acting was great. I also was a bit hesitant in regards to Devil voicing Cell, but no, he actually did pretty fine with the voice acting. Same goes for the one who voiced Metal for this fight. It was actually pretty cool. Yeah, the animation, the effects, the music in the background was awesome. The compositions, the sequences, all of it was pretty awesome. I was also surprised. I was actually curious if they're gonna have an Eggman cameo, but no. But to be fair, it was still pretty cool. So I do have quite a few gripes. I mean, to be fair, they could be nitpicks, I guess, but there are a few points where I was like, it made me raise an eyebrow. Let me just bring back the... Oops. Let me get the actual fight itself. Let's see. So in terms of sales portion, hold on, let me actually get it back up again. In terms of sales portion, I think they did pretty great. I know, yeah, as I mentioned, I think somewhere around here. I can't remember where, but they did say how he, you know, had he uses up key, but that was in his imperfect state. But in his perfect level and beyond, he would have infinite keys, so that wouldn't be an issue. But that was basically the only actual complaint I had in regards to Cell's section, at least from what they said. In terms of speed, yeah, sure, there was nothing really wrong about it, in my opinion, at least. Yes, solar system, yeah. What was this part? Frieza also survived the same blast. Other Toga characters like Garlic Jr. can create miniature black holes and nearly destroy a pocket dimension containing stars, making Frieza's feet consistent. Wait a minute, he likes miniature and nearly destroy a pocket dimension containing stars. What? Am I tripping? Hold on. No. I made an entire Garlic Jr. video about his black hole. Dead Zone. I do not recall them containing stars. What the frick? Okay, well, let's do it pretty small. Like, start simple. Because people to this day still debate about the fact as to what the frick is the Dead Zone. And that's kind of the point, because I hate that some people, literally in the comment section to this day, they're still like, numbers, you're an idiot. It's clearly above dimensions. But then the next day I get another comment, they're like, numbers, you're an idiot. It's clearly just a black hole. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, to this day, people still debate about what is the maximum capacity of the Dead Zone, alright? So let me just break it down in terms of each level if we accept each interpretation. based on what Death Battle said, yes. If we just say the Dead Zone is nothing more but a black hole, and the black hole can in fact scale to, you know, beyond the scopes of like star level and stuff, then yes, Frieza's planet Namek feed is consistent and would upscale Cell realistically. In fact, they only say that it was the debris that spread across the galaxy, but if we just say based on the visual, because you already see right here that based on the oops, I accidentally skipped around, but it like low-key, like some people say it actually destroyed the entire galaxy. Like, look at this, it now again, that's up to your interpretation. I'm perfectly fine with either. I personally like to say he only just destroyed a planet, but it's fine. If you think he straight up destroyed the entire galaxy from that explosion, then we're not saying Cell is like just solar system level. No, he's like well beyond within like the galaxy tier for sure. But that's his own thing. Whatever, that's fine. Now going back to the Dead Zone, there is that infamous hyperspace or superspace definition. Technically, if we allow that into the equation, then it would definitely upscale Frieza, which would definitely upscale Cell. In that case, you can definitely say Cell would then have the superior AP argument. Potentially. I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying that, because the issue with that statement is the fact that either they're just using the term hyperspace / superspace because it depends on how it's used in kanji, but either it's just an arbitrary word to be like, oh, it's just this random dimension that we're just describing to be non-living universe related. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because I have a pocket dimension, like a domain expansion, just because if in JJK there's a guidebook that says domain expansion is a super space, it probably isn't if it's still described as a pocket dimension. You know what I'm saying? It could just be an arbitrary, like, science sci-fi term to just be like, oh, look at this strange dimension. That's it. But if we do agree with the interpretation that's a literal hyperspace, then it could be anywhere from 4D scaling, 5D scaling, 6D scaling. It could go beyond 6D. So, if emphasis, again, do not misunderstand me. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying if you take that interpretation as 100% literal and consistent, then yes, technically, the Dead Zone could have Garlic Jr. go to like 4D through 6D and above scaling, you know, dimensional tier scaling, and therefore Cell being above Garlic Jr. 100% could also make him go beyond multiversal, no questions asked. The issue is that because it's such a highball interpretation that really stretches a lot of truth to what is shown and presented by the sources and stuff, I personally don't think it's consistent enough. It is a highball interpretation for that reason. Or what? That's why in my own videos for Garlic Jr. and other movie characters I've done, I always considered it an outlier, because even Koyama, the guy who literally wrote the movie, says, like, in Twitter one time, he said, like, oh yeah, I don't think Garlic Jr. knows the full scope of what the Dead Zone actually is. And plus, it's just that one Daizenshuu description. In the same guidebook, it describes it as a black hole. But then in the anime adventure comic or role-playing guidebook, it just describes it as a pocket dimension. So it's like, well, which is it? Is it the above? Is it a black hole? Is it a hyperspace? What is it? Did Garlic actually create the thing? Or did he open just a portal to the thing? Or did he actually create the thing? So that's why it's like, I can understand. If you really, really hype up Cell, then fine. He beats Metal Sonic in terms of AP. But otherwise, consistently, no. He, at best, scales to Universal, maybe, if we're being a little bit charitable, Universal Plus, but that's about it. That's just being as consistent as we can be for anime and manga scaling, which they themselves show that, yes, they're only using specifically anime and manga. I do not... Oh, right here. Yeah, so anyone's asking, like, no, but the fight... No, I'm just analyzing what they said based on their established rules for this fight. So, oh, and also no Cell Max, obviously, different character. That's not the one I was looking for. Oh, right here. This death battle will prioritize the manga and anime. So no heroes, no video game editions, just OG manga and the Toei anime and stuff. So there you go. Obviously, if you include heroes and games and crossovers, fine. Cell is gonna no diff metal in 5 seconds, whatever. But I'm still, you know, analyzing the fight they themselves established. All right. So there you go. But beyond that, I don't think I really had much other critiques of their scaling. They did perfectly fine. Yeah, the universe, they'll destroy the universe. I agree with what they said at the conclusion, that we don't really know if you can do it in one shot, to what extent. Oh yeah, they did it. It's okay, it's more of a nitpick, more than anything. It's nothing negative to the fight itself, but for the Cell Juniors, a few of the guidebooks claim that there are only Super Vegeta level, or like Grade 2 Vegeta and Trunks level. But there are a few sources. Okay, it's a little bit too high quality for it to react. Yeah, there's a few guidebook sources where they actually legit claim that Cell Juniors is the same in power as Cell. So it's not just an inferior copy. No, they are equal in power. Maybe lower in stamina or durability. But otherwise, they're just equal copies. So even if we try to make the argument that Cell has, like, can make infinite Cell Juniors, infinite multi-forms, it doesn't matter. Eventually, Metal Sonic could one-shot all of them without any issues, so. But that's the only thing I wanted to call out. They didn't really emphasize the Cell Junior scaling, but that's about it. That's about it. There was no real criticism beyond that. Size of the universe, Daizenshu, yep, did surely. Yeah, 100%. I'm trying to see what else. I do remember. Where is it? Oh, where did they say it? I know they had it. Oh yeah, right here. Destroy solar system, tank. Yeah, sure. Final Flash, regenerate. Yeah. Compared to Supreme King Deborah, yes. Contend of Almighty Hercules. Yeah. So the thing I wanted to point out is the Heaven Feet speed. So another way, which they did bring up later, which I'll bring up, but yeah. Yes, technically you could have Cell have infinite or immeasurable speed, but that would only even the playing field for Metal Sonic highball scaling. So I'm glad that they didn't go with the highball interpretation, but I'm glad they also acknowledged that. So it's also awesome that they nonetheless acknowledge that feat, because people just for some reason forget about it or want to deny it happened. But yes, they straight up flew an entire universe distance from Grand Kai's planet all the way down to Hell. So and which is something I myself did. Technically it could go way higher because they are only basing it on the assumption that it's a regular universe size. But based on what is actually described, it's like infinite in size. So it's actually like, even if we lowball it, it could be like multiple hundreds of times bigger than, you know, our universe. Let me still make sure I'm keeping up with the chat. Sorry, I haven't been reading y'all's comments. My bad. Red flags. Oh, okay, I'll bring that up later. I'll still go back to the Eggman versus Bowser fight in a bit. After this one, of course. Yeah, obviously, I'm not saying their research has to be perfect. Get it? But I am saying they should at least acknowledge the room for discussion type of moments. Or just acknowledge that, hey, we're using the minimum, or we're using the highball, or something, alright? Yeah, that's true. Let's see. Okay. Will they use GT? Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot they didn't use GT Cell. But to be fair, he is a bit unquantifiable, because the problem is we only know based on what they themselves says, and when Goku admitted he is stronger than before. But we literally saw how Goku just transforming in base and going a little bit over the top was enough to outscale them. Like, even when they were fighting to their utmost best, Goku literally toyed around with them. So it's hard to really say where he scales to when when their only fight in GT is GT Goku, and they do not scale to him at all. So that's why it's kind of like, eh. Other than just him being stronger. And in fact, it's probably worse because Piccolo is down there, so he could, like, supervise them. So then it's like, well, then if Piccolo can hold them down the fort, like, hold down the fort in hell, despite Perfect Cell and Frieza being there, and they probably can't even do anything against them, then that's even more terrible scaling for GT, if we're including that. Kaioken Perfect Cell. That actually would have been a cool visual. I wouldn't mind that. Lobold Cell? Nah, sort of. I mean, if it's manga scaling wise, Solar System is perfectly accurate. If it's but because they included anime, they did technically acknowledge the universal scaling, so that is actually not a lowball. That is actually pretty good. Obviously, include the Dead Zone lore scaling, then maybe sure, but that's more so semantics, I guess. Yeah. Maybe with the hero scaling, it could have made the fight even more interesting, but that's fine. Oh yeah, and that's another thing that I will bring up in my Is It Canon videos, is whether Garlic Jr. is canon to the anime. Spoilers, it's not. But because they still acknowledge it, I'm gonna just say, for the sake of this discussion, even if it's included, it would at best even the playing field, or still not be enough to justify a W for Cell. Yeah, the Cell X from DB Online. I think if they acknowledge, since they acknowledge Cell Max as a different entity from Perfect Cell, more than likely Cell X would be considered his own entity as well. I mean, technically, Dragon Ball Heroes is also its own entity, and we know that Xeno Cell is a thing, and technically Xeno Cell is its own separate entity as well. So I'm okay that they didn't bring Cell X either for this matchup. I don't think it would have helped anyways, because manga scaling is not that great compared to the anime. Alright, so picking up from that, let's see what else. Yeah, they claim he was hypersonic again, which is kind of dumb, but thankfully they brushed that off later, so no issues there. Hypergon, Dark Energy. I'm surprised they didn't use the Master Emerald. Again, I'll be honest, I still have yet to read the IDW comics. My issues as to why I don't want to read them is because I hear too many reviews or opinions of people being like, like, you know, I'm like, that's not a great evaluation of the comics. That's why I'm like, ugh. If the fans are like, it's okay, then I'm like, okay, then I can just skip them for now. I will eventually deep dive into them, but I'm not that you know, into them. But I do recall that in the comics for IDW, Metal Sonic absorbed the Master Emerald and became Metal Overlord with the Master Emerald. And technically, hypothetically, you can, like if Metal Overlord by himself can rival a super form, then technically Metal Overlord with the Master Emerald is kind of like going super form on top of super form. And surprisingly, they did not mention that for this fight. Now, to be fair, we already saw that he technically had the advantage regardless, so it probably would be overkill, but, you know, they could have probably brought it up. Or at least showed it during the fight, but that's alright. Oh yeah, okay, speculate, he can copy, yeah. Multiple traits at once, yeah. At least that's an update, because, what was it, Metal versus Zero? They claimed that, he can only copy, like, a small part of it, or like an imperfect copy of it, but no, they straight up over here saying, like, yes, they can copy it to his utmost. So thank gosh they learned from their mistake of Metal versus Zero, which was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. Yeah, Perfect Chaos, memes, time stop, yeah, sure. Invulnerability. Okay, follows lore guidelines and show Metal's a more stable super form with Chaos Emeralds using the Master Emerald. Okay, there you go. Again, they're acknowledging it. Multiple timelines. Okay, Metal Sonic should outclass the young Classic Sonic, who also fly time meters, capable of matching Minor Sonic. Copying data. Super Neo Metal, Monor have fought evenly, and Super. Yeah, so yeah, that I'm well aware of. That's fine. Yeah, there's nothing wrong here in particular. Yeah, there's nothing really I had concerns in regards to this. Chaos Emerald roughly match Metal Overlord in power. Well, okay, maybe this is in reference to the IDW comics, but in Heroes, at least within the dub, although I'm pretty sure the Japanese dub is the same. First, he was like, yeah, he copied all your data and Chaos, and we can't beat him in base. And then they're like, oh, if only we had the emeralds, and then, oh, they have the emeralds. But Eggman still says, even with the emeralds, our chances is still slim. It will take a miracle. So Metal Overlord is technically, like, based on what Eggman says, who's a super genius, is like, actually, Metal Overlord could low-key scale above the Chaos Emeralds, weirdly enough. Although, maybe if you want to be like, I don't know, if for some reason you want to downplay Metal Overlord, it's like, oh, but numbers, he lost to Dark Shadow, or Doom Shadow, sorry. He lost to him just because he grew wings. It's like, alright, fine, then he doesn't scale to it. I don't know. I don't know what you want from me. But, if this is in reference to the IDW statement or whatever, then fine. But in the original Heroes game, yes. Eggman flat out says, even with the emeralds, our chances are still not guaranteed. So, if Metal Overlord on his own can scale to super forms, and then you stack the super form on top of that, or at least the Master Emerald, he's going to be like uber tier. Like, literally infinity and times infinity. Or to the power infinity, realistically. But yeah, that's about it for their overview for both cast members. I think more of the content just came from Cell than Metal, personally. The fight itself was pretty cool, I will say. Yeah, it was all... Oh, yeah, this moment right here, hold on. Yeah, this part right here. Oh my gosh, that was so cool. Bro, was... Oh my gosh, that was so freaking hype, in my opinion. Literal Zawardo on Cell, bro. That was, oh my gosh. Even look at Cell. He's like, what did he do to me? How did he do that? I can't do it. What is this? But yeah. Whoa, I'm thirsty. All right. Sorry, let me cut the audio or the music. So, I want to go over what they actually said, because this is the part where I'm like, on some parts as to what they were trying to argue for their win con. So, bear with me. But before I do that, let me make sure I keep up with the chat. Yeah, obviously, if we do the same, if we get all versions of Cell, we would do the same for Metal. Obviously, no bias here, but I was just saying that if we're gonna be charitable to Cell, we should do the same to Metal. If you hate the Western Sonic, oh, I'm okay with all of them. I just want good writing at the end of the day. Kind of mid for the most part. There's also the canon Sonic manga. Yeah, that I'm aware of. IDW Sonic's post forces and it should be busted. Yes, obviously. Yeah, Frontiers. The only reason they got any points is because of the lowball Metal speed. That's true. Are you looking forward to the I'm not a huge My Hero fan. It's okay. And then JJK, or not JJK. I always mix the two. Chainsaw is also okay to me. Basecast almost jumps Overlord. Yeah, but there's also some context, so it's kind of like, Yeah, I'm about to get to the speed, because they do bring it up at their conclusions, but that's perfectly fine. And In the comics, he uses the Master Animals to copy Sonic. Yeah. Metal. Cat and Cream, Big, and Amy Master Emerald Data. Yeah, totally. All right. Anyways,
Well, that world's fucked. Our bad.
Cell may have been one of the greatest threats.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Let me raise up the audio just so y'all can hear what they gotta say. Just so y'all, there's no issues.
In Dragon Ball Z, but Eggman's greatest creation ultimately proved too much for him. Let's break this down into 4 categories.
Okay.
Strength, speed, abilities, and adaptation.
First up, who was the strongest? Well, it's no surprise that any version of Cell was gonna be way more powerful than base metal.
Okay, so this part I definitely had an issue with because okay, so I really wish I could do my own videos of Sonic scaling, but that'll be in its own future. But for the sake of this live stream, I'll break it down. So the issue when it comes to Sonic scaling in general is consistency. Similar to Mario, where it's in this like floating timeline where technically everything is canon. It doesn't. Mario lore does not progress linearly. It just happens. Things just play out like stories. Like, you know, they are all canon. Sonic has this problem of consistency, where it's like, well, because if you notice carefully, the Sonic writers want all the characters to like reset, because at the time that's how it worked. From like OG Sonic 1 to pre-Adventures, every game was standalone. There wasn't a heavy focus on the story. It was just, I mean, there was, but it wasn't anything crazy. It was just the game. That's it. The story happens, the adventure begins, it ends, and then it just resets all the cast members without any continuity. But from Adventures to now, they establish a clear linear narrative, and because of that concession, they can't consistently reset every character back to square one. For example, Shadow, he had a clear character arc for Adventure 2. He wanted revenge for the death of Maria, but he clearly saved the world. So when he comes back, you can't really have him reset to him wanting revenge again. No. By the time we go to Generations, he's clearly a protector of Earth. He does have his means of doing things, but he's not in Generations trying to blow up the Earth again. So the reason why I'm establishing these points is because Sonic struggles with consistency via gameplay concessions and narrative, where it's like, we literally see in Generations, like right here, as you see where I paused. Even though modern Sonic realistically should be above his classic counterpart, we saw in the final fight with Time Eater, classic Sonic can somehow still keep up with his modern self, which is like, what? How can his classic self still keep up with his modern self, even though narratively, based on all the lore within the past games, he should be superior, right? So that's a weird concession that's established. Or like how even Ian Flynn, the one who writes a bit of the Archie post reboot and the IDW comics, and even works on the games, he mentions how like, oh, Sonic is not really light speed, he's only like Mach 1s and stuff. But then it's like, well, in the gameplay, he's done a lot of light speed feats and beyond. But because of concessions and plot limitations, they had to still downplay his speed. And that's what I mean. It's like, the issue when it comes to Sonic scaling is that there's going to be people who want to downplay Sonic scaling because they're like, oh, but gameplay numbers. Oh, but the plot. He almost died from falling to Earth. Oh, but he almost died from Pleasant Planet freaking exploding. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's like, there are times where Sonic is lore-wise fighting universal beings, but then gameplay-wise, he almost died from a wall-level feat. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's hard to be consistent for Sonic because of those inconsistencies and concessions. So the reason why I pause this part is because they say, well, Cell scales above base metal, but then it's like, well, if we ignore all those outliers and just be like, no, they're all valid, technically Metal could scale beyond Universal in base because of the absurd moments that Sonic does in base. Because if we ignore the concessions of, the gameplays and storytelling, they're actually pretty strong in base. So that's why I'm like, they could have brought that up, but I guess they decided to go with the narrative that he's only strong via super forms, whereas in base he's not even like what, planetary, or if at that at all. I don't know what they want to scale metal in base form. They didn't really establish that point by much, but yeah. I mean, I know they brought up the stupid OVA feat again, but otherwise, you get what I'm saying, is that similar to the, actually, yeah, it's very similar to the Dead Zone scaling, where it's like, okay, if we just ignore all context, ignore lore, and we're just saying, yes, it's very much a hyperspace, Cell is 6-dimensional, hyper complex multiversal powerhouse, then fine, Sonic can do the same. Sonic in base can fight universal beings, if not multiversal beings, in base, and react and survive their attacks, and then he gets stronger via super form, so he gets even stronger beyond his base. So that's what I'm saying, is like, if they, I'm not saying they're inherently wrong, but I do wish they could have called that out, where it's like, okay, if we include every outlier scaling for metal, technically base metal, it could be cracked. But since they didn't, then I'm like, okay, whatever. So, again, I'm not saying that has to be the case. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying base Metal Sonic is indeed like multiversal. I'm just saying there is that interpretation where it's like, if you ignore consistency and just apply all outliers for Sonic scaling, then sure, Metal Sonic is way above what people think he is. But that's up to you to decide. Me personally, I don't think he is, because, you know, obviously consistency, you know, years have changed, the narrative evolution of Sonic has evolved over the years, so that's fine. But you get what I'm trying to get at, all right? I'm just saying, all right? And if you want an example of what I mean, actually, this was one thing I was going to bring up, because in Sonic Battle, Eggman used the Egg Final Blaster with all emeralds that can destroy several stars. Emerald, what's his original name? Gizoid, got all the emeralds, and Sonic fought him, technically in base. He supposedly channeled the Chaos Energy. It's kind of funky, but he still nonetheless on screen was shown fighting him, despite Emerald gaining all emeralds, and technically rivaled him. Whether he won or not is kind of up in the air, but you get what I'm saying. It's like, that's one example. If they themselves acknowledge that Metal Sonic scales to the emeralds to some capacity, whether Super or Neo Overlord form, base Sonic literally fought beings who also possessed the emeralds, and he fought to a stalemate in base form. And even if we don't include the emerald lore scaling, he did fight a Razor Jin who supposedly absorbed half of the universe. And then even if we ignore that, he's still in his final form with all the secret rings, or 7 world rings. Sonic in a different super form still defeat a being who literally from existing destroyed a whole universe. So that's what I'm saying, is like, if they wanted to amp up Metal Sonic scaling, they could have, but I guess they decided not to. So I'll still give them the benefit for now, since they still nonetheless gave it to Metal. But I'm just saying that for those who want a bit more added reason as to why Metal should have the win condition, or should have the edge and strength, then there you go. So I hope that was enough for everyone to understand. If not, that's fine.
Or Neo.
If you also disagree, that's perfectly fine. You can also chat as to why I'm wrong or something. I don't know.
Even just using the manga, blowing up a solar system is far beyond the level of power output Metal can match.
Yeah, again, I don't know why they keep using OVA. Can we please move on from the OVA? You're really telling me you cannot use the games? Like, bro, use scaling from Sonic Battle. Please use Sonic scaling from Sonic and Sugar Rings, Sonic and the Black Knight, Sonic Unleashed, you know, freaking the Gaia scaling, freaking Werehog forms and stuff. Can we please use the black hole from Sonic Riders Zero Gravity? Like, come on, there's plenty of scaling to amp up Sonic from the games alone. Stop using this OVA feat. Like, seriously, it is impressive in that verse, but in the entire composite franchise of Sonic, no, this is absolutely fodder. Stop it, please. No more OVA feats, like, for Metal, please.
Without
Is this from what, the 90s? Yeah, it was from the 90s. I don't know why they keep using it like primarily for. It's not even canon to the games. Like that's why I'm like, what the frick? Stop using it. Like if I know it's technically composite, but it's like, come on, stop it.
his stronger forms. With them, the power gap entirely reversed. Not only could metal match...
And then, yeah, obviously, if you include the emeralds into the equation, yeah, he should just no diff Cell power-wise, so...
Cell's solar system busting or scaling from Frieza, but he could surpass it with the universe-destroying power of the emeralds.
But hang on, Wiz. Those Namekians said that Cell was strong enough to threaten a universe on his own.
They did, but they didn't specify how, and there's nothing suggesting he could destroy it in one go.
Yeah.
Especially since it's only brought up theoretically and without any time frame.
Even being...
Yeah. Yeah, again, what they said was perfectly fine. I would also say the same thing in terms of counter-argumentation. Again, they did say even if we were to be charitable and say Cell 100% is universal, that doesn't matter because metal can scale beyond not just universal plus, but like multiversal, if not low complex multiversal, like literal 2 layers of infinity from, bro, even if Cell was infinite 3D universal, Cell is not, or sorry, Metal is not just infinite 4D. He's probably like infinite 5D, realistically, because of the cosmology of Sonic. So it's like, yeah, that is not going to help him, even if we say he was, in fact, universal. Now, again, if we include the dead zone scaling, then yeah, we have more room for discussion. But consistently for anime and manga only, no, there's not much to give Cell much arguments that he's like somehow multiversal, or like infinite multiversal, especially. Even scaling Cell to Toei Broly, who could destroy Cell's galaxy, will still be less powerful than threatening. Yeah, 100%. Like, even including the wank Broly scaling, it's not going to help him. I mean, and plus, Cell doesn't even scale to Broly scaling to begin with. That's only specifically in reference to that one feat, not even Broly in general, so that doesn't really help him. Broly versus Metal would be interesting. That would definitely be a different topic on its own, but otherwise, yeah, they're spitting facts.
Generous and assuming he could just blow it up, final bosses like Time Eater and Solaris can destroy the wider multiverse.
Yes.
And Super Neo Metal would scale to them. Metal Sonic takes the edge.
Yeah, so they're perfectly fine with the strength aspects. Again, I was being a bit nitpicky regarding base Metal Sonic scaling, but otherwise, the rest of what they said, yes, they said everything perfectly well.
In strength.
And with Sonic characters being known for their speed, you might think that was an easy win for Metal.
Okay, so this part I definitely have a lot of issues with what they said for speed.
In his super form, he should be comparable to entities like the Time Eater, who in Shadow Generations can destroy entire universes in seconds by using the ring.
Okay, so I do not know why do they keep I know they hold on, let it continue.
We can estimate the Time Eater's destructive wave traveled at about 180 quadrillion times.
I'll just let it keep
reading.
Certainly impressive, but let's compare that to Goku's flight from heaven to hell shortly after the Cell games, which covered roughly a universe in distance at approximately 180 quadrillion times faster than light.
Hey, just like Time Eater. The difference, though, was that Goku was in his base form, way slower than Super Saiyan 2 Gohan or
Yes.
Super Perfect Cell.
Factoring in Super Saiyan.
Okay, here we go. All right, so okay, so there's like 3 things I want to bring up. So first, let's start simplicity. The heaven from Cell. I already said that the living universe is probably bigger than our real life universe. So it's not just a single 1 times universe, but like multiple. Even if it's like 100 times universal in size, that would easily upscale Goku's base speed to like 100 times their speed, which therefore upscales Cell. But that doesn't matter. Because right here they say both Cell and Metal scales to characters with potential infinite speed feats like Meta Cooler and Black Doom. However, these will cancel each other out given equal leeway. Yeah, so to make it easier, Metal Sonic in a super form, overlord form, whatever, can scale to Super Sonic. Super Sonic, Super Shadow, Super Silver scales to Time Eater and Solaris, both beings existing perpetually across time and space, meaning they can not only move within 0 time, they can literally move in negative seconds. They can literally have immeasurable speed. Because even Solaris, despite having omnipresence on a time 4D scale, Super Sonic, Super Shadow, and Super Silver literally dodged his attacks and even damaged him before Solaris could even react to their attacks. So yes, consistently, realistically, Metal Sonic's speed is not finite. It's actually low-key immeasurable. Literally immeasurable. Infinite speed is unironically downplaying his super form and Metal Overlord form. I'm not joking. That's how bad of a, like, that's how insane of a power gap there is between base and their super forms, just because of the super form scaling. So realistically, Metal Sonic would have immeasurable speed no matter what. And Cell, the only way you can have him have infinite speed is if you assume Heaven or actually Otherworld being infinite, but that doesn't matter. Infinite speed is nothing compared to immeasurable speed. Like, literally, immeasurable speed breaks the concept of speed itself, whereas infinite speed is still bound by the very concept of the speed formula. So the only way you could have him scale to immeasurable speed is assuming the Metacooler movie is canon, which is not, realistically. And even then, as they said, it would only give them equal leeway. And to be fair, that feat was only possible via the instant transmission, and it's also questionable if Perfect Cell would be doing that every time throughout the fight. And otherwise, without it, he doesn't have immeasurable speed. You get what I'm saying? So that's why it's like, So that's why, even if we did say, oh yes, Otherworld is infinite size, or heck, Otherworld has no flow of time at all, and Cell has inaccessible speed, that doesn't matter. Speed equals 0 is nothing compared to speed equals negative 5 million. So no matter what, Metal Sonic for sure has the edge in speed. The issue I have with their argumentation is the fact that, again, going back a little bit, is the fact that for some reason they try to argue that Sonic and Cell, or Metal Sonic and Cell, scale to finite distance and universal size. It's like, bro, the guidebooks in Dragon Ball confirm that the living universe and Otherworld could be infinite for sure. So do not quantify it. There is no quantity. There is no number you could insert. It is literally unknown. It is literally error. That's why I don't get why they use this. Like, I do not get it. Why they always use it. In fact, hold on. Give me a sec. Again. Hashtag terrible plug. But if you want to see the sources, I literally have a Janemba video that shows every single scan that mentions the living universe being infinite in size. Sorry, I wanted to have audio or background music. Let me just get that up real quick. Oh, sorry. There you go. So, if you want to watch this beautiful video I made called How Strong is Janemba, right here, there's the Otherworld universe, or just the Universe 7. Videl, obviously confirming Heaven is comparable to the size of the universe. And then right here. This is the Grand Kai planet. Inside is a dimension that's confirmed to be like a universe, so to speak, or just a very big pocket dimension. Daizenshu 4 twice states to be a living universe with infinite space or infinite darkness beyond the scopes where light cannot even reach. Right here, the Kaios govern the infinite expanding universe. Right here, the galaxies are the galaxies of East, South, and West. They exist infinitely in the entire universe. Right here, the endless expanse of space, the living universe. The demon realm is literally like the mirror, like the coin side of the living universe. Innumerable stars, nebulae, and galaxies. The freaking Chozenshu, the updated guidebook, it's endlessly expanding on a tremendous scale beyond human understanding, bruh. And then if we're gonna go more insane with the cell scaling, well, Otherworld is implied to be on transcending dimensions or whatever. So that's the only way you can really argue Cell having like immeasurable speed. Arguably, I kind of doubt it. I'm gonna be honest, but You can indeed argue that Cell has infinite speed. I'm just saying that realistically, Metal Sonic with his immeasurable speed scaling is not gonna is that still gonna obviously outspeed Cell. But I'm just saying in terms of, again, going back to this stupid argument. Let's try to quantify a infinite feat to a finite reality. It's like, come on, bro, stop it. Get some help. So, again, if you want to see that beautiful video I made, it's in my channel. But you get what I'm saying, that they really, for no reason, had to downplay both Metal and Cell's speed. They could have just said, yes, they both have infinite speed, but Metal Sonic in a super form has immeasurable speed and speed blitzes. Like, it's not that hard to... I don't know why they even had to make it so normie relatable. Like, even normies can easily figure that out, honestly. I'm gonna be honest. And then, as I mentioned, even if we were to downplay the speed aspects, is like, this would not... I literally, in my first Cell video, Cell versus Evil Goku, I actually said that the speed feat Goku and Piccon made was like duodecillion, which is like times to the 40 zeros or like 50 zeros, something like that. So maybe you could argue Cell has the speed advantage, but again, the super form scaling consistency says otherwise. So I don't want to say they really did terrible. Oh wait, hold on, no, they actually gave it to Cell. Okay, then never mind. Then they did screw the pooch. Especially for the super form. If we just said as base Metal, then sure, he more than likely has the speed advantage, but super form included, nah. No, this should be blue. This should be given to Metal. No questions asked. Absolutely no questions asked. Let me just make sure I'm keeping up with the chat. Sorry, Solar, yeah. But that's just manga only, including anime. It could go higher, but that's about it. And again, yeah, and Sonic can grow stronger every second. Metal Sonic should be a superior, so he too should be able to do the same, and Cell does not. Like, he does have cool Zenkais, but he doesn't have that absurd of ability. Oh yeah, my issue with that is because at least what we saw in the game via gameplay mechanics, he's clearly shown time traveling because of the activations of the signs. And also, that can also just be time hacks, because there are beings in fictional stories where they can time travel, but via hacks. Like Doctor Strange could use magic to time travel, so that would only mean he has the hacks to time travel. That doesn't mean it equates to his speed specifically. So that's why I don't use that as an example of immeasurable speed for Sonic. You can still say he can have time travel hacks via signs, but I do not want to have that association fallacy, because that's obviously specific. So yeah. But that's otherwise that's, yeah. Via speed as FTL. Yeah, and even then, that's still nothing compared to literally like billions and billions of time. FTL. Yeah, and also, to be fair, I did say, like, in my long speech that via outliers, if we include all of that together, then there you go. If I already said via outliers and ignoring gameplay concessions and narrative inconsistencies, base Sonic is not planet level, he's, like, beyond universal. So, likewise, his speed is not just gameplay-wise, Mach 1, he's, like, infinite speed. So, I did mention that point, so... I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying if we're including, all outliers, ignoring concessions and stuff, then yes, base Sonic, beyond infinite speed, beyond universal, there you go. That's what I'm saying. And by association, Metal Sonic scales above Sonic with outliers, therefore he too would be infinite speed and stuff. I'm just saying for those who don't want to rely on those, who want to include the concessions, like, no, we have to acknowledge the gameplay, we have to acknowledge the narrative consistency, then fine. Maybe in base they're not at that level, but via super forms they can still reach at those levels. So again, I'm just being fair. I'm not saying you have to believe one interpretation over the other. I am trying to give everyone a broader interpretation as to what is consistently quote unquote acceptable. But you know, because I don't want to, you know, preach what you have to agree. Like, I'm not saying, oh, you have to believe everything I say as objective fact. Like, no, obviously there's still room for discussion, but you get the idea. But obviously, if we're acknowledging that, yeah, Sonic and base can in fact have like time travel speed, then yes, base Metal Sonic would have immeasurable speed, and Cell, even highballed, doesn't. So base Metal Sonic speed blitzes Cell. So more reasons as to why he should have the speed advantage no matter what. So there you go.
Metal was designed for.
Wasn't expecting that. Let's see if any of their abilities could tip the scale.
Abilities I don't think I had much of an issue with, but I'll just rehear what they had to say.
Many of the same powers, like telekinesis, force fields, and energy projectiles. Of note, though, Cell's regeneration was clearly superior, able to fully heal from a single cluster of microscopic cells.
Oh, man.
On top of that, Cell's Saiyan genes would let him grow in power every time he almost died, and his Cell Juniors gave him the numbers advantage.
And considering Super Neo Metal had a time limit, Cell would have a big advantage in a battle of attrition.
But with Chaos Control, that became a lot tougher.
Cell and his juniors had no way to deal with Metal boosting his speed or stopping time.
Yeah.
Something that countered Cell's speed advantage and left him open. And with Silver Psychokinesis, or the Emerald Spatial
He grinds his fist to distort space. Oh, okay.
Distortion, Metal could seriously impair Cell's healing.
So it helped that Cell could fall back on his martial arts abilities in a pinch.
Despite effectively being a newborn, Cell's genetic
Oh, now I remember the one aspect I did not like about their abilities. Overview.
allowed him to best Earth's most skilled warriors back to back to back.
Yeah, right here they're about to say something I disagree with.
Metal may have copied Eggman's brains, but he definitely isn't as good of a fighter.
Yeah, this part I disagree because, again, there's multiple games: Sonic the Fighters, Sonic Chronicles, Sonic Frontiers, Sonic Forces, Sonic Lost World, Sonic Battle, Sonic Chronicles, if you want to consider that canon or not, whatever. There's so many games that literally show Sonic's combat abilities. Obviously, gameplay, he's just, you know, bouncing, spin dashing around, but no, we've seen multiple instances of Sonic showing capable combat martial arts. I'm pretty sure even in the biography or like a bio description of one of the Deadly Six, the old man, I forgot his name, but I'm pretty sure he's also stated to be like a martial arts expert that taught Zavok and the others, and Sonic beat him. So that's what I'm saying is like, oh, Metal Sonic does not have the martial arts experience. No, he does. He literally copies the data of everybody. Bro, Emerald, the Gizoid from Sonic Battle, his entire gimmick is copying everyone's battle data. That's his entire purpose. He copied Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Rouge, Shadow, Chaos, Gamma, Cream, and Amy. And it worked. And Sonic, at the end of the game, literally duped it out with a being with everyone's combat data. And Metal Sonic should likewise be just as impressive, if not more, than that Sonic from that one game. So I don't know why they're saying, oh, Sonic doesn't really, or Metal Sonic doesn't have good martial arts experience. It's like, no, he does. What are you talking about? He definitely does. Like, I don't know why they would say that. That's definitely just wrong. So I know they were trying to make the argument that Perfect Cell has the edge in martial arts, but if they're gonna say later that he can copy everyone's data, martial arts included, then even if Perfect Cell has the edge in martial arts, you just give Metal Sonic a bit of time to copy his martial arts, and then he just outdoes him in martial arts. I don't know what's so hard to figure that out, in my opinion. Yeah, and also, plus Cell himself has to like fight over time, whereas like Metal Sonic can do the same thing because Sonic can do the same every second. That's why it's like, Yeah, I'm not saying the instant transmission realm is not canon. I'm just saying even if it was included, that still wouldn't help him having the edge against Metal. It definitely isn't in terms of anime canon. It is in general within the franchise, but again, for specifically this fight, it's not really relevant to be honest. When was the last time Dragon Ball won in Death Battle? Yeah, 3 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Sonic and Black Knight. Yeah, he literally outdoes everyone's swordsman skills. Metal Sonic copied the data of everybody with extreme board skills. So it was like, if he can copy data from other, like, skill sets for applications, he can totally do the same for martial arts. So that's why him saying, oh, he doesn't have good martial arts is a dumb argument.
The Sonic heroes haven't trained like the Z fighters, and Metal's been
Yeah, he doesn't train like the Z fighters. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. He literally copies the data of every character across the Sonic franchise. And he can just copy Cell during the fight. So that's kind of... no.
By all of them a bunch of times. So all that in mind, abilities is...
Yeah, they say it's a tie. It's like, no. We already saw in the fight that he copied his own abilities. So it technically just goes back to Sonic, or Metal. That's why I'm like, why is it a tie? It should just go back to Metal. Like, he could just copy his martial arts, he can copy his abilities, he would default have the edge. It's kind of like the Yuha Baha, where it's like, oh yeah, he has the composite abilities of every Bleach character, and then if you were to put him up against another character from another verse, he just copies their abilities and then just wins. So it's like, it doesn't matter. That's why I don't know why they made it like a tie. It should just go back to Metal at this point.
Roughly a wash.
Which leaves us with the one thing they're both known for, their capability to evolve and become more powerful in response to their opponents.
I know there was one more so breakdown I wanted to say rather than criticism for this part, but otherwise I think what they said was okay, but I don't know.
Their adaptation.
And frankly, that's where this back and forth completely breaks.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, Metal can copy Cell, but Cell can't absorb Metal.
Cell's ability to physically...
Howard, not only does Tire grant Metal infinite energy with yeah. So again, you could also just say Cell was just toying around because Cell literally said, "Hey, Goku, get a Sensu Bean." But even when he was given the opportunity, Goku's like, "Nah, I can't beat you. I give up." So Cell was more than likely just toying around with him. It's like, "Hey, he's trying to like budge him, like edge him like in the shoulders, like, hey, this fight would be more interesting if you get a sensu." But it's like, nah, he's clearly messing with him. So no, he can still get damaged. Obviously, he still needs to get his senses back, but otherwise he can still have an endless fight. But as we already established, that doesn't matter against Metal Sonic, who can literally fight in negative seconds. Cell can fight an infinite battle, but Metal Sonic can do that plus negative seconds. So I'm glad they acknowledge that at least. But yes, at least they are aware of that. In case someone, again, I'm not trying to be biased to Metal. I'm just being realistic that Cell doesn't really have much of a chance, especially Super Metal. Maybe if it's base Metal with outlier scaling, then sure. It might be a closer match, but with the Super Emeralds, that'd be even worse. With the regular Emeralds, no, it's just a huge wash. But I'm glad that Death Battle is acknowledging some of these like higher interpretations for Cell.
Primarily viable against foes he can match or overpower.
Even if he took Metal by surprise.
Yeah, as we saw, he tried to absorb energy from 16, but he's pure robotic. Now, granted, he didn't try to completely absorb his very being, which could be its own thing. It's hard to say if that would even help because I'm trying to think if there's any other iterations, but like, I'm not saying he couldn't. It's just that it's a question as to whether that he would he even gain any new abilities or power doing so? And even then, even if he could, Metal Sonic would have the AP to just bypass his absorption. Because we already saw how base Goku and GT just sheer force fights his way out of the absorption. So Metal Sonic could just teleport away or just fight out or outdo his own absorption. So even if that was a weird argument, like, oh, but Cell could absorb metals, like, no, Metal Sonic could just overpower it or just teleport away or just be immune to it completely. So that would just not help Cell at all.
He can't absorb fully inorganic robots like Android 16.
Cell was only able to absorb Androids 17 and 18 because they were primarily organic.
They're actually more like cyborgs and are only called androids in the English.
Yeah, it's also weird. Like right here, okay, no, it was a different scan.
On the other hand, can copy a target's biodata through only a few seconds of direct eyesight, something he could easily accomplish during a time stop.
And using it on Cell means he wouldn't just get Cell's powers, but the powers of all of the Z-Warriors too.
Remember, Metal's copying applies to abilities that fundamentally affect his own biology, like Espio's invincibility or Chaos's liquid body.
Yeah.
Nothing Cell has would be off limits, especially given all of Cell's powers were genetically encoded in the first place. Quite literally biodata.
Cell's Saiyan power-ups? Copied. Cell's regeneration? Copied. Cell's key techniques? Believe it or not, copied.
Chaos Emeralds are described as...
Yeah. The Earth's life force energy restored the emeralds and vice versa, and Sonic Unleashed Chaos Energy can also manipulate souls and restore life just like Key. Yeah. So, to be fair, I will be a little bit critical and saying that maybe Chaos Energy can't exactly mimic one-to-one what Key does in Dragon Ball. And plus, they didn't really... Because there are in Versus Battle wikis. I mean, to be fair, in Wiki, they do those types of things where, like, have equalized... what was it? Equalized energy or something like that, where like there's people who are like, oh, but would Sonic be able to hurt a JoJo stand? Nothing hurts a stand other than other stands. Or like, oh, but could Naruto even see spirits and souls from Bleach? Naruto with chakra can't see Ichigo and stuff. It's like, it's that type of dumb argument. It's like, okay, well, that's kind of counterintuitive to the whole point of a matchup. So we just say, okay, they both have equal stats and abilities. Like, obviously, we know chakra from Naruto is not the same as ki from Dragon Ball, but we just say they're going to have equal energy output so that there's no, like, discrepancy as to what they are able to do, and just assume that they can apply one ability to the other, right? Because, like, for example, in Naruto, the whole Genjutsu thing, it's been said that Genjutsu can only work on other people who has chakra, but those who don't have it seemingly aren't affected. So then it's like, well, then does that technically mean nobody across fiction are affected by Genjutsu? That's what I was like, okay, for the sake of equalized energy stats, we just assume that Genjutsu can affect them regardless of the discrepancy of chakra or ki or nen, haki, chaos energy, whatever life force is equivalent of across each verse. So the reason why I'm bringing this stuff up is because even if we say that, okay, Metal Sonic is not going to exactly mimic one-to-one what Ki is specifically doing, he can have his own chaos energy equivalent to those abilities. So he probably wouldn't do a Ki-based Kamehameha, but he would have a chaos energy variance of the Kamehameha. You know what I'm saying? So that was kind of what I'm trying to get at in terms of maybe somebody who's like, would that actually work via the logic of chaos energy and Sonic and stuff? Again, I'm just, in case someone thinks that that's maybe a bit of a association of fallacy to assume chaos energy could mimic Ki abilities or whatever. But personally, I would say maybe not exactly one-to-one, like their principles, their properties. The properties would obviously not be the same, but perhaps the end result would still be the same. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. That was the only real thing I wanted to bring up specifically, but there you go.
Being able to produce life energy, similar to Ki. So there's a precedent for him being able to replicate Cell's power set. And at this point, there's nothing stopping Metal from, say, stopping time and using a Kamehameha to vaporize him at a cellular level. Just like Gohan did.
Cell might be able...
Yeah, there you go. Actual Ki, they can imitate, artificial generators are similar, utilizing Orgon energy, another form of life energy. could reliably imitate Ki. Maybe not exactly one-to-one Ki from Dragon Ball, but still his own version of Ki, you know what I'm saying? I mean, even in Sonic, there are different energy sources that can create what's the phenomenos. Like the Hyper Gohan energy is not the same as Chaos energy, and Chaos energy is not the same energy source as the Phantom Ruby, and then the Phantom Ruby is not the same energy source as, like, say, the rings or the red rings or Dark Gaia energy, you know? So maybe Metal can still mimic different results that can still have similar properties, but that's about it. So again, I just wanted to clarify in case people think that Metal Sonic couldn't perhaps perform a Kamehameha. He probably can, just in a different with his own, you know, specific lore and stuff. So there you go. I was only, again, I know I'm being nitpicky, but I was just being fair to Metal.
To do anything the Z Fighters know how to do, but that's not gonna help him, because Metal can do anything Cell knows how to do. Strange, isn't it?
Cell just doesn't have any options to retaliate that Metal wouldn't also possess, including any of his previous advantages. Metal's copy ability.
Yeah, so strength, yes, Metal should definitely win. Speed, I don't know why they gave it to Cell. It should definitely go back to Metal. Abilities, realistically, it should just go back to Metal, and then adaptation, once again, should just go back to Metal. So they tried to give the edge of speed and abilities, at least a tie for Cell, but no. Based on, from what I know, from the lore, guidebooks, Archie, IDW, etc., no. Metal should have the edge in all these stats. You really have to upscale Cell to the extreme, like to the absolute maximum interpretation, and downplay the ever-living heck out of Sonic scaling and lore and cosmology to make this a fair fight. But otherwise, nah. Realistically, consistently, Metal just wins, unfortunately, which it surprisingly is like the same conclusion everybody else on the internet I've seen in terms of videos and some discussions that say that yes, Metal should win. It's not a fair fight, but it is what it is. Really, honestly, I do think they should have included heroes and stuff, because that probably would have made the fight more interesting. I actually think that surprisingly, in my opinion, if it was like heroes, games, everything included for Cell, I think Cell would in fact have the advantage in strength and speed, and then that's where probably the abilities and adaptation would probably go to the edge in Metal. So then that's where it could have an actual like near like close match result. But since they are only specifically using Toei and manga versus just purely games and IDW, yeah, Metal just has the edge in all of it. So, yeah, there you go. But there you have it. A long, long rant of that frickin' matchup. Gosh damn. That was a really, really long breakdown. But I'm hoping y'all were satisfied with that. I'm hoping y'all are satisfied with that. Let me put some music back on. Let's just put back his theme again. But there you go. I mean, I don't know what they could have used from GT. I don't know what I'm curious. What am I missing? Why would they use GT? What is there to get from GT for Cell that I haven't already brought up? I'm not trying to be like mean about it. I'm generally asking, what is there specifically from GT that would have helped them, if at all? Oh, yeah, let me stop the vote count. Dang, y'all, 521 votes and a whopping 83% Metal Sonic. Wow. And a near 10% of, wow, a near 10% they will get married. I just made a random joke. It just popped in my head. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna just put it in. That's beautiful. That's funny. So, realistically, if I did not put that option in, it would have been like 93 or something percent. Wow. But I'm grateful to everyone who did the poll. Thank you very much, everybody. No. Again, I already said the Cell does not scale to GT Goku anyways. Like, his only fight is GT Goku. And despite supposedly getting stronger, GT Goku was literally toying with him. The only, like, best feat is the stupid barrier thingy. But that requires teamwork from Frieza. And even then, that doesn't do anything other than just put him in a barrier. That's literally it. Like, there's literally nothing for Cell outside of that one feat. He literally got stabbed. Yeah, I forgot. He threw a Kamehameha, and then Goku somehow, like, reflected with the random, like, pole, like a stone pole, and then his own attack killed him, and then he only came back because he was already dead. So that's what I'm saying, is like, what is there from a GT that would hype him up, if at all? And then Death Battle already included Metacooler, hypothetically, and Broly. And I technically already brought up Dead Zone scaling. And that does not help him at all either. It at best, it evens the playing field, but that's about it. Ooh, you know what? I want to hear... Hold on, I want to put the Egg Emperor theme. That theme goes hard, bro. That theme goes so hard. Oh yeah, that form? Yeah, that was just a promo, like, live action play. That was just to, like, promote the release of the actual GT anime. Which, I mean, it's not like it even does much. That's what I'm saying, is like, the only way to make this fight at all, like, fair is to have, like, an actual composite Cell. Heroes, GT, all the video games, all the crossovers, everything, to make this a fair fight. But if you were to do the same, you got to do the same for Metal. You have to include Archie, IDW, the comics, the crossovers like Godzilla, and freaking DC, stupid crossovers, all that jazz. So, yeah, nah. Oh, and personally, the fight itself was actually good. I like the animation, acting was great, soundtrack was awesome. I like the remixes they used. The voice acting was not bad. Sequences were not bad. But personally, I kind of want to still give it an 8. There were still a few aspects where I'm like, they could have probably extended the fight a little bit more. I was also surprised they went from Overlord to then Super. I thought they were going to go from Super to Overlord, but I guess not. Also, I was a little bit confused with the whole Little Big Planet chained up. I was like, oh, okay, that was in the background apparently. But I still think I give it a solid 8 for the fight. Or just the video itself. I do think there were a few errors that I disagree with, but some of them were more so nitpicks of them extending their scaling. And then their conclusions, most of it was okay. They could have been a little bit more realistic with Metal Sonic scaling. And a little bit more accurate to Sonic's lore, you know, martial arts, chaos energy, and stuff. And the obvious cosmology scaling. So, the animation fight itself, I'm going to give it a solid 8, a minimum. It could be higher, it could be a 9, whatever. But the overall video... At minimum, I'll give it a 7. But my gut does want to give it a 7.5, for sure. I can't really give it an 8. I could. But the conclusions definitely kind of dropped a point for sure. And then there was a few things they said in between the videos where I'm like, that's a little bit inaccurate. So, I don't know. Maybe I could give it a solid 8. Maybe, yeah, I could probably give it a solid 8. I know for a fact they still get a point deduction because of their conclusions. And then maybe another point in regards to some of the other aspects they said wrong in between. That, and plus the questionable high-end scaling or the consistency. So, yeah, you know what? I'll give it a solid 8. I'll give this fight a video a solid 8. Yeah, obviously, as we saw, the Eggman versus Wily fight was a 5. It was nothing memorable, but kind of forgettable. The Zero versus Metal, that fight was atrocious. Absolutely terrible. I legit... The animation was great, but the research and conclusion was awful. Like, I want to give the animation itself like an 8 out of 10, realistically. But the actual, like, rest of the video, I want to give it like a genuine, like, 3. A 3 out of 10. That's how bad it is. Like, I genuinely kind of want to give it like a 4 out of 10, just because of how bad their research was for that one. Bowser versus Eggman. Yeah, actually, yeah, let me go back to that video, because I know I had to rush it just for the sake of the live premiere, but I do want to go over it. And I know it's technically more than just Metal Sonic, but since I am here, might as well kind of give it a proper, like, breakdown, to be fair, you know. I didn't really have much of an issue in terms of Bowser's scaling, per se. At least from what was shown, or what was stated for the basic overview. I really didn't have much of an issue in regards to what they said. I think everything, like... specifically for this one fight, I think everything just generally did stem from the end conclusion. Because obviously they did nice summarizing their entire, entire career in general. But the problem I had with it, that I think most fans agree, is just the way they went about the fight. Because they included every single thing they've done in terms of Arsenal. Yet in the actual fight and conclusions, they just kind of omitted it because, like, oh, it's just gonna stalemate, or it's just gonna be a equal win con. But it's like, but in other matchups, you have acknowledged that you give the victor to the one with the higher win ratio percentage. So why are you gonna all of a sudden be like, oh, let's just cancel them out? It's like, no, that should not be how it works. And keep in mind, this video was, it's only a year old. Or, yeah, it's almost 2 years old. Almost 2 years old. Hold on, let me bring back this video up.
Bowser pretty handedly outmatched any of Eggman's usual.
Okay, so space vehicles and calculated speeds given their levity. Yeah. Okay, so again, my issue right here for their little box is potentially scale above dimension manipulation feats. I don't know why every time they always, like prior for Sonic and Mario matchups, they always assume like the top dogs in the verse for Sonic and Mario are just hacks merchants. They are not just hacks merchants. There are hacks and AP merchants. Or Razor Jin is not just purely hacks based. He literally, from absorbing the world rings, just him existing, transforming, literally erased the entire Arabian world. and Sonic beat him up. He literally like threw the fade at him and brought back everything to life. So that's not just a dimensional manipulation hacks. No, it is a dimension manipulation hacks and feed. So that's why I don't get why they word it that way. It's so dumb.
Mechs like the Egg Dragoon or the Death Egg Robot.
The Death Egg Robot could level
Hold on, let me once again bring back the audio a bit.
cities. Bowser could punch a castle out of orbit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from this aspect, it's like, well, it just depends on what Eggman's mechs he's using. So maybe not all of them are going to be relative, but given, again, they're scaling. Again, we did say that, well, if we're using every outlier imaginable, Sonic in base scales to Universal, so therefore Eggman in base, or rather his mechs, has to be Universal in power. So even if Bowser's punches are this level high, doesn't matter. Eggman is a literal Universal Buster with his mechs, so he just outdoes Bowser, period. And that would also, include Metal Sonic. So I don't know why they were saying it this way.
The Death Egg could destroy.
I know it's not erasing. Well, it depends on what we're referring to specifically, but technically, if it can also go to their ability comparison, because sure, let's say for example, AI could erase a universe via hacks, but my opponent can erase dimensions that are beyond 3D space and 4D space. So it doesn't matter if we're both just hacks merchants. The fact that my opponent is beyond dimensionals, constructs beyond my capabilities, they have the higher hacks range and capabilities that I could not counter. So even if we're going from that argumentation of just hacks versus hacks, then why did they not bring up the possibility of cosmology scaling of Mario and Sonic? You know, that could have made the fight more fair, or at least more acceptable, because they didn't really bring up anything else except the Phantom Ruby, which was just infinite, apparently exclusive for this fight, and Eggman was just purely Chaos Emerald. So what was the point of them bringing up the Power of the Stars or the Phantom Ruby or the Hyper Gohan powers or literally anything else within the Sonicverse, but not have it in the fight, other than just be like, oh well, they might just stalemate? It's like, okay, it's kind of dumb.
Stars, but Yoshi could match that level of power, and Bowser's strength is certainly above the green dinosaurs. Plus, while both Bowser and Eggman's tech survived black holes, Bowser's was much larger.
And again, we already said that, well, Eggman scales to Metal Sonic and Sonic, both having outliers that can outlier feats or skills or hacks that can have him above Universal. Can literally time travel in base by himself without any external help. So then, therefore, Eggman has better AP stats and speed stats and durability and etc. So, again, I'm not trying to be biased against Mario. I'm just saying specifically for Sonic and Metal. Then there you go. Because they could have been more clear about the highball interpretation for both characters, but they kind of just did a very mediocre attempt at it.
So he may win stats.
That's why I'm just like, physical stats, I'm like, that's kind of iffy.
This could change with their powers. With so many items and minions,
Yeah.
that could make all that a moot point.
Aside from power-up items, both could manipulate minds, create duplicates, and alter space-time.
Yeah, like right here, Bowser's army resisted Fallful's mind control spray, and thus could resist Eggman's similar tech. It's like, well, that's an association fallacy, because just because it's a similar ability doesn't mean it's a similar in output or range or complexities. Like, is Bobbity's mind control on the same level as Fallful's mind control? Like, I don't know. Or like, what else? Is Goku's instinct reaction the same abilities as any other instinct reaction hacks in the verse? Probably not. Not just AP stats having different levels, even hacks abilities have different levels. Sure, my fire, for example, my fire hacks can burn a world, but then this other character from a different verse can burn an entire multiverse. But just because we both use fire, am I going to have the same output as him? No, obviously not. So that's why they had to be specific, which they do not. That's why it's kind of a I do not like the fact that they'd be like, oh, well, they just have similar abilities, so they just cancel out. I was like, no, if there is room for evidence to prove that one has a better superiority of that ability, that can be a valid argument to be like, actually, Bowser's resistance to mind control is inferior to what Eggman's mind control can do. So therefore, Eggman could, in fact, mind control him. You know, that's what I'm saying. Is like, I'm not saying that is what should be said. I'm just saying Death Battle could have done a better job to prove that it is a irrelevant point to bring up.
However, Bowser had a significant edge in having access to the majority of his abilities at all times.
Yeah, Eggman can do some crazy stuff, but only across different mechs, fortresses, or space bases. Bowser's all natural. He's got all his best powers built in, and he ain't even a robot.
Meaning he wins the war of attrition. He even had counters for battle enders like the Metal Virus and Spatial Displacement Trap. Context matters for those weapons, and both backfired in the past. But more importantly, Bowser could simply reverse the effects with his transmutation magic. Conversely, most of Eggman's robots could get turned into, say, a frog or a block with no reliable way back. Bowser takes the edge in powers.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like in terms of powers, quote unquote. Is again, I kind of do want to agree that Bowser more than likely has the edge. It's I guess what's weird for me is more so them separating trump cards with powers. I guess trump cards because of like, okay, the trump cards is all external usage. You know what I'm saying? It's like what they do not have naturally on them. So I guess that makes sense that obviously Bowser just has everything he can do on his own. No weapons, no items, no equipments, nothing. And yeah, obviously Eggman's just purely human. The only way to really upscale him is just to assume he, like, in his human form can, like, punch universal punches. But that's about it. So, yeah, maybe the power aspect I can definitely agree. Bowser has the edge. But, yeah. And then intelligence, I mean, I understand intelligence is a very... it's a very contentious topic to this day nowadays. So, you can just say that the way it's presentation, visual spectacle should not be compared to like intelligence of another verse. Like the way intelligence is presented in Death Note is not going to be the same way intelligence is presented in, say, Marvel or Dragon Ball or Pokemon, because there's going to be smart characters in Pokemon, but the way they use their intelligence is not going to be the same presentation as in Death Note or, you know, some like sports anime, you know what I'm saying? So I don't want to say that Bowser is inherently stupid or like, oh, what did I say? Hold on.
For intelligence, come on, you have a
yeah, like, oh, he doesn't have 9,008 IQ. Maybe he does. Maybe he's not even bluffing. He's being honest. But Mario's just that smart. Like, just because we assume in real life, like, oh, what does that even mean? It's like, just because it's not realistic in our standards doesn't mean it's bound to the same logic in the verse. No, they could in fact have 9,000 IQ, but Mario is just low-key that smart. He can outsmart a being who has nearly 10,000 IQ. In fact, in freaking Pokemon, what's was it Alakazam? I think Alakazam has like an IQ of like 3,000 or 5,000. Metagross is literally stated to be like a supercomputer in the Pokédex, and yet because of gameplay concessions, well, Magikarp can beat it. So what? Is Magikarp stupid? Is Metagross stupid? No, maybe the Magikarp is literally that smart. I don't know. That's just the nature of gameplay concessions. That's why I don't know why they just brushed off Bowser's intelligence just because, oh, but Eggman is confirmed smart, whereas Bowser's like, he keeps losing though. It's like, it's very much of a very like wonky argumentation in my opinion.
4-digit IQ, Bowser? Really? That's cute. I mean, don't get me wrong. Bowser's not an idiot. Usually, just really, really clumsy. Poor fella.
And also, he's really clumsy. Yeah, so is Eggman. Eggman's just as clumsy as well. He's not always perfect either, despite his 300 IQ.
Meanwhile, Eggman's an engineering genius who rarely ever gets bested by brains.
Easy dub.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I know you could just easily give it to Eggman. I'm just saying that the way they went about saying that Bowser is stupid is like, that's personally being disingenuous in my opinion. Like, can we say Goku is dumb? Like, he doesn't have intelligence? Like, well, maybe he doesn't have intelligence in terms of like mathematics, but in terms of a combat situations, he is smart. But does that immediately mean he's like still like IQ of 50 or something? Like, no. That's what I'm saying. Is like, I don't know why they try to go about that way for Bowser. It's kind of lame.
Now, let's talk trump cards.
As in, items so powerful they could decide the entire outcome on their own.
The Phantom Ruby was super dangerous, but specifically targets perceptions. Unlike Bowser's Wonder Flower, which mucks up reality for real, the Ruby affected a whole planet, but
yeah, the whole like, oh, it just sort of like, no, it pretty much did reality warped things. Like, we literally saw in Sonic Mania that at the true ending, all the Chaos Emeralds together barely freaking rivaled the Phantom Ruby, and even Eggman himself was like, wow, the Phantom Ruby's power outclasses even like the freaking Master Emerald. That's why he ditched the Master Emerald in favor of the Phantom Ruby. So the argumentation is like, oh, well, it might just like it's just a mind hacks. It's like, no. Like, what? Is all the freaking clones themselves also like the way they describe the Phantom Ruby, they act as like a Genshutsu. It's like, oh, if you just snap back to reality, everything's back to normal. It's like, no, it's you know what? It's kind of like Itachi's Tsukuyomi, where Itachi was like, oh, or not Itachi, Kakashi was like, oh, it's just the Genjutsu, I can try to snap out of it. But then Itachi's like, nah, bro, it's real. It's so real that you being here could literally make your real life mind think that you died. So if in this Genjutsu you thought you died, in real life you will actually die. So that's why I don't know why they try to make the Phantom Ruby so like fodder in this matchup. It's like, no, it's actually pretty strong. It's a reason. It's not some like one time like. It's not like a red ring, you know. It's like an external like B level power up. It's actually pretty high, but I guess they think it's not, apparently.
The Wonder Flower had the power to alter the universe. Also, the Dreamstone's ability to wish anything out of existence would have no problem cleaning up Super Neo Metal Sonic or Time Eater.
Their most prized possessions was a tougher call. Together, the Chaos Emeralds can break the universe, but so can the Grand Stars.
And also, what's funny is they say that they can destroy the universe. It's like, well, did you forget that they also stopped a being that was going to erase not just timelines, but like beyond dimensions. So it's not just a universal scale, but like beyond multiversal scale. And we already saw like the imaginary world, for example, can bring wishes and dreams. So the argument of like, oh, well, Bowser with his hexes can like wish things out of existence or wish things to happen, but Sonic's, or rather the Emerald's powers could help bypass that ability in general. So that's why I'm like,
Arguably not as much given the Emerald scaling to Solaris, though Power Stars and Grand Stars are far more plentiful.
And yeah, that's another thing. Is like they say, oh, well, but there's more stars. It's like, yeah, but does the number amount matter in this case? Because you need 7 emeralds. And you can literally affect beyond dimensions, like beyond multiverses. And yet, Power Stars, does this stack up to one another? Like, let's just say I have 1 Power Star and I'm universal. Does that mean with 2 stars I am 2 times universal? Or is it just going to be the same result? Like, how many stars do I need to reach like infinite 4D or infinite 5D? Can you even prove they can even reach to that level? That's why I'm like, I don't get why they try to argue that, oh, another reason why this is kind of a close match is like, oh, but the accessibility. It's like, it doesn't matter. Eggman has infinite energy, infinite range, infinite stamina with the emeralds, whereas Bowser needs a lot of Power Stars to come close to make the same results. If at all, even counter the emeralds. That's why it's just like, I don't know why they frame it this way. That's what I'm confused more than anything about the way it was framed.
Clearly, this is getting fairly abstract. And
yeah, they say it's getting fairly abstract. It's like, no, it just seems like Eggman, in terms of trump cards, he has the edge. Because again, keep in mind, they only gave Eggman at best one Phantom Ruby that's kind of fodder, and the Chaos Emeralds. They did not include the Super Emeralds, the Master Emeralds, the like true full extent of the Phantom Ruby, the Power of the Stars, the Ifrit's power, the Time Eater's power, maybe Chaos is included. Like Metal Overlord, they just have Super Neo, but that's about it. I'm like, no, it just seems like he just has the edge straight up. I don't know why it should be equalized or it should just be canceled out. Like, no, it just seems like Eggman likely has the edge. Like, if it takes everything for Bowser to cancel out the Chaos Emeralds, well, too bad. Eggman has like another like 5 sets that can do just as much. So that's why it's like, nah.
Both had multiple options that could win the day instantly. So the safest bet.
And keep in mind, the way I'm phrasing my hypothetical, I'm saying like, okay, it's like one after another. Like, okay, first Eggman can only use the emeralds. Okay, they're now taken care of. So now he brings in the Phantom Ruby. But what if he used them all at the same time? Would Bowser be able to like hard counter all of them at the same time? That's why I'm like, I kind of doubt it in my opinion. So it's like, I don't know about that. Let's see. The pure counter Paradox Prism, as they can restore space-time and nullify destruction forces. These could scale to their multiverses, which they're infinite. Sharing similar cosmology interpretations based on states for both series. Okay, so again, they didn't really specify how far does the multiverses of Mario or Sonic goes, because they assume that Mario only peaks at multiversal, but Sonic can go beyond multiversal because of the imaginary world, the erased timelines being restored because of, generations and 06 and the Time Eaters. And then if you include Paradox Prison, it could probably go even higher. And then even more if you include like the freaking meta canon of like the crossovers and stuff. So that's why I'm like, no, it just seems like Sonic's cosmology is way above Mario's, possibly. So that's why it's like trying to say that the Pure Hearts hard counters all of them is kind of doubtful in my opinion. Again, the only reason why I'm not being I'm not trying to justify Mario's side is because that's just kind of the hard truth, but also because they don't really explain in detail the full extent of what they can do or what the cosmology is for both series. So that's why I'm like, So no. Physical stats, I would still give it a Bowser. Power, maybe. Well, physical stats, I'd probably say it's equalized. Power is probably, yeah, sure, naturally Bowser. Intelligence, I mean, sure, keep it Eggman, but don't downplay Bowser's intelligence. Trump cards, I would definitely give it to Eggman, personally. And then Army, again, they're all about the teamwork, though, but then it's like, well, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Just kind of depends on their capacity. But then again, I did say outlier. So if there are outlier scalings included, then technically his entire army is a full set of like universal beings. Metal Sonic and Base is universal. So Infinite should be universal. Zavok should be universal. His entire Egg Robo army should be all universal, unironically, because of outlier scaling. So it's like technically his entire army, even if they're not good individually or teamwork, doesn't matter. They by themselves are all powerhouses, so they should just win by default.
Which means it's finally time to compare their armies. Eggman seems deadlier at first glance. I mean, look at all those buzzsaws and rockets. Metal Sonic's speed and power alone could solo most of the Koopa troop. But the Eggman Empire lacked something Bowser had in spades: teamwork and loyalty.
Eggman is a notoriously...
And now I remember. The other problem I have with their argumentation is like, they act as if like the lack of loyalty for Eggman is like a win comp, but then it's like, but in these fights, they put them at their utmost. So that like mental quote unquote nerf, like them not obeying Eggman's rules or commands, is somehow going to be a liability. It's like, no, in this hypothetical where they say like they're at their peak, they're gonna follow as they command, so that should not be an issue. So if Eggman tells them to fight as a team, they should fight as a team. No, like, I'm not sure if I'm missing something, but I feel like that's how it should be, right? Because in the past, they've already said, like, oh, we're not going to put these characters when they're, like, mentally nerfed. Like, Goku's depressed or something. Like, no, he's going to fight at his absolute maximum mental capacity. So surely the whole, like, lack of teamwork shouldn't necessarily be a problem, or like them possibly betraying Eggman should also not be a problem. So I don't know why they kind of framed it this way, in my opinion.
Terrible team player. His alliances are practically guaranteed to fall apart.
Hell, in Sonic Generations, he could barely manage working with himself.
Eggman's army is designed to be controlled by just him. To Eggman, it's harder to command those with free will, hence his rivalry with the free-natured Sonic.
Meanwhile, the Koopa Troop follows Bowser because they act.
Yeah, right here. Eggman has been betrayed by Shadow. Yeah, like basically everybody. But then it's like, what? That doesn't matter. Who cares how many times he's been betrayed before? In this fight, he's not going to be betrayed. He's just going to use them all at full times. Now, maybe if you say consistently, like from a writing perspective, sure, he's going to be betrayed more often than not. But in this fight, that's not going to be relevant. They're all going to fight for the sole purpose of beating Bowser, and that's it. So can they still beat him in that hypothetical of them serving under Eggman? The answer should be yes, because that's not going to be a problem of them betraying Eggman.
Actually like him. They train really hard to cover each other's weak points,
giving them plenty of advantages as this war progressed.
Yeah.
Like battlefield control through King Boo's magic and Bowser Jr.'s paint. And since the Koopa Troop doesn't rely that much on technology, Sage's hacking potential.
Yeah, it could cross between dimensions, countering, yeah. Yeah, but the issue is, like, could they, even if they cross between dimensions, that doesn't mean that they're nullifying their worlds. So just because you could teleport to the world doesn't mean you're completely nullifying all that they can. So that's why it's like, and also it depends on, like, if it's a higher, it's one thing if it's like a pocket dimension, but it's another if it's a literal higher dimensional world. So, you know, traversing from dimension A to dimension B is easier. But from like going from one layered infinity to another layered of infinity is not going to be the same. That's why it's like, again, they could have phrased themselves a little bit better, but they also just did not really do a good job describing that.
Use.
Also, secret weapon? Kamek is kinda busted. Canceling Metal Sonic's power copying, stealing the Phantom Ruby, and potentially swapping the Chaos Emeralds were huge game changers.
Add on that Bowser and his army can use any Mario power-up item, and they had billions of combinations that the...
Yeah, and then you couldn't compete a surefire strategy against an innumerable amount of power-up permutations. Yeah, but again, that's also under the assumption that they're going up against an army in base, though. Because, like, again, through outlier scaling, Eggman fights Sonic, who has immeasurable speed. He can literally time travel back to the past if he wants to. He has infinite, or technically he does, infinite 3D powers, i.e. universal scaling. And he has to have an entire army that can match up to that level. And so he literally has the Chaos Emeralds, can distort time and space, can go back to the past, can literally go to dimensions, nerf opponents' abilities, can recover, can regenerate, can adapt, can mimic, can literally stop time and stuff. So he can technically have all the infinite prep time he could ever ask for to one-shot Bowser's entire army. But apparently not. Apparently Sage can't even come up with 98 million fodder Bowser enemies. That's why I'm like, what? I am so confused. That's why, again, keep in mind, Eggman had the intelligence to upgrade a primordial time-space eater being and was going to use that very creature to destroy the timeline and rewrite it into his own image. That's absolutely insane. All of past, all of present, and all of future just gone. And Sonic defeated that thing, but Eggman also upgraded the thing, and yet Sage can't do the same? That's why I'm like, that's why I'm a little bit confused. It's kind of like the whole, every single one Pokemon versus like a billion lions is like, bro, it doesn't matter. You can have a trillion lions. Arceus is the literal god of Pokemon. He can literally erase time itself, and he would just kill the entire trillion army lions in one shot before they can even think or blink. So technically Eggman could do the same if we're being charitable. I'm not saying Bowser's fodder or like to that extreme, but I'm just saying, like, if his axis is on a literal layered of dimensional scaling beyond anything Mario related, then what is the issue of Eggman potentially losing? There is none. That's why I'm like, ugh.
Eggman Empire just could not actively plan against. Even with Sage's millions of plans to take down the Titans, she thought them to be unbeatable.
And yeah, and also the issue with that argumentation is like, bro, the Titans were beyond their scope of power. You have to actually argue that the Titans are inferior to Bowser's army, which they do not prove in this fight without any like build up. Because obviously, like again, it's like, you know, which sounds more difficult, you losing to Saitama at full power, or you losing to a whole army of like Genos? It's like, no, you losing to Saitama is more understandable because Saitama is literally that strong, whereas Genos, you didn't lose because of his power, you just lost because you just ran out of energy. Like, there's a clear gap in tiering system in general, so that's why I don't know why they try to make the equivalence of like, oh, Sage couldn't beat the strong enemy, so therefore she couldn't think of several ways to beat Bowser's army. It's like, that's a false equivalence, frankly, in my opinion.
Which Sonic proved was incorrect.
Just comparing their conquests makes it clear. The Eggman Empire took over the whole planet, but Bowser's troop conquered most of the universe.
Eggman was no pushover.
And also, yeah, he conquered the universe. Is like, bro, he almost conquered 2 parallel dimensions, the regular and Soul dimension. He nearly erased the very timeline with the Time Eater. And then with the Phantom Ruby and other stuff, it's like, no, he... Oh my gosh, let's not even talk about Archie or whatever, but like, him only conquering the one planet is not relevant, bro. Like, straight up. He was going to conquer timelines, realistically, if given enough time, which we saw Bowser also needed time to even do those things. He didn't just snap with a finger and just control the universe. No. I don't know. Either way, I think that's it. That's basically it. Yeah. Overall, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of their Sonic scaling in general, bro. I am not a huge fan of their Sonic scaling. It's not that great, in my opinion, because they just do not really comprehend Sonic scaling, like, to that higher... Because, again, they did not bring up Imaginary World. They did not bring up the fact that Time Eater brought back in a destroyed, erased space-time continuum. They didn't bring up much of the Arabian world. They didn't bring up the Camelot universe. They didn't bring up Archie scaling, if they wanted to. They didn't bring up anything else from the IDW comics. Like, I don't know why just they kind of walk around the cosmology scaling of Sonic. They just always... Again, they always have this weird restriction of just feats in general. Like, just... They don't understand that cosmology scaling can correlate to feats, to the characters. Not every time, but specifically Sonic and Dragon Ball, they can. But they just, for some reason, struggle to do that. They just do not know how to do that. That's why I'm so frustrated by the way they scale some of their characters. So, yeah, yeah, Dr. Eggman vs. Wily, I mean, it was pretty basic. It was nothing spectacular, I'm gonna be honest. They definitely... Obviously, if I'm gonna be super critical, then yes, they did terrible for both casts, but... it's a nice, you know, quick, fun watch fight. You know, it's like a nice little fan animation fight more than anything else, but it's not terrible, I guess. But then Metal vs. Zero, that was definitely atrocious. 100% atrocious. They downplay Metal Sonic scaling completely. And then they really did not do that great at Zero scaling. They could have done way better, frankly. And in Eggman vs. Bowser, I think they very much downplayed Eggman's side a lot. I understand there's a difference between Bowser vs. Eggman and the entire Koopa Empire, Koopa Army versus Eggman Empire. So maybe 1v1s, it could be a bit more fairer, but if it's just purely army versus army, I don't know. I'm not saying Mario scaling doesn't have more absurd, like, high ball scaling. I'm just saying Sonic more specifically is way more, I want to say more concrete, whereas Mario is a bit more vague in a way. Because they do here and there mention dimensions, or literally just show that there's, like, a dream dimension, you know, a star dimension. There's a, you know, there's multiple dimensions or whatever. But then they don't really go beyond the scope of, like, is it another infinite layered reality, like a mathematical dimension, or is it just another separate reality, and that's it. Yeah, the imaginary world would just be like, it's absurd. Again, trust me, I'm not one of those hype mans who is just only constantly relying on pure outlier scaling for every verse. I prefer consistency. I acknowledge the low balls and the high balls, but I mainly rely on consistency. So, because I can assure you, there's plenty of people across the internet that only say, "Oh, Cell is 100% hype reversal because dead zone scaling." I'm like, no, consistently he's not. That's just if you rely on one guidebook, based on one ability, based on one character, based on one movie, based on one continuity that might not even be canon to the anime. Like, there's so many, like, mental gymnastics of, like, you have to validate this part, and then this part, and then this part to finally confirm that the claim is true to begin with. And then Mario, to be fair, again, I know he's pretty strong. Obviously, it's just that I like to believe that Sonic scaling has way more higher dimensional and immeasurable scaling than Mario, consistently at least. Obviously, Mario does have pretty, you know, high end scaling, but it just doesn't reach those higher points, in my opinion. At least from the guidebooks, it's just stated to be a place where no time exists. Personally, I would just put that as, like, inaccessible speed, at least at minimum. But I mean, I understand where you're coming from in terms of that being I can sort of see where you're coming from with that. But to be fair, that is just adding more salt to the wound in regards to Metal defeating Cell. So yeah, there are way more evidence to prove that Metal does scale above Cell versus Cell scaling above Metal, basically. Because trust me, everything that y'all have been saying, I pretty much agree with, or at least have heard of, and understand where it's coming from, and is very much has some kernel of truth to it. Whereas Cell is like, yeah, but even with all the validation, that's just his highball. Whereas Sonic is unironically like the downplay lowball. But otherwise, Technically, yes. Again, I think the issue when it comes to those types of arguments is, the interpretation. Because, again, just go back to Dead Zone. Because, like, hyperspace, the word itself, can mean above 4D, above 5D, above 6D. It depends. But then, on the other hand, there's the other interpretation of it just being an arbitrary term usage to describe this weird, separate dimension that's not part of the living universe. And then that's it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, which is more the higher valid priority interpretation? Because frankly, the one with the higher interpretation that requires more evidence to justify compared to the lesser extreme interpretation. You know what I'm saying? So likewise, just because they sometimes use those words doesn't actually mean it's the highest interpretation by default. Like, no. Personally, you should always default to the lowest interpretation, not the extreme highest. In fact, like, for example, infinite. Infinite can literally just mean very great. So when people say, oh man, his speed is infinite, many people could say it's literally him having infinite speed, or it's just an arbitrary description of them saying, oh wow, his speed is really fast. And then, especially if like there's like 100 guidebooks that just says his speed is finite, but it's very great, and then the only one-time usage of infinite is just that one-time statement, then yeah, more than likely he's not infinite, like literal infinite speed. He's probably just really fast. So same way goes to other verses, or just other ways of argumentation for AP scaling or hack scaling and so on. Again, I'm not disagreeing necessarily. I'm just saying, like, why I just do not favor always hyping or always prioritizing the higher end interpretation above all else. Because I just feel like that's more so disingenuous to do, rather than just being consistent with what is actually being trying to be said for certain verses. Yeah, and plus, irrelevant speed is literally beyond the concept of speed itself. Immeasurable speed is technically still bound to the concept of speed, so that's why it's just another, like, higher end extreme of, like, you know. Because keep in mind, technically, you could also interpret as infinity as, like, the concept of infinity. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you could just say, oh, well, he's beyond infinite. It's like, oh, he's just, like, infinite universal. It's like, no. Technically, infinity could even allow the validation of, like, infinite power, period. Like, is he infinite dimensional in power? Like, that's technically that's technically interpretation. I'm not saying it's a valid one, but you get what I'm saying. It's like, it's kind of, that's why I just, it's kind of disingenuous to always assume the highest interpretation for both verses. Because I understand that both Sonic and Mario are very inconsistent across the board in terms of canon, speed, power, lore, etc., but just because it's often all over the place doesn't mean we can't at least be somewhat fair to how it's being portrayed within the minds of the staff members and stuff. But who am I to say, I guess? I don't know. Otherwise, I'm still happy to see that they did fine. I do think that they did way better than what it could have been, in my opinion. Because I still think they do need I think they still need a educate themselves on the Sonic cosmology, because I do think there's room to allow Sonic scaling to go beyond multiversal level, because that's clearly where they pretty much had them stuck at. Like, for example, they made a video of Xeno Trunks versus Super Silver, or just Silver, and they peaked both of them at multiversal. And then they did the same for Dr. Eggman versus Bowser, and now they did the same for Cell versus Metal. So they clearly refuse to, like, at least acknowledge the cosmology scaling for Sonic to put them even higher. But I guess they just kind of refuse to do so. So that's why it's a little bit frustrating, to say the least. At least when it comes to their Sonic scaling. Their Dragon Ball scaling is actually not that bad. Finally, it took them forever, but yeah. No, they did. They already did brought up the infinite speed scaling. Or they did it at the end. At the end of the conclusion, they said that even if we allow Cell to have the advantage via metal cooler scaling, doesn't matter, because Supersonic has beyond infinite speed scaling, so their speed would just be, at best, equalized. Now, to be fair, they still, they were still being a little bit too charitable for Cell, so they did get that wrong, but they did acknowledge that speed scaling. So is Paper Mario canon to normal Mario? To an extent, yes. There is that crossover Paper Jam, so technically it's kind of weird. It's like it's both. It's like it's a portion of Paper Mario is canon to normal Mario, but then the other half portion is like its own separate identity. But either way, even if there are separate entities, they still scale to one another. So regardless, they can still scale equal to one another. Yeah, no. In general, all Mario games are canon, because in Miyamoto's words, he basically describes it similar to Popeye cartoons, where all cartoons are canon. So likewise, every adventure, every story, or stage play, as they describe some of the games, is still canon. So no matter what, yes, all the games of Mario are canon to some capacity. So either way, whether they are separate entities or not, or there's a eventual branching distinction between the two, they still nonetheless are canon to one another and eventually scale to each other regardless. So it's fine. Yeah, the answer is technically both. They are both separate beings, but also, unfortunately, the same being. It's a very meta. It's a very meta lore. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's kind of the same with Sonic and Classic Sonic. It's like, yeah, technically, Classic Sonic is not the same Sonic, but he still is a Sonic. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of that's kind of how it is. A lot of Mario feats like Dream Mario were team-based feats like Mario. Yeah, 3v1 on like, 3v, 100%. Yeah, and Sonic, and yeah, I'm not saying Super Sonic is like undefeatable. Like, clearly there's multiple times that Super Sonic was literally challenged and had like a lot of external help or had to really push himself to win, so he's clearly not undefeatable. The Chaos Emeralds are not even the most powerful things in the verse, or can still be rivaled to an extent. But nonetheless, that still just shows you that they are, no matter what, powerful to some extent. Yeah. Well, yeah, obviously. Yeah, and at the end of the Super Paper Mario game, because of the pure hearts and stuff, and power, friendship, and love, and a bunch of other stupid stuff, Mario had to get, like, amped to even bypass his, like, invulnerability to defeat Dimentio, and then purify the Dark Card and stuff. Yeah, it's a bunch of stuff. Again, that's why I'm saying to everybody, context matters. Interpretation matters. That's why I'm not saying, like, oh, it's 100% definitive. Like, no, there is context that led up to those extreme levels. So, there you go. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Death Battle needs to really dig more deep into the Sonic cosmology scaling and the Mario cosmology scaling, because they just really do not want to talk about it. Now, to be fair, I understand, as someone who's done my own Dragon Ball Hero scaling, it's so annoying having to constantly bring up, oh, because of this cosmology, and then this cosmology, and then because of this meta statement, and then this other meta statement. Therefore, there are like 25 25D. Like, it's very annoying. I understand why it's a topic, like, very frustrating to deal with. But when they do have to eventually get there, they have to acknowledge it at some point, so. If you guys want my genuine answer, I think the better answer is just say it is a different timeline, like a different continuity Mario, if that makes sense. Because, like, again, for example, look at Sonic. There is classic Sonic and there is modern Sonic. Even though, yes, despite the numerous evidence to prove that modern Sonic should have gotten stronger since the classic era, we still saw how classic Sonic during the Time Eater battle can still seemingly keep up with his modern counterpart. So yes, in concept, they are the same Sonic, but obviously in terms of timeline, in terms of experience, they are not the same Sonics. Just like how in Dragon Ball, Xeno Goku and Capsule Corp Goku are not the exact 100% same Goku, but they are a Goku that are similar in concept. You know what I'm saying? They have the same what's the same word? What's the word I was looking for? They are they're the same character but different interpretations. Like Toei Broly versus Super Broly. Obviously, they both are Brolys, but they are just different interpretations or adaptations of the same character and concept. So likewise, Paper Mario and regular Superstar Mario, or Mario and Luigi version Mario, they're the same character and concept, but they're different adaptations or iterations. So they can still nonetheless scale to one another to an extent. Yeah, and this is nothing new, guys. Mario meeting his Paper Mario stuff is nothing, like, exclusive. Sonic has done the same. Goku has done the same. Superman has done the same. Spider-Man has done the same. You know, he meets his animated counterpart, and then his animated self meets his real life, live-action self. You know, there's the Lego version Sonic. You know, there's the Star Wars, you know, crossovers and whatnot. Like, there's clearly a lot. There's a lot of meta awareness towards several franchises. So that's what I'm saying is, like, it's not just a clear-cut one answer only. It's like it's technically all the above. And yes, I know it's convoluted. I know it's confusing. I know it's not satisfying, but that's just how some of these writers often validate the way these scenarios play out. Dragon Ball losing to Metal Sonic. I mean, yeah, I think they can go pretty up there until Super Era, more than likely. I think once they reach their Super scaling, that's when fights against their Super forms are more fair. But to be fair, that is in referring to their Super forms. If we're talking about their base, then yeah, I want to say their Buu Saga is when they can definitely keep up with their base counterparts, if we validate their outlier scaling and stuff. But if we're talking about their narrative consistency, gameplay concessions, then oh yeah, Dragon Ball has long outshined them like a long time ago. Yeah, Outerversal Sonic, Outerversal everything, yeah. Technically, and if you really try hard enough, you can make any franchise Outerversal, so it is what it is. Oh man. Let's change this song up a bit. Heck yeah. He doesn't. So, Goku does not go to Outerversal. He only does if, like, you just ignore context and interpret every single source to the most absurd, disingenuous degree. That's the only way you can really prove him to be that high up. It's like, oh, well, he scales to Arale, and Arale scales above Toriyama, and Toriyama is the author of the whole franchise, and Toriyama is technically, you know, above the concept of fiction, so Goku scaling above Arale, who scales above Toriyama, therefore Goku's above Outerversal. So it's like that, it's that type of disingenuous argumentation, you know what I'm saying? Like, trust me, it's not... Oh, and also, like, oh, well, the other world is stated to transcend dimensions, and that means it transcends platonic concepts, so therefore, other world is Outerversal, and Goku almost destroyed Outerverse because of the Beerus Punch, and then he gets, like, 50 times blue form, so he's, like, 50 times Outerversal. And then he goes Ultra Instinct, which is like a Potara fusion multiplier. So he's like 1 gigajillion to the power of 5 Outerversal. So therefore Goku Soul is fiction. It's like, it's that type of really disingenuous argumentation. It's really dumb. Like, it's really bad. It's really bad. Most sane, normal human beings do not put him up there. Let's be real here. Like, the closest who comes to that level is, like the two options are, like, Heroes Goku, Jump Force Goku, and I think that's about it. I know some people put, like, 4D Goku. I kind of disagree, but, I mean, I guess, sure. If whatever, you know, allows you to sleep or whatever. Or like manga Goku. I don't know. It's really stupid. Trust me, I'm not one of those guys. I don't care. I could care less about trying to prove those types of placements, so to speak. Oh, yeah, I forgot about GT Goku. That too. Yeah. No, actually, he's not the strongest because Heroes Goku scales above GT Goku, and GT Goku, or sorry, Heroes Goku is weaker than Capsule Corp Goku, so he's actually not one of the top interpretations of Goku. But I mean, technically, sure, if that sort of works for you, whatever, I don't care. I think, yeah. I'll try to reach the 5-hour mark and then I'll just head off because I think that's pretty much all that can be said. Yeah, the Sokuroku space. I already heard that before for countless times. How? Because I know someone scales GT Goku above Raleigh because Oriama's #1, which includes Raleigh. Since no, that statement is only manga relevant. The GT lore does not technically apply that to itself. Also, the Sokuroku space is a bunch of hot rubbish, trash. Not only does the verse itself even confirm it's above concepts itself or dimensions itself, but the guidebook doesn't even like iterate. The space itself is not even the actual outer reality. It's the space outside of it that's the actual outer reality. And even then, even if we allow all of that to be true, Goku doesn't even destroy the stupid thing. It was already collapsing before he even escaped out of it. Keep in mind, if he was truly out-of-versal, he would have broken the rules to just escape the place, but he didn't. He had to play by the rules, and only when the two Sokuroku beings broke the rules, only then was he able to bypass it. So that's why it's so stupid. All those dumb out-of-versal arguments are it's so dumb. Yeah, Sonic scaling, for sure, you can still put them within the multiversal range, but when you acknowledge some of the cosmology from, like, the imaginary world, 06, Arabian world, Camelot, the Paradox Prism, if that stupid show is even canon to games, and so forth, you can technically place them to the low complex levels. But that's about it. But yes, otherwise, yeah, that's perfectly fine. That still at least confirms that Sonic characters, especially the super forms, are pretty strong. Oh yeah, the white space, yeah. I think the more contentious topic for Sonic scaling is more so whether the their base forms are universal if we ignore gameplay concessions and narrative consistency. I think that's often the more debatable topic. And then the next is more so their cosmology. Once you I don't want to say accept. Once you kind of understand the struggles, I guess, of justifying concessions to the Sonic verse, then you can talk about the cosmology, and then that's when you can pretty much decide for yourself as to where you would put them. I think that's most of the issues when it comes to gameplay or video game versus scaling. Unless it's a very typical verse that's, non-planetary, then it's not really an issue. But once it's a verse that deals with dimensional scaling and stuff, that's when like a lot of the gameplay concessions becomes a bit of a liability more than anything. Like, like Pokemon, obviously Magikarp is constantly stated to be the weakest Pokemon of all time. But if we say, oh, but gameplay though, you can beat your level 5 Arceus with the level 100 Magikarp, so then it's like, okay, well, sure, I guess because of gameplay concessions outliers, Magikarp is also, like, beyond multiversal, but, like, realistically, he's not. It's kind of a very disingenuous way to argue Magikarp is super strong, so it's the same way that makes it a bit contentious when it comes to Sonic scaling, or Mario scaling, even say Zelda, God of War, Halo, pretty much any video game in general. It's those types of limitations and concessions that makes it hard to justify. Yeah, for sure. Game over. Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, in terms of this fight, I mean, because I'm not going to really do it in my own video. I don't think it's... I'm not interested, in my opinion, but... Cell consistently, in terms of manga scaling, at least in his super form, but you could probably stretch the truth to apply it to his regular perfect form, but yeah. Consistently, he's within the solar system tier. Even if he really stretch it, he probably doesn't even cap to, like... He doesn't go to, like, galaxy level. Maybe at best multi-solar system, but like, he's gonna be like a low tier at best. Speed, obviously massively FTL. Anime-wise, because of Toei exclusive scaling, you could definitely put him up to like galaxy level lowballed. But you can definitely put him up to like multi-galaxy, universal. And then if you include Garlic Jr. scaling, which is debatably... Oh, you know what? No, I'm gonna just say it. In my opinion, based on what I've been looking into, it's not canon to the Toei anime anymore. Maybe it within its own continuity could, but specifically the Toei adaptation of just the regular manga, not including the movies, Cell is not some hyperversal, superversal, Dead Zone powerhouse. No, not at all. Maybe with the instant transmission, he technically is above infinite speed, but without the instant transmission, he's just infinite speed. Maybe max inaccessible, but that's about it. Otherwise, massively FTL, as usual. Metal Sonic, when including gameplay concessions, he's for sure like within the planetary range because of Emerald scaling, of the Arc Cannon scaling, the final Egg Blaster scaling, blah blah blah, a bunch of Chaos Emerald low ball scaling, the freaking Sonic Unleashed Continent feat scaling. All the cast members should bare minimum be planet level. There should be no objections to that, but if you do say if you just say screw gameplay concessions, screw narrative consistency, just include every gameplay outlier, then sure, Metal Sonic in bases like Universal Plus or beyond, whatever. He doesn't have FTL speed. He has like inaccessible speeds. He probably has actually time travel requires him immeasurable speed. So there you go. He has immeasurable speed in base. So then with his Overlord form, Super form, whatever form you want to give him, he's like immeasurable speed to the power of 2, I guess. He's not just universal, but he's like low complex, maybe complex level power with an absurd amount of hacks, abilities, and resistances. So it's like, yeah, Metal Sonic more than likely just has the edge in basically every aspect, whether we lowball both characters or highball them. Transversal, I'm pretty sure that's one of the wiki form or wiki channels that is their own version of Boundless. I think either it's their version of Outerversal or it's their term usage for Boundless. I can't remember. Yeah, they're Outerversal. They're beyond the very concept of dimensions itself. Which, yeah, that also technically should give them beyond the concepts of, you know, speed itself. Yeah. And then the whole, I think, I'm assuming you guys are referring to the white space age spatial thing. it could also just be mean like white space just lacks time. Not that they're literally beyond the very concept of time and space. So again, it's been a while since I heard that statement from Ian, but that could just be another interpretation as to what he's referring to when describing the white space. Again, if that's only if you really want to be like, no, I don't want to rely on Ian's statement to make him up there. But if you do, just because you really love to wank Sonic, then sure, go right ahead. That's not my business. I could care less. I don't really care. Whatever makes you happy, you do your thing, I guess. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like there are different layers of existing outside of time. That's what I'm trying to say. Like there's a difference between saying a place lacks time and then a concept or a reality that literally transcends the very concept of time itself, like the Platonic concept of time itself. So if you just say that, oh, this dimension just lacks a flow of time, it can just be an inaccessible speed. But if it's a dimension that's literally beyond the very Platonic concept of it, then yeah, sure, it can give them irrelevant speed. I doubt it is, because keep in mind that white space is in between time, if I recall, based on the Generations guidebook or something. And technically, even after the defeat of the Time Eater, the white space still exists. So it does seem like it's still seemingly within, or it has a relationship correlated to time space. So me personally, I would just view it as just a realm that just lacks time. Otherwise, that's about it. No, I know. I'm well aware. Technically, it's again in excess. Again, the lowest is a regular finite speed. So Mach 1, massively FTL, etc. Then you have an infinite speed. Time equals infinite, so speed is infinite. Whatever. And then you have inaccessible speed, in which basically means time equals 0, so you can move within 0 time. And then beyond that is immeasurable speed, so you can move not just in 0 time, but minus negative seconds, which breaks the speed formula technically. And then finally you have irrelevant speed. So technically, at the way Eggman framed it, there is no time here. Technically, you can just say lowball interpretation, time is 0 or just non-existent. So it's just inaccessible speed. So the lowest interpretation, I always just go for that. For moving within white space, just inaccessible. But yes, if you just say, yes, Ian Flynn's statement is very literal. The definitions or the description of white space is very, very literal. Then sure, he has irrelevant speed. That's fine, whatever. Where did I put Sonic CD? I mean, again, since y'all keep saying that he that the creator says that he can in fact do it by himself, then sure, I guess. But if we're acknowledging gameplay concessions, then sure. Via the signposts, Sonic technically has time travel hacks, but if he can just do it naturally, then sure, he has immeasurable speed, whatever. Although, if you're referring to his AP, then I already brought that up with the outlier stuff. I really necessarily correlate his speed to dimensional scaling, but if you were referring to his AP, then fine, that, whatever. Again, I'm not disagreeing with what is said. I'm disagreeing with the context of how the terms are being interpreted as. Also, the other thing that I find a bit weird is the fact that in Generations, the Shadow Generations version, they updated his dialogue where they're like, both Tails was like, "Oh, we're traveling across time and space," and then the updated version has Sonic be like, "What? Without time stones?" So then it's like, so which is it? Why is he surprised that he's like, "Oh, we're traveling across time without the stones," or he can without them, but he's just surprised he can do it? That's why I'm just saying, it's like, I don't get it. That's why I keep acknowledging the whole narrative and gameplay concessions as like its own section, where if you do it, acknowledge for the sake of consistency, then he's not at that level. But then if you say screw those concessions, just put him as like his lore scaling, then fine. Oh snap, someone subscribe. Thank you very much. Why the frick is it in front of it? Oops. Oh, that's why. Yes, I'm well aware that it says he time travels, but it's like, again, that's what I'm saying. Context does matter. That's why I'm saying it's like, he doesn't use it any other time. But he is shown time traveling via signpost, so that's why I don't like to be disingenuous about the method of which he's using it. Especially when in future stories he doesn't really do it as much anymore. Not saying he can never use it ever again. I'm just saying that, you know, at least I gotta acknowledge whether it's consistent or not. Because again, we already talked about the meta cooler scaling, alright? We already said that in the meta cooler scaling lore, he is using instant transmission that transcends time and space. So I did say, well, technically yes, that could give meta cooler scaling, and therefore anyone else apply to that movie immeasurable speed. But I also acknowledge that, well, it is via technique, and also technically that movie's not even canon to the anime. It's within its own weird movie canon. But then if we allow composite scaling, then sure it is applicable. But you get what I'm saying? It's like there's like multiple layers of context to validate it. That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm not disagreeing that Sonic can't reach those levels. It's just that I'm not going to just arbitrarily be like, oh yeah, totally. He just can because of the way it's being phrased. Because imagine if I said, okay, Sonic is complex multiversal. You'll be like, what? That doesn't make sense, numbers. But then I'm like, okay, let me be more contextual. Sonic with the Chaos Emeralds or even Super Emeralds via his Super Forms and Hyper Forms, he is therefore complex multiversal. You'll then be like, oh, of course, now I get it. I see what you mean. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, yes, I'm not disagreeing that in general he could be at those levels. Obviously, I know that. No, I'm not that stupid. I'm just saying, like, again, I like to be specific with those aspects. Because imagine if I also did the same thing for his abilities. Oh, Sonic can use Chaos Control to affect time and space. Some will just be generalized and be like, oh, okay, so he's only bound to regular 3D, 4D time space. I'll be like, nope. He can also affect time and space on a 5th, 6th dimensional level via super forms and hyper forms and stuff. You'll be like, oh, okay, well, there you go. That's more additional context. I don't like to just generalize things, alright? That's just my way of doing things. Oh, yeah, that thing. Yeah. That I'm also well aware of. Cell-X dies to metal. Yeah. I'm still baffled why that thing exists, bro. Cell-X is so weird. He's a very weird and enigmatic creature, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, nah, it's freaking adding Dragon Ball Online scaling would not help Cell at all. It's online is still only bound to like the manga scaling and maybe, or if we're very generous, the Bardock special, but not like the Bardock special is gonna help. It's not that strong. Cell Max, I'll admit, Cell Max for this matchup could have made things a little bit more interesting. Although I still think Metal would still have the advantage in terms of Haxes, and because of his adaptation stuff, would still eventually outshine Cell Max regardless. I still think it would have been a more closer, even match, but sure, again, I prefer having those like closer matches because it's more complex and adds more room for possibilities in terms of like, oh well, what if he used this ability? Or what of it because of this resistance, you know, it makes it more interesting to actually think outside of the box rather than just being like, oh, well, Neo can just punch, and then he just, you know, teleports behind him and just one-shots. Most powerful Cell, maybe in his own verse, sure, but like, in all of history, yeah, sure. Sure. Yeah, someday I will eventually get in touch with Sonic scaling. I've always been wanting to do that for my channel. I mean, I literally had the freaking profile pic of Goku and Sonic as my profile pic, so no matter what, it was going to be an inevitable passion to look into Sonic scaling, since I just think it gets brushed off a bit too much despite how popular it is, surprisingly. So I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, but yeah. If Mario vs. Sonic was to happen again, where do you think Death Battle would put both? Probably about the same as they did with Bowser vs. Eggman. It's I can't, well, because I know they definitely regretted their sequel quite a bit, but I think unfortunately they would still just say Mario wins, unfortunately, because if they just say, because if just 2 years ago or so they say, oh well, their trump cards are gonna cancel each other out technically, and then Bowser just has natural abilities and Eggman doesn't, then I feel like they're just gonna say, oh well, Mario just has more experience, he has more a pool of items, and then Sonic just has the feats that are not as impressive in comparison to Mario. Like, I think they're gonna very poorly, arbitrarily just, like, I think it'd just be the sequel, but like 2.0, you know what I'm saying? Like 2.1 version. It wouldn't change all that much Because the Neo Metal is basically their updated Sonic scaling, and they didn't really update much of their Sonic scaling. So I feel like, unfortunately, it would just be about the same as what they did for Bowser vs. Eggman. Yeah, and yeah, to be fair, yes, Cell Max is literally brain dead, so. Yeah. Yeah, I still don't understand why they constantly assume that Sonic is bound to their OVA scaling. It's so stupid. It's not even canon to his own game verse, bro. Why do they keep relying on that thing? I love the special, don't get me wrong, but like, bro, those OVAs are so outdated. Like, it's literally not even part of the game verse, or even IDW verse, or like Archie verse, bro. It's just a very self-contained 2-episode OVA. It's so dumb. I don't know. To be honest, I kind of hope they never. I really don't want them to do a third one. I really don't. But if they do, then please, Death Battle, please look into cosmology scaling for Sonic and Mario. I think it would make the fight way more closer than we think it is. Otherwise, don't bother. I'm just being frank about it. Just don't. I think it just makes the sequel even worse in retrospect if, you know, years later they try it again and they still downplay both of them. But that's just me, of course, so I don't know. Yeah, at best, but that's about it. I don't know. Well, regardless. Yeah, I'm well aware. They don't know how to do much cosmology scaling. Like, they sort of tried with Galactus versus whatchamacallit from Transformers. They tried it with Hulk versus Godzilla, which they were getting there. They just didn't know how to word themselves correctly. They did somewhat fine for Hulk, but for Godzilla, they weren't really doing good of a job trying to justify it. They completely ignored the cosmology scaling for Persona for any of their Persona matches. They really thought that they were spitting with Joker versus Gold Experience or Giovanni, whatever. Green Lantern, yeah, or no, White Lantern versus Tenga Topa Simon. That was also kind of like, like every time they had to deal with cosmology scaling, they very arbitrarily bring it up, or they just kind of summarize it very poorly. But they were kind of getting close to explaining it, but they just kind of brushed it off by the end of it. So it's kind of a. I understand that it's very complicated, since I mean the very concept of dimensions is way beyond the scope of our own real life aspects of living. So I understand that part, but yeah. Yeah, the Archie scaling, I do think it's a little bit overhyped, but I also agree that it's not as fodder in terms of their top tiers. I do personally, unfortunately, agree that their actual like low tier base levels are not that great consistently compared to their game counterparts. But obviously, once you include their super forms and other variants of super equivalents, then yeah, they're obviously extreme powerhouses. But otherwise, yeah, they are a bit a lot of misconceptions regarding what they've actually done in comparison to their lore. Because I feel like people arbitrarily prioritize one thing over the other rather than just applying both at the same time. Like, Death Battle has this problem of just relying on feats over everything else and then arbitrarily bring up lore and stuff. But then there's people, like a lot of hype fans, who only rely on pure lore and cosmology and ignore context and feats. And then there's just like people like me, just like normal people who's like, let's just rely on everything in consistency, just be fair and charitable and not biased, and then just be like, yeah, they're still obviously strong, just they're not overly strong as we think they are. Yeah, nah, that's why this fight I was in a way excited to see the animation, but the actual fight itself, the topic at hand I was not a fan of, because I mean basically everyone agreed on the answer. That's why I think that to an extent I understand the similarities between the two. It's just I think there are better matchups for Metal that they could have relied on. For Cell, I think it's way easier. I think there's more easier options for Cell, but I understand that for Metal it's a little bit more complicated given his specifics. But even then, that doesn't matter. I still think that it could have been there could have been a better opponent for Metal rather than just going to the basic Dragon Ball matchup. Chaos. Nah, I think I think the Metal is probably more closer to home in terms of relatability between the two. I understand that there's obviously similarities because of their concepts, but I do think that in terms of like their overall abilities and stats, it could have been way, way better. In fact, personally, I prefer that there's more differences between characters, not just in terms of their character writing, but also character abilities that makes the fights more unique to make the fights more interesting rather than just, oh, they are basically one-to-one, but one just has better stats and that's it. It's like, okay. what a unique, what a creative fight, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay. Yeah, I will say, oh yeah, I'm not gonna react to Bakugo versus Reze because, like I said, I'm not a huge My Hero enthusiast. And I think Chainsaw is alright. But the fight itself, I'm like, oh. I'm pretty sure it was a meme fight. Was it not a meme fight? I could have sworn people were just joking around with that, but took it too seriously because they didn't realize, like, oh, you mean this explosion is not the same as this explosion? Oh, I thought all explosions in fiction is the same. What? Saitama is not One Punch Man, but he's called the One Punch Man. I thought Saitama can one punch anything. Like, it's that type of, that type of energy. Is like, no, I don't know why they have to use up this fight. Yeah, I already reacted to the Mewtwo vs. Shadow matchup in a previous live stream. It was really bad. Why did I even react to that one? Oh, yeah, it was because of the Ash versus Yugi. Just to see their evolution of Pokemon scaling. Yeah, that one it's low-key one of the worst matchups. At least from, not even from a research level, but even from the fight itself, it was bad. Like, I know I give slack or, like, a lot of bad talk to, Goku vs. Superman 1, but at least the fight is still memorable. Like, if you just ignore all context, the fight itself was actually nicely animated. But then the Mewtwo vs. Shadow, no, there's nothing to like about the research or the fight itself. It was literally that bad. So yeah, again, I'm still disappointed that their Sonic scaling kind of like just plateaued. I'm happy that their Dragon Ball scaling is definitely getting better for sure, but I do hope that they can at least try to consider cosmology scaling for Sonic and Mario, just video game characters in general. But that's about it. Oh yeah, I'm well aware. Yeah, from the way it's worded, it is just separate dimensions, so it's more like a number of dimensions or a number of universes rather than the 12th level of dimensions, you know what I'm saying? Some people try to really really emphasize like or enforce it to me to be like, no, numbers, you don't understand, it is dimensional scaling. It's like, okay, sure, whatever, buddy. Otherwise, like I said, thankfully, I think by the time they became indie, like independent, you know, they are being paid by the fan base to, you know, continue doing their works. I think they finally started to improve their scaling, but anything prior to them becoming independent, a lot of their scalings were kind of like all over the place, where they're like, oh, finally they hit the nail on this one, but then other times they really did bad, or they just really were kind of like normie based or kind of like misconceptions. Like that's why I'm happy like for this fight, for example, was still pretty solid in my opinion. Although granted, it is unfortunate that Devil is gonna stop making these fight animations. Personally, I think that he should just continue, because I understand that the fan base was being a little too toxic for him, but I would consider it as a badge of honor. Bro, if your animation was so on point that the fan base were feeling emotions of anger, resentment, and stuff, I'll be like, bro, you did your job correctly. Your animation was so good, it triggers so many people. That's how real your animation was. I'd be like, yeah, I'm continuing this on. Like, I'm just saying, I think Devil Artemis should just continue animating the fights. I understand that, yes, that they were being toxic to them, but I would just be like, hey, if the whole point of me being an animator is to make the viewer believe that this fight is real to the point that they are getting triggered by it, I think I'll just stick to it. And especially when he himself wasn't even like being part of the research team. They were just be like, hey, can you just animate this part? We like this visual idea. And like, okay. I'd just be like, yeah, sure. I'll just continue doing what you're doing. And especially when he's getting paid to do it, and like, I don't know what would be so hard to continue doing it. I think this is one of those cases where you literally should just ignore the fan base and just continue animating, because you are not in control of the research or anything else. You are just doing the animation part. So I think, yeah, you're not harming anybody. You're not giving false information. You're just presenting the entertaining fight, and that's about it. Like, obviously, maybe if you were really doing poor at your animation job, the acting was really terrible, maybe the editing was really bad, or like the frame rate was really bad, then sure. But like, no, he knows how to be an animator, so I'm just saying, like, I think he should just stick to it. I think he deserves it, really. Oh, Cell. Oh, yeah, Cell X, yeah. I completely forgot about that, yeah. I totally forgot about Cell from that specific version, so to speak. Yeah, I was thinking of Cell X from the online version. The online version is garbage, but specifically the Heroes version, then that might as well just be composite Cell at that point. Which I agree. Okay. I agree that, I already said, if this was Hero Cell, then yeah, this fight would have been way more interesting, but it is what it is. Although, to be fair, he looks ugly as frick in his Cell X form. It's so disgusting. Yeah, Ruby, yeah. Shigaraki versus Mahito, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I understand that there's some fights that make sense, like, conceptually, but I also do agree that the fights that are more, like, extremely close, like, it's, like, precisely close as to who would win, are the more interesting matches where you're like, ooh, I really don't know who would win, but I really, really want to believe this character wins. You know, those types of matches where I'm like, yes, that's where it gets more exciting. Rather than just like literal, like, oh yeah, this guy is like 20th dimensional and this guy is not even planet level. So let's just put them in a fight because, oh well, they're very similar in characters. Like, great. How cute. It's like, sure, I guess. Persona? I mean, if you know Shin Megami Tensei scaling, no. If you really downplay Shin Megami Tensei lore and cosmology scaling, maybe, but I don't know. If the fact you had to highball Sonic 2 at the utmost extreme versus SMT scaling to the lowest denominator, then I guess you got something. Yeah, I know, right? That's funny. I mean, yeah, there's people who still think that way. They're like, what? You think this blue rat? You really think he's multi-galaxy level? How can he be multi-galaxy level? He gets hurt by like a little bug robot. It doesn't make sense, Numbers. You don't know what you're talking about. It's like, yes, I know what I'm talking about. Like, I'm sorry that your sense of disbelief is being challenged, but guess what? This is fiction, alright? Like, unironically, it's thanks to power scaling that that allowed me to be even more open-minded. Like, it's hard for me to genuinely feel challenged from that sense of disbelief. I'm just like, yeah, you telling me this pink puffball can absorb beings and destroy multiversal creatures? Yeah, that seems about right. What, you said this blue rat who has weird Michael Jackson red shoes can destroy gods that destroy six-dimensional realities? Yeah, that seems normal. Or you're telling me that a weird monkey that was born out of stone that somehow challenged every single god that became multiple layers of immortal somehow can literally destroy the heavens if he feels like it and is like beyond the concept of dimensions and is like boundless in tears? Like, yeah, that seems normal to me. It's like, you get what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know why this is the year 2026 and people who are more used to these types of like ideas are still like struggle to acknowledge those interpretations. It's like, come on now. Well, either way, I still had a very nice, fun weekend. I enjoyed my pizza very much, and I enjoyed this live stream with y'all. I'm also glad to see that some of y'all still were very open and vocal about the overall discussions. I mean, it's better than what it used to be back in the day. I mean, before like 10 years ago, we were still questioning if Sonic was even like more than Mach 1. That's how very like ignorant most of us were when it comes to like a lot of fictional verses. But thankfully things have improved over time. Thank gosh. Yeah, it's been interesting. I will say though, unfortunately, I'm still waiting. I'm not kidding. I am still waiting for Light vs. Columbo. I am not joking when I say that this is literally one of the fewest fights I was genuinely interested for this season, bro. Like the other season, Kratos vs. Asura, I was definitely interested in. Simon vs. Kyle, I actually kind of was. The other one was just Ash vs. Yugi, which was a banger. Ichigo vs. Yusuke, I don't care. Cell vs. Metal, realistically, I don't care. As you saw, Light vs. Columbo, I generally want to see. Aang vs. Travel, I don't care. Guru vs. Megami, I don't care. Kamen Rider vs. Nero. Maybe from a visual, I actually am interested. I literally just talk about multiversal dimensional scaling, so hey, maybe this could be one of their fewest chances of them showing dimensional scaling. I highly doubt they'll do good, but you never know. And I'm still not looking forward to Bakugo vs. Reze, so thankfully I don't gotta live stream that, so that's fun. I bet you, bro, like from today to the days of the eventual release, there's gonna be too many videos once again, or YouTube will be reposting or suggesting all the old videos of the power scaling community showing Bakugo versus Reze being an unfair mismatch. I bet you, I can guarantee you that all those old videos that says that it was not a close match, they're just gonna be popping up again by the time that the new one comes out. I can guarantee you, bro. I'm actually curious. Hold on. Is there any other Sonic match I haven't seen yet? At least live with you guys. Mario vs. Sonic, I did not. It's been a while. The first one, at least. Tails vs. Luigi, I haven't. That's 2. Knuckles vs. Donkey Kong, which, oh man, that definitely I don't want to watch again, but maybe in another stream. That's 3. I already saw the Mewtwo vs. Shadow, pretty garbage. Amy Rose vs. Ramona, that's 4. Let's see what others Sonic related. The sequel or the remake, I guess. Mario vs. Sonic. Oh yeah, the Flash vs. Sonic. Okay. Yeah, there's a good variety. Shadow vs. Ryuko. Yeah. Okay, I thought I actually watched most of them, but no, there's actually quite a bit more I have yet to watch that's Sonic related. That's good to know. Yeah, because I definitely do plan on reacting more to Death Battle, because I just like to have my opinions out there, because I'm just not one of those Death Battle fans that just glaze every single thing they do. I'm just not. Like, they have a nice introductory for if you want to know about a certain character and what they can do, but in terms of their, like, actual, like, fully defined abilities, nah. They could do way better, but they're slowly getting there, I guess, so that's good to know. But we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, maybe they could. It's hard to say. Yeah, Knuckles vs. Donkey Kong is pretty bad. No good matchup before Eggman vs. Bowser. Dang, that's crazy. I mean, I don't know much about DC scaling by heart, of course. I do know that Archie scaling is really overrated. But I also know that it's not, you know, it has some merit, but it's definitely not as overhyped as it should be. Alright, well, either way, I think that's a good place for me to stop for today. Alright. I'm gonna enjoy the rest of my day. I might even go back to finally doing those stupid videos I've been promising for so long. I'm telling y'all, I'm more so frustrated just how long it's taking me to do any progress, but at the same time, I'm just happy I'm maintaining any motivation rather than just giving up on the power scaling career, so to speak. If not, I'm just happy just being able to see those new matchup contests here and there. But yeah, I think that's basically it. Yeah, I wish I didn't have to rush the Eggman vs. Bowser reaction, but that was perfectly fine. Alright. Well, either way, if that's basically it, bros. Any more questions, last minute suggestions, ideas, discussions, whatever, I'm gonna be heading out in a bit. But I'm grateful for everybody who showed up, popped up for a bit, to see my live reaction and thoughts on the fight itself. I do suggest you watch it. And if you haven't, go support them for what it's worth, I guess. I will say it's still pretty awesome to see. Again, I only did suggest it or consider watching this live was because, like, well, my power scaling career did start with Perfect Cell. Well, so what a great way to celebrate since then by watching a Cell related matchup. So there you go. I'm just glad that even nowadays my that old first video of mine surprisingly was very well thought out. And years later, as you can see, even Death Battle finally catches up with the times. Because maybe I was just ahead of my time, or maybe people are like, okay, fine, let's actually be more out there with our interpretations. Let's just not stop walking around with the low balls. Let's actually go to the higher ends and just take it to the extreme. So I should probably, I seriously need to do a sequel, like a sequel matchup. I've always wanted to go back to doing versus matchups. I just, given how stingy I am with those specific details, I'm not sure how I want to go about it. I have considered bringing it back. I just need to think of one that is worth my time, really, rather than just regurgitating the same, oh, here's another perfect Cell fight. Here's the 5th perfect Cell fight. Could Cell fight this guy? What about this other guy? You know what I'm saying? Surge versus Scourge, yeah. Well, either way, yeah, I think that's a nice way to end things off. I think my voice is also starting to get shot. Alright, well, either way, I'm gonna go back to doing my videos. So hopefully it comes out whenever. For sure. I'm great for everybody to pop up. I hope y'all enjoy y'all's fantastic weekends. Back to spring. Daylight savings definitely effed up everybody, I'm sure, but we'll adjust again. But yeah, thank you everybody. Hope you have fun. Enjoy y'all's weekends, days, mornings, springs, summers, whatever. More Dragon Ball content will eventually be coming soon. If not, more canon material content will be coming soon. More live streams, more shenanigans starring numbers. So, thank you everybody. Y'all have a fantastic week. Fantastic workday, etc., etc. Have a great day out there, and take care. Bye-bye.